Chapter 1, After the War. The aftermath of the Fourth Great Ninja War brought peace to the world, but for Naruto Uzumaki, it brought a harsh realization. No longer the naive, cheerful boy who wore his heart on his sleeve, Naruto had grown cold and detached. The war had opened his eyes to the true nature of those around him. He had seen firsthand how even those he once called friends had exploited his kindness and determination for their gain. The bitter truth hardened his heart. Now, he worked as an elite Anbu operative, his life shrouded in shadows. Naruto's transformation was striking. His once sun-kissed skin had turned pale, almost as if carved from ice, smooth and flawless. His bright orange wardrobe was replaced by sleek, tailored clothing that exuded sophistication and power. The boy who had once longed for acknowledgement now had more of it than he could ever want. People worshipped him, the hero of the war, a symbol of hope and resilience. Women threw themselves at him, seeking his attention, but Naruto dismissed them all without a second thought. In the bustling streets of Konoha, Sakura Haruno stood beside Sasuke Uchiha, her heart heavy with regret. She had spent years chasing a dream, a love that had never truly been hers. Sasuke, ever the stoic, glanced at her as she watched Naruto walk past them. His presence was magnetic, his cold blue eyes ignoring everyone, including them. "He's changed," Sakura murmured, her voice filled with sorrow. "I can't even bring myself to say a single word to him anymore." Sasuke's jaw tightened as he observed the scene. A group of giggling girls surrounded Naruto, eagerly requesting his autograph. The way they looked at him, the admiration in their eyes, stirred an unfamiliar emotion in Sasuke, jealousy. Naruto had become a legend, adored by fans from across the world, surpassing even the fan base Sasuke had during their academy days. "He'll come around someday," Sasuke said, his tone lacking conviction. Sakura shook her head, her emerald eyes glistening. "I don't think so. He sees us as traitors now. I don't know what went wrong with our team, but it feels like we were cursed." Sasuke crossed his arms, his gaze lingering on Naruto's retreating figure. "I just hope he doesn't turn into something none of us can control." Sakura sighed deeply. "I hope so too." Elsewhere in Konoha, the Yamanaka flower shop was bathed in warm sunlight. Ino Yamanaka, the village's most beautiful woman, arranged a vibrant bouquet with practiced ease. Her long, golden hair cascaded down her back, and her azure eyes sparkled, though a deep sadness lingered beneath the surface. She had rejected every suitor who came her way, knowing they desired her for her beauty rather than her heart. Her mind often wandered to the people she had lost in the war. She had grown distant, her world feeling smaller with each passing day. As she placed the last flower in the arrangement, the sound of a commotion outside caught her attention. Peering through the window, she saw him, the village's most eligible bachelor and the man who had pushed everyone out of his life. Naruto Uzumaki stood there, effortlessly commanding attention as he signed autographs for a group of adoring fans. Ino's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red as she took in his striking appearance. His sharp jawline, piercing eyes, and the effortless way he carried himself left her breathless. Ino scowled, her emotions a chaotic swirl of admiration and frustration. "What does he think he is, some kind of god?" she muttered under her breath, her face growing hotter by the second. But despite her irritation, she couldn't look away. Her heart raced, and a pang of jealousy stirred within her as she watched the women fawn over him. She bit her lip, her thoughts spiraling. No one has the right to touch what's mine. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks, and she quickly shook her head. "What am I even thinking?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. She clenched her fists, trying to dispel the treacherous thoughts invading her mind. "Get a grip, Ino." But as Naruto turned to leave, his presence still lingering like a storm in her chest, she found herself whispering, "So damn attractive." Her voice was laced with equal parts admiration and longing. She leaned against the counter, her legs feeling weak. "What's wrong with me?" she thought, her gaze following him until he disappeared from sight. The warm glow of the afternoon sun bathed the Yamanaka flower shop in a peaceful light. Ino Yamanaka worked quietly, her delicate hands arranging a fresh bouquet. The vibrant colors of the flowers should have lifted her spirits, but her mind was elsewhere. She had spent much of her time here since the war, seeking solace among the blossoms. The shop was a reminder of her family's legacy, but it also underscored the solitude that now defined her life. Her peaceful routine was interrupted by the sharp sound of the shop's bell. She glanced up to see a masked Anbu operative standing at the entrance. His presence was both commanding and unsettling. "Ino Yamanaka," he said curtly, his voice devoid of emotion. "You're needed for a mission. Report to Lady Tsunade immediately." Ino sighed heavily. "Another boring mission," she muttered under her breath, setting down the bouquet. She wiped her hands on her apron and followed the operative out, her mood darkening with every step. When Ino entered Tsunade's office, The atmosphere was tense. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her sharp gaze fixed on the blonde kunoichi. Ino offered a polite smile. "Good afternoon, Tsunade-sama. What's the mission this time?" she asked, her tone laced with mild impatience. Tsunade raised a hand, silencing her. "Wait. You're not going alone. Your partner will be here shortly." Ino frowned. "A partner? Who?" Before she could finish her sentence, the door creaked open. The room seemed to grow colder as Naruto Uzumaki stepped inside. His presence was as commanding as ever, but the warmth that once defined him was gone. His expression was stoic, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He didn't spare Ino a glance as he walked to stand beside her. Ino's heart sank. Of all people, why him? Naruto didn't speak, his silence more oppressive than words. Ino's annoyance flared. "Why him?" she blurted out, glaring at Tsunade. "He's the last person I want to be partnered with." Naruto finally broke his silence, his voice as cold as ice. "As if I want to be paired with a weak, useless girl like you," he said, his words cutting through the air like a blade. "You're nothing but a pathetic excuse for a kunoichi." Ino's eyes widened in shock, her face flushing with a mix of anger and humiliation. "Excuse me?" she snapped, her voice rising. "Who do you think you are? You were the class clown, the village idiot, and now you think you're better than everyone else?" Naruto's gaze locked onto her, his expression unyielding. His next words were laced with a venomous calm. "That was then. Look at me now. I'm the hero of the war, the man who defeated Pain, Madara, and the legends of the battlefield. I'm the most desired person in the world, a symbol of power and greatness. The Anbu commander, a position that only someone of unparalleled skill and importance can hold." He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "And you? You're nothing. No past, no future, no significance. Just a spoiled, self-absorbed girl clinging to the scraps of relevance. You're dust, Ino." Ino's throat tightened. His words were like daggers, each one striking deeper than the last. She clenched her fists, willing herself not to cry. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Yet, the sting of his cold dismissal was almost unbearable. Tsunade, who had been watching the exchange in silence, finally intervened. "Enough, both of you," she said firmly. "Focus. This mission is not a joke." She pushed a map across her desk. "Your targets are a group of highly dangerous bandits. They've been ambushing and murdering merchants traveling through the Fire Country. These aren't ordinary criminals, they're ruthless, skilled, and won't hesitate to kill. That's why I'm sending the two of you." Ino picked up the map, her hands trembling slightly. "Understood," she said, her voice quieter than usual. Naruto didn't respond. He simply turned and walked out of the office without another word. His silence was deafening, a reminder of the vast chasm that now separated him from the people he once considered friends. Ino stood frozen for a moment, her pride wounded, her heart heavy. She forced herself to take a deep breath. "Don't let him get to you," she told herself. "He's just a cold, bitter fool." But even as she tried to shake off his words, they lingered, like a shadow she couldn't escape. She glanced at Tsunade, who gave her a sympathetic nod. "You've got your orders. Be careful out there." Ino nodded, turning to leave. As she walked down the hallway, her mind raced. She couldn't understand how Naruto had changed so much. The boy who once radiated warmth and hope now seemed consumed by darkness. Outside the Hokage's tower, Naruto stood waiting, his expression unreadable. Ino approached him cautiously, her usual confidence shaken. "You ready?" she asked, trying to sound indifferent. Naruto didn't respond. He simply started walking, leaving her to follow in his wake. Ino scowled, muttering under her breath. What an insufferable jerk. Despite her bravado, she couldn't shake the unease that had settled in her chest. Naruto's coldness wasn't just an act, it was a transformation, and it scared her more than she cared to admit. As they moved towards their mission, Ino vowed to prove her worth, not just to him, but to herself. Yet, deep down, she couldn't deny the lingering ache his words had left behind. The dense forest was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the crunch of footsteps against the forest floor. Naruto and Ino moved swiftly through the underbrush, their mission underway. The tension between them was palpable. Naruto's icy demeanor had not thawed, and Ino found herself growing more and more irritated by his unwavering silence. They'd been traveling for hours without a word exchanged. Naruto maintained a cold, stoic exterior, his gaze fixed ahead as though Ino didn't even exist. His silence, once tolerable, now felt oppressive. Ino clenched her fists, the quiet gnawing at her nerves. She could feel her patience slipping. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. "That's it," she snapped, stopping in her tracks. "I'm tired of this silence. Since you clearly won't speak, I'm taking charge. I'll be the leader of this mission." Naruto halted abruptly and turned to face her. His cold blue eyes locked onto hers, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. "Who told you," he began, his voice low and dangerous, "that a weakling like you has the right to lead this mission?" Ino's heart skipped a beat at the sheer venom in his tone. Before she could retort, Naruto took a step closer, his voice like ice. "You're nothing but a spoiled brat playing at being a kunoichi," he said, each word cutting like a blade. "Leadership isn't a game for Jonin who think they're special because they've memorized a few jutsu. You don't have the skills or the mindset to lead anyone, let alone me." Ino's cheeks flushed with anger. "Excuse me? I'm not some inexperienced child. I've been on plenty of missions, and I've seen my share of combat." Naruto scoffed. "Your experience is laughable at best. Don't kid yourself, Ino. Just because you survived the war doesn't mean you're qualified for anything. Being a war hero, being me, puts me leagues above you." Ino's jaw tightened, and she stepped forward, refusing to back down. "You think being the hero of the war makes you untouchable? That title doesn't give you the right to dismiss everyone else's value. You're not better than me, Naruto. You're not better than anyone." Naruto's gaze turned colder. "You're wrong. I am better. Better than you, better than your entire clan, and better than anyone in this village." "The Yamanaka? A clan of flower arrangers pretending to be ninja? Pathetic." Ino's lips parted, but no words came out. His cruel dismissal of her entire clan left her momentarily speechless. Her body trembled, both from rage and the sting of his words. Naruto's expression remained impassive. "Face it, Ino. You're out of your depth. But by all means, prove me wrong. You want to be the leader? Fine." He turned on his heel and began walking away. "Good luck, Captain. Let's see what you can do without me." Ino stared after him, her hands shaking with barely contained fury. "You're just going to leave?" she shouted. "What kind of shinobi are you?" Naruto didn't stop. He didn't even look back. "The kind who doesn't waste time babysitting failures," he said, his voice fading as he disappeared into the forest. Ino stood there for a moment, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. She couldn't believe his arrogance, his utter disdain for her and everything she stood for. "He thinks he's so much better than everyone," she muttered to herself, her voice shaking with anger. "I'll show him. I don't need him to complete this mission." Determined, Ino pressed forward on her own, following the map Tsunade had given them. Hours passed, and the forest grew darker as the sun dipped below the horizon. The silence of the woods was unsettling, but Ino pushed her unease aside, her mind focused on the task at hand. Eventually, she reached a clearing where she could hear faint voices. She crouched low, her sharp eyes scanning the area. Ahead, a group of men sat around a campfire, their crude laughter filling the air. From her hiding spot, Ino could make out their leader, a towering, muscular man with a scar running down the side of his face. His presence was commanding, his every movement exuding confidence and cruelty. "Well, boys," he said, his voice a deep rumble. "How many did we take down today?" One of the bandits grinned, holding up a bloodstained bag. 11, boss. And we got plenty of loot to go with it." The leader let out a bark of laughter. "Excellent. We're making a killing, literally." He leaned back, his grin widening. "The merchants in this country are nothing but walking gold mines. Too bad they're so easy to kill." Ino's blood boiled as she listened. She clenched her teeth, her hands tightening around the kunai at her side. "Monsters," she thought. "They won't get away with this." Just as she was about to move in, a chill ran down her spine. She felt a presence behind her, a dark, menacing aura. Before she could react, a deep voice spoke, sending shivers through her body. Well, what do we have here?" Ino spun around, her kunai raised, but her heart sank when she saw him. The bandit leader stood a few feet away, his towering frame blocking her escape. He had moved silently, his predatory gaze fixed on her. "A little kunoichi from Konoha," he said, a twisted smile spreading across his face. His eyes roved over her, lingering in a way that made her skin crawl. "And what a pretty one at that. You've got quite the body, don't you?" He licked his lips, taking a step closer. "We're going to have some fun tonight." Ino's grip on her kunai tightened. "Don't you dare come any closer," she warned, her voice steady despite the fear creeping into her chest. The leader chuckled darkly. "Feisty. I like that." Ino's mind raced. She was alone, outnumbered, and facing a dangerous opponent. But she refused to back down. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to fight with everything she had. "I'll show you who you're dealing with." The clearing was eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Ino stood in the middle of the bandits, her chest rising and falling as she tried to steady her breath. Her eyes darted between the men who surrounded her, their grins lecherous and their eyes fixated on her every move. "Stay back, you disgusting pigs," she hissed, tightening her grip on the kunai in her hand. One of the bandits chuckled, his gaze lingering on her body. "What's the matter, sweetheart? Scared?" "Feisty one," another chimed in, his eyes roving over her curves. "I like it when they fight back." Their leader stepped forward, his towering frame casting a shadow over Ino. He was a mountain of a man, his scarred face twisted into a cruel smile. "You've got spirit, I'll give you that. But you're out of your league, little girl." Ino gritted her teeth. "We'll see about that." Without another word, she launched herself at the nearest bandit. Her kunai flashed in the moonlight as she struck, her blade finding its mark in the man's shoulder. He cried out in pain, stumbling backward as blood seeped from the wound. "Bitch," he spat, clutching his shoulder. Ino didn't stop. She spun around, aiming a swift kick at another bandit's knee. He collapsed with a grunt, but before she could land another blow, the leader's voice boomed across the clearing. "Enough!" Ino barely had time to react before the leader was upon her. He moved with surprising speed for a man of his size, his fist connecting with her stomach. The force of the blow sent her sprawling to the ground, her kunai slipping from her grasp. She gasped for air, her vision swimming. I'm not done yet," she muttered, forcing herself to her feet. The leader laughed, a deep, guttural sound that sent chills down her spine. "Oh, you've got guts, I'll give you that. But you're no match for me." Ino narrowed her eyes, her hands forming a familiar seal. "Think again, you bastard." With a surge of chakra, she activated her signature jutsu. Mind-body switch technique. Her spirit shot forward, aiming for the leader's mind. She smirked as she felt the jutsu connect, confident she had him. But her victory was short-lived. The leader's laughter echoed in her ears. "Nice try, girl. But your little tricks won't work on me." Ino's eyes widened in shock. Before she could react, the connection was severed, and she was hurled back into her own body. She stumbled, her knees buckling as she struggled to stay upright. The leader's grin widened. "You've got some nerve, trying that on me. But playtime's over." In a blur of motion, he was on her again. His massive hand grabbed a fistful of her hair, yanking her head back. Ino cried out in pain, her hands clawing at his grip. "Let go of me!" she screamed, kicking out wildly. The leader sneered, his free hand gripping her chin. "Such a pretty face," he murmured, his voice dripping with mockery. "Shame it's wasted on a weakling like you." The other bandits closed in, their hands reaching for her. Ino thrashed against their grip, her heart pounding in her chest. "Get your filthy hands off me, you animals!" Her pleas were met with laughter. One of the bandits tugged at her jacket, ripping it open to reveal the thin fabric of her tank top beneath. Another yanked at her waistband, his fingers brushing against her skin. "No," Ino shouted, tears welling in her eyes. "Stop it!" The leader leaned in close, his breath hot against her ear. "Oh, we're just getting started, sweetheart." He reached for the strap of her tank top, his fingers curling around the fabric. Ino's breath hitched as the strap slipped from her shoulder. She squeezed her eyes shut, her body trembling. "Is this it? Is this how it ends?" But then, the forest erupted in chaos. A blur of motion swept through the clearing, and the bandits' laughter turned to screams. Ino's eyes snapped open, and she saw them fall one by one, their bodies crumpling to the ground like discarded ragdolls. The leader released her, his attention snapping to the shadows. "What the hell is going on?" he growled. From the darkness, a figure emerged. His golden hair caught the moonlight, and his icy blue eyes burned with an intensity that made even the leader take a step back. "Naruto," Ino whispered, her voice trembling. The leader sneered. "You've got some nerve, kid. Think you can take us all on?" Naruto didn't respond. His expression was cold, unfeeling, as if the scene before him was nothing more than an inconvenience. "Get him!" the leader barked. The remaining bandits charged, weapons drawn. But Naruto moved like a shadow, his blade flashing with lethal precision. In seconds, they were all down, their lifeless bodies strewn across the clearing. The leader's bravado faltered. He gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes darting around in desperation. "You think you're tough, huh? Naruto was on him in an instant. With a single, fluid motion, he brought his blade down. The leader's words died in his throat as he fell, the light fading from his eyes. The clearing fell silent once more. Naruto stood over the bodies, his expression unreadable. He turned to Ino, who was still on the ground, her body trembling. Her eyes were wide with shock, tears streaming down her face. She managed to pull herself to her feet, her legs unsteady. "Naruto," she whispered again. Without a word, he removed his cloak and draped it over her shoulders. The warmth of the fabric was a stark contrast to the cold night air. Ino clutched the cloak tightly, her body still shaking. I thought I was going to. Her voice broke, and she began to sob. Naruto remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. Unable to hold back, Ino threw herself into his arms, clinging to him as if he were her lifeline. "Thank you," she sobbed, her voice muffled against his chest. "Thank you for saving me." Naruto hesitated for a moment, then slowly wrapped his arms around her. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. "Comfort her, kid. She needs it." Naruto tightened his embrace, his voice soft for the first time in years. "It's okay," he murmured. "You're safe now." Ino looked up at him, her tear-streaked face breaking into a small, grateful smile. For a moment, the cold, distant Naruto was gone, replaced by the boy she once knew. Without another word, he lifted her into his arms, carrying her bridal style through the forest. Ino rested her head against his chest, her heart finally beginning to slow. For the first time in what felt like forever, she felt safe. The night was oppressive, filled with the relentless sound of rain hammering against the tents. Lightning illuminated the dark forest, followed closely by the deafening rumble of thunder. Ino lay in her tent, clutching her blanket tightly as each bolt of lightning sent a flash of light through the small opening of her tent. She couldn't stop trembling. It wasn't just the storm. It was the nightmare. She had been dreaming of the bandit leader, his cruel grin, his hands tearing at her clothes, and the helplessness she felt as she screamed for help. In her dream, no one came. Naruto didn't come. She jolted awake with a sharp cry, her chest heaving as she tried to calm her breathing. It was just a dream, she whispered to herself, but the fear lingered. She hugged her knees, trying to suppress the sobs that threatened to escape. The storm continued, the rain hitting the tent in waves. Ino bit her lip. She hated storms. As a child, whenever there was thunder and lightning, she would crawl into bed with her parents, finding comfort in their warmth and protection. But now, they were gone, and she was alone. "I can't do this," she muttered, running a hand through her hair. Her eyes darted to the entrance of her tent. An idea formed, one that made her cheeks flush with warmth. Why not? Grabbing a small umbrella to shield herself from the rain, Ino slipped out of her tent. The cold rain pelted down around her, soaking her legs as she made her way to the adjacent tent. She paused at the entrance, hesitating. Her heart was racing, not just from the storm, but from what she was about to do. She took a deep breath, then ducked inside. The interior of Naruto's tent was dimly lit by the faint glow of a lantern. Her eyes quickly adjusted to the low light, and what she saw made her face heat up. Naruto lay on his side, his chest bare, the blanket barely covering his lower half. His lean, well-defined muscles stood out under the soft light, his skin glistening slightly from the humidity. His features were relaxed in sleep, his usual cold expression replaced by one of peace. Ino's heart skipped a beat. She had always known Naruto was handsome, but seeing him like this, so vulnerable and serene, made her stomach flutter. She knelt beside him, gently shaking his shoulder. "Naruto-kun," she whispered. He stirred, his eyes slowly opening. "Ino?" His voice was groggy, laced with confusion. "What are you doing here?" She averted her gaze, suddenly self-conscious of her appearance. She was wearing a sheer nightgown, one that clung to her curves and left little to the imagination. She pulled the cloak she had borrowed earlier tighter around her, but it did little to hide her form. I can't sleep," she admitted, her voice barely audible. "The storm. It scares me. And I had a nightmare." Naruto blinked, his expression softening slightly. "A nightmare?" She nodded, her eyes welling up with tears. "I dreamed earlier, about those bandits. I kept screaming, but no one came to save me." Her voice broke, and she looked away, embarrassed. "I know it's stupid, but I'm scared." Naruto sat up, his eyes meeting hers. "It's not stupid," he said quietly. Ino took a shaky breath. Can I sleep here? Just for tonight?" There was a moment of silence. Then, Naruto nodded. "Yeah. Sure." Relief washed over her, and before she could stop herself, she threw her arms around him. "Thank you," she whispered. Naruto stiffened at the contact, clearly unused to such displays of affection, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he awkwardly patted her back. Ino pulled away slightly, her face inches from his. Her eyes flickered down to his chest, then back up to his face. "I'll just lie down here," she said, her cheeks burning. She settled beside him, resting her head on his chest. His warmth was comforting, and she could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her ear. Her arms wrapped around him, holding him close. Naruto shifted slightly, trying to ignore the fact that her body was pressed against his, her soft curves impossible to ignore. Her nightgown did little to mask the feel of her skin against his. "Good night, Naruto-kun," she murmured, her voice filled with a mix of exhaustion and contentment. "Good night," he replied, his voice softer than usual. As Ino drifted off, her breathing evened out, and she snuggled closer to him. Naruto lay still, his mind racing. He wasn't used to this kind of closeness. Inside his mind, Kurama chuckled. "Didn't know you were such a softie, Naruto." "Shut up," Naruto muttered under his breath. "She's clinging to you like a lifeline. You'd better take care of her." Naruto sighed, his hand gently brushing against Ino's hair. "I know," he whispered. In the Hokage's office, far from the storm, Tsunade sat behind her desk, a bottle of sake in hand. Kakashi stood nearby, his face obscured as usual by his mask. "Things have changed," Tsunade said, her voice heavy. "Naruto's changed." Kakashi nodded. "He's been through a lot. The war, Obito. It left scars. He's pushed everyone away." Tsunade frowned. "Even Ino?" Kakashi chuckled. "You sent them on a mission together? Brave move." "They don't get along," Tsunade admitted. "But maybe this will help them understand each other." Kakashi sighed. "I just hope Naruto doesn't lose himself. He's been walking a dark path ever since the war ended." Tsunade poured herself another drink. "He won't. Naruto's stronger than that. I believe in him." Kakashi smiled faintly beneath his mask. "So do I, but sometimes, fate has a way of surprising us." Tsunade raised her glass. "Let's hope it surprises us in a good way." Kakashi nodded, his gaze distant. "For all our sakes." Back in the tent, the storm raged on, but Ino slept soundly for the first time in weeks. Naruto remained awake, his thoughts a whirlwind of memories and emotions. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel completely alone. Chapter 2, The Weight of Vulnerability. Naruto woke slowly, his senses stirring in the dim light of the tent. The warmth pressed against him was immediate, as was the slight discomfort of something heavy pinning him down. Blinking the sleep from his eyes, he glanced down. Ino lay sprawled across him, her soft, rhythmic breathing tickling his bare chest. One of her legs was draped lazily over his, and her arms encircled him tightly, as though he might disappear if she let go. Naruto sighed. He attempted to shift, but the slightest movement caused Ino to stir. Her brow furrowed, and she mumbled groggily, "Don't move. I don't want to wake up yet." He stilled, sighing again but with more resignation. "Tch, this is ridiculous," he muttered under his breath. Ino burrowed deeper into him, her cheek pressing firmly against his chest. Naruto's eyes widened as he became painfully aware of her body, especially the way her ample chest pressed into him. The thin fabric of her nightgown was no barrier to the warmth and softness against his skin. Kurama's deep, rumbling laughter echoed in his mind. "Look at you, Naruto Uzumaki, the mighty war hero. Reduced to a girl's body pillow." Naruto scowled internally. "Shut it, you stupid furball," he hissed under his breath, careful not to wake Ino. Kurama snorted. "You're supposed to be the great protector of this village, and here you are, pinned down by a girl. How the mighty have fallen." Naruto's face twisted in annoyance. "Oh, please. You're one to talk. You're just a lazy fox who spends all his time sleeping or mocking me. What have you done lately?" "Oh, that's right, nothing." Kurama growled. "Watch your mouth, you insolent brat. I am the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of all the tailed beasts. My power could level mountains." "Blah, blah, blah," Naruto interrupted, rolling his eyes. "You're nothing but a talking puffball who gets cranky when I don't let you nap." Kurama bristled, his voice booming in Naruto's mind. "How dare you? I am a creature of unparalleled power and majesty. Show some respect, or I'll cry about it," Naruto quipped. "Face it, Kurama. Without me, you'd still be stuck in some dank cave, probably napping under a rock. You owe me, furball." The fox growled, clearly irate, but before he could retort, Naruto felt something wet against his chest. He blinked, his banter with Kurama forgotten as he returned his focus to the present. "Ino?" he murmured, noticing the dampness spreading across his skin. She was crying. Silent tears streamed down her face, her body trembling slightly. Her lips quivered as she clung to him even tighter, her fingers clutching the fabric of his pants. "Ino, what's wrong?" Naruto asked softly, his voice tinged with concern. She sniffled, her words coming out between sobs. "You were right, Naruto. I'm weak. And pathetic." Her voice cracked, the pain in her tone cutting through the air. "I'm nothing but a spoiled girl who's always relied on others. I almost lost everything yesterday because of my weakness. If you hadn't been there." She shuddered, unable to finish the sentence. Naruto remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly as he listened. "I could have been." Ino choked on the words, burying her face in his chest. "They almost took everything from me. My pride, my dignity. My virginity. If you hadn't come. She broke into sobs, her shoulders shaking violently. Naruto tightened his jaw, his heart clenching. He wasn't the best at dealing with emotional situations, but he couldn't ignore the pain she was in. Slowly, hesitantly, he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer. Ino continued, her voice barely audible. I've always had everything handed to me. The Yamanaka clan techniques, my lifestyle. I didn't have to struggle like you did. You were an orphan, hated by the village. You had nothing, but you worked hard and became the strongest shinobi. And me? I'm nothing. You were right about everything. Naruto frowned, his grip on her tightening. Ino, he said quietly, his voice steady but gentle. You're not weak. Yeah, you've had it easier than some, but that doesn't mean you're worthless. He paused, searching for the right words. Strength isn't about never falling. It's about getting back up, no matter how hard you've been hit. You've got potential, but you need to push yourself to find it. Ino sniffled, looking up at him with red, tear-streaked eyes. But what if I can't? She whispered. You can, Naruto said firmly. You're strong, Ino. You just need to believe it. He hesitated, then added, and you're not just strong. You're talented, smart, and beautiful, too. Ino's cheeks flushed, her tears momentarily forgotten as she stared at him in surprise. Beautiful? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, looking away awkwardly. Yeah. You're not bad to look at, he mumbled. Ino's lips twitched, a faint smile breaking through her sorrow. You're terrible at giving compliments, you know that? Naruto shrugged. I'm not exactly a smooth talker. She chuckled softly, her laughter mingling with the sound of the rain. Slowly, she pushed herself up, sitting astride his lap. Naruto's face turned scarlet as her hips settled against him, her nightgown riding up slightly. Ino, he began, but she silenced him with a finger to his lips. You've been there for me when no one else was, she said, her voice soft but resolute. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Before he could respond, she leaned down and pressed her lips to his. The kiss was gentle at first, a tentative exploration, but it quickly deepened as she poured her gratitude and emotions into the act. Naruto's eyes widened in shock before they slowly fluttered shut. His hands hovered uncertainly before settling on her waist, his fingers brushing against the smooth fabric of her nightgown. When they finally pulled apart, both were breathless. Ino smiled, her eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and affection. You really are something else, Naruto-kun. Naruto's face was still red, but he managed a small smile. You're not so bad yourself, Ino. She laughed softly, resting her forehead against his. The storm outside raged on, but inside the tent, a new sense of calm had settled between them. For the first time in a long while, they both felt a little less alone. Morning light filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The storm had passed, leaving the air fresh but heavy with moisture. Naruto stood outside the tent, adjusting his gear and preparing for their journey back to the village. His expression was neutral, though his mind churned with the weight of recent events. Behind him, Ino busied herself with her belongings, neatly packing them into her travel bag. Her movements were methodical, but her eyes kept drifting toward Naruto. He stood with his back to her, his lean, wiry frame outlined by the morning sun. His skin was pale, almost luminous, and his delicate features gave him an ethereal beauty that was hard to ignore. Ino felt her cheeks flush as her thoughts wandered. He looks almost too perfect, like some kind of porcelain doll. But I know better. Beneath that serene exterior lies unmatched strength. She tightened her grip on the strap of her bag. I've made my decision, Naruto, she thought, her resolve hardening. You're mine. My love, my protector, my everything. No one else, Hinata, Sakura, or anyone, will stand in our way. If they try, I'll destroy them. Taking a deep breath, she approached him. Naruto-kun? She called softly, her voice tinged with nervous anticipation. He turned, his eyes calm and steady. What is it? Ino felt her heart skip a beat. She swallowed hard and looked down briefly before meeting his gaze. I was thinking, she began, her voice faltering slightly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. About what? Ino's face turned crimson. I need. She clenched her fists, gathering her courage. I want you, she blurted out. Naruto blinked, startled. What? Realizing how her words sounded, Ino waved her hands frantically, her face burning. I mean, I want you to train me. She corrected quickly. Please, Naruto-kun, I need your help. Naruto tilted his head, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. Why me? Ino took a deep breath, her eyes earnest. Because I'm weak, Naruto. And I hate it. I need to get stronger, and I can't do it alone. You're the only one I trust. The only one who sees more than just my body. Her voice grew quieter. Every other guy just wants me for how I look, but you're different. You see me for who I am. That's why I want you to train me. Please. Naruto stared at her for a long moment, his mind weighing her words. He could see the determination in her eyes, the desperation to change, to grow. After a pause, he nodded. All right, he said finally. I'll train you. But I won't go easy on you. Ino's face lit up with joy. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in an enthusiastic hug. Oi, let go. Naruto protested, his arms pinned to his sides. Nope, Ino laughed, holding him tighter. She spun around gleefully, releasing him only to dash through the trees, her laughter ringing through the forest. Naruto-kun is going to train me. This is the best day ever. Naruto watched her with a rare, small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Her exuberance was infectious, reminding him of a time when he'd been just as optimistic, just as full of life. But the smile faded as his thoughts darkened. Those days are gone. There's no going back. His musings were interrupted when Ino returned, her demeanor suddenly shifting. Her eyes, once sparkling with joy, now held a darker, more possessive gleam. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a low, almost sinister tone. By the way, Naruto-kun, she said sweetly, though her words carried an edge. You know, if you ever train another girl besides me. She trailed off, her smile turning sharp. I'll kill you. Naruto blinked, taken aback. What? Ino's smile widened, her tone still deceptively cheerful. I mean it. You're mine, Naruto. Only mine. If anyone else tries to get between us, they'll regret it. From now on, I'm the only girl you need in your life. Naruto stared at her, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That's a bit extreme, don't you think? Ino shrugged, her smile unrelenting. I don't care. She grabbed his arm, pressing it against her chest. Naruto's face turned red as he felt the softness of her body, and he tried to pull away, but her grip was surprisingly strong. Ino, let go, he muttered, his voice strained. Nope, she said playfully, leaning into him. This feels nice. Naruto groaned inwardly. She's like a completely different person. This must be that Yamanaka craziness coming out. Kurama, meanwhile, was beside himself with laughter. Finally. I can't believe it, Naruto Uzumaki, the great shinobi, completely whipped by a girl. This is priceless. Shut up, Kurama, Naruto snapped internally. Oh, I'm never letting you live this down, Kurama chuckled. She's got you wrapped around her little finger, and you know it. Naruto sighed, resigning himself to his fate. Whatever, he muttered. Let's just get going. Ino clung to his arm, her smile now genuine again. Lead the way, Naruto-kun. As they walked through the forest, Naruto couldn't help but feel a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Ino was unpredictable, intense, and more than a little crazy, but there was no denying her determination. And, despite himself, he felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as alone as he thought. Naruto and Ino walked side by side through the village gates, Naruto's usual cool and distant demeanor only slightly cracking under the persistent attention of Ino Yamanaka. Her arm was firmly linked with his, her hand clutching his arm close to her chest, and she had a contented smile as if she didn't have a care in the world. Naruto, on the other hand, looked torn between exasperation and embarrassment, his eyes darting around as villagers turned to look. Sasuke, who was walking with Sakura nearby, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze narrowing as he caught sight of Naruto and Ino approaching. His eyes widened in disbelief. Sasuke? Sakura asked, noticing the shift in his expression. She turned her head in the same direction, her jaw dropping as her eyes landed on the unusual scene unfolding before them. No way. This can't be real. Other villagers around them also began to notice. Whispers spread through the streets, fueled by shock and disbelief. Kiba, who was standing nearby with Shino, blinked, then let out a loud laugh, half in disbelief, half amused. This is it. The end of the world. Someone save the children. Shino raised an eyebrow, his usual stoic expression unaffected. You're exaggerating, Kiba, he muttered, adjusting his glasses. But Kiba shook his head dramatically. No, this is like a shinobi giving up on their skill set. It's like a member of the Inuzuka clan abandoning their ninken for a cat. Shino gave him a look. I'm right here. Meanwhile, Hinata, who had also been walking nearby, saw Ino holding onto Naruto so openly. Her face fell, and she looked away, feeling a pang of sadness. Ino looked at the crowd, her smile growing wider as she leaned closer to Naruto, resting her head on his shoulder. They're so happy for us, Naruto-kun. Isn't it cute? She said, giving Sakura a mischievous look as they walked by. Sakura just stared, her face full of shock and confusion. Naruto and Ino. The two people who couldn't stand each other? Naruto sighed, pulling his arm slightly. Ino, can you let go now? Ino just gave him a playful smirk. Nope, she replied cheerfully, squeezing his arm a little tighter as they walked. Sasuke watched the scene with narrowed eyes, while Sakura continued to stare, processing the strange turn of events. Naruto kept his head down, hoping to avoid more attention, but Ino's antics made that impossible. Kurama, he thought, I swear this is beyond embarrassing. Kurama chuckled from within. The mighty Naruto Uzumaki, humbled by a girl. This is priceless. Shut up, furball, Naruto grumbled, his cheeks reddening slightly. As they approached the Hokage's office, Naruto felt a flicker of relief, hoping to finally end this public spectacle. But Ino had other ideas. When they entered the office, Shizune and Tsunade were in the middle of a conversation. Shizune's eyes landed on them first, and her mouth fell open as she stared. Tsunade noticed her assistant's reaction and turned to look, only for her jaw to drop as well. What in the world? Ino beamed, seemingly oblivious to everyone's shock. We're here to submit our mission report, she said sweetly, still clutching Naruto's arm. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at them, trying to process what she was seeing. Ino. Naruto. What exactly is going on here? Ino looked up at Naruto, then back at Tsunade. Oh, didn't we mention? Naruto-kun and I are together now, she announced with a broad smile. He's my boyfriend. Naruto's face flushed deeply as he quickly shook his head. I didn't say that. Ignoring him, Ino continued, isn't it wonderful? Soon enough, he's going to propose, and we'll get married and have lots of cute kids. Shizune gave her a surprised look. So that's how it is. Naruto tried to pull his arm free again, but Ino held on, giving him a light smack on the arm as if he were being silly. Oh, Naruto-kun, she cooed. You don't have to be shy. Everyone's already happy for us, right? Tsunade's face softened slightly as she observed the two of them. Perhaps she'll help him see things differently, she muttered to herself, a small smile playing at her lips. Every great man has a woman by his side. Before Naruto could respond, Ino tugged him toward the door. Well, we have places to be. Right, Naruto-kun? She chirped as she let him out, leaving the Hokage and her assistant watching in bewildered silence. Once they were back in the village streets, Ino finally let go, smiling brightly. Naruto-kun, I'll miss you, she said dramatically, placing a hand on her heart. Naruto blinked at her, a bit taken aback. You'll miss me? Ino sighed, nodding. I wanted to keep training with you all day, but I know you need rest. She looked down, a small pout on her lips. Naruto shrugged, trying to mask his confusion. Yeah. Training tomorrow sounds good. Ino gave him a sudden look of inspiration. Oh. I almost forgot something. Naruto raised an eyebrow as she quickly leaned in, pressing a firm kiss to his lips. For a split second, he was too shocked to react. Ino pulled away, biting her lip with a playful smile as she looked around at the surrounding villagers, who had all turned to watch with wide eyes. Now you'll have something to remember me by, she said, her voice low and sweet. Don't forget it. With a wink, she spun around and started walking away, leaving Naruto standing there, flustered. He could hear the faint whispers and gasps from the people around them, and he pulled his collar up slightly, trying to hide the blush creeping onto his face. The Yamanaka clan is officially insane, he thought, looking down and catching sight of a smudge of her lipstick left on his shirt. As he continued his walk back to his apartment, he kept replaying the moment in his mind, a small smile tugging at his lips despite himself. The attention, the gestures. It was all overwhelming, but a part of him found it strangely endearing. Back in the Hokage's office, Tsunade shook her head, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Perhaps she's exactly what he needs. The moon hung high in the sky, its silver light casting a tranquil glow over the quiet village of Konoha. All was still except for one restless soul. Ino Yamanaka sat on the edge of her bed, her thoughts a chaotic whirlpool. Her arms crossed tightly over her chest, and her legs swung back and forth as she stared blankly at the wall. Her mind was filled with one thought, Naruto. Every time she closed her eyes, vivid dreams of him haunted her, dreams that left her breathless and yearning. But tonight was different. She couldn't sleep, not even for a second. Why can't I stop thinking about him? She whispered to herself, brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Naruto-kun. My love, my fiancé, my future husband. A sudden realization hit her, and her eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. Why am I torturing myself like this? I don't need to be alone. She clapped her hands together, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. I'll move in with Naruto-kun. Yes, that's it. I'll live with him, share everything with him, and be by his side every moment. Without a second thought, Ino jumped up and began packing. She threw her clothes, toiletries, and a few sentimental items into her suitcase, humming cheerfully as she worked. The idea of living with Naruto filled her with a sense of purpose and anticipation. I don't need 2 rooms in that fancy new apartment I just bought, she said to herself as she zipped up her bags. 1 room is enough. 1 bed is enough. For both of us. She laughed to herself, imagining Naruto's reaction. What will his face look like when he sees me at his door in the middle of the night? Probably priceless. Giggling, she grabbed her suitcase and left her apartment, determination written all over her face. Meanwhile, Naruto was in the middle of a rare, peaceful slumber. For once, his mind wasn't weighed down by the burdens of his past or the responsibilities of his present. His breaths were steady, his body relaxed as he lay sprawled out on his bed. That peace, however, was short-lived. Bang! 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 A loud, insistent knocking echoed through his apartment. Naruto stirred, groaning as he pulled the pillow over his head. Who the hell is knocking at this hour? He mumbled, still half asleep. He turned over, trying to ignore it, but the knocking only grew louder and more persistent. With a sigh, he sat up, rubbing his eyes. All right, I'm coming," he muttered, dragging his feet toward the door. He fully expected to see a neighbor or, worse, a member of Anbu with some urgent mission. But when he opened the door, he was met with the last person he expected. "Ino?" he asked, blinking in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Before he could get an answer, Ino pushed past him, dragging her suitcase inside as if she owned the place. She kicked off her sandals, flopping down on his couch with a satisfied sigh. "Nice place, Naruto-kun," she said, ignoring his bewildered expression. "I've decided I'm moving in with you." Naruto's jaw dropped. "What? You can't just..." "Oh, but I can," Ino interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. "You see, I've been having these terrible nightmares, and I can't sleep alone. So, I thought, who better to stay with than my dear, sweet fiancé?" Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. "I'm not your fiancé, Ino." "Not yet," she corrected with a wink. "But you will be." Kurama's laughter echoed in Naruto's mind. "This is gold," the fox said, barely able to contain his amusement. "She's not going to let you have a moment's peace." Naruto groaned inwardly. "Shut up, furball." "Ino," he began, his tone firm, "you can't just move in here without asking." "But I already did," Ino said cheerfully, standing up and stretching. Her form-fitting tank top and shorts left little to the imagination, and Naruto quickly averted his eyes, his face turning red. "And I'm not leaving." Naruto sighed, realizing he was fighting a losing battle. "Fine. But you're sleeping in the other room." Ino's laughter rang out, loud and unapologetic. "Oh, Naruto-kun, you're so funny. Of course, I'm sleeping in your room." Naruto's eyes widened. "What? No way." She said, grabbing his hand and leading him toward his bedroom. "Come on, it's been a long night, and I'm tired." Before Naruto could protest further, Ino tossed her suitcase into the corner of his room and plopped down onto his bed. She began peeling off her tank top, revealing a lacy bra that struggled to contain her ample chest. Naruto quickly turned away, his face burning. "Ino, what are you doing?" "Getting comfortable." "Duh." She grinned, kicking off her shorts to reveal matching underwear. "Don't be shy, Naruto-kun. We're going to be living together from now on. You'll have to get used to this." Naruto groaned, muttering under his breath. "This can't be happening." Kurama, meanwhile, was practically rolling with laughter. "Oh, this is priceless. Your reputation is doomed." Ino slid under the covers and patted the spot next to her. "Come on, Naruto-kun. Don't keep me waiting." Naruto hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to run. But he knew Ino well enough to understand that once she set her mind on something, there was no stopping her. Resigned, he climbed into bed, keeping as much distance between them as possible. As soon as he lay down, Ino rolled over, pressing herself against him. Her head rested on his chest, and her arms wrapped around him tightly. "Good night, Naruto-kun," she murmured, her voice soft and content. Naruto lay stiff as a board, his heart pounding in his chest. "This is my life now," he thought, staring up at the ceiling. Kurama's voice was the last thing he heard before he drifted off. "You've got yourself a real handful, kid." The night was still, but Naruto's mind was anything but. His body lay motionless in bed, yet inside his dream, he stood in the midst of a desolate battlefield. The ground was cracked and charred, and the sky above was a swirling storm of darkness, punctuated by flashes of eerie purple lightning. A figure loomed before him, cloaked in shadow, with eyes that burned like coals. His presence radiated malice, and his weapon, a massive, jagged scythe, gleamed with a sinister black aura. "Ah, Naruto Uzumaki," the man spoke, his voice a deep, mocking rumble. "The so-called hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War. How the mighty have fallen." Naruto clenched his fists, his breathing heavy. He tried to summon his usual strength, but no chakra answered his call. His limbs felt leaden, his reflexes dulled. Even Kurama's power seemed distant, like a flickering ember in the cold. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, his voice defiant but laced with underlying fear. The figure chuckled, raising his scythe. "I am your end." He dashed forward, moving faster than Naruto could react. The scythe's blade whistled through the air, and Naruto barely managed to dodge, stumbling backward. The man pressed his attack, his strikes relentless and precise. Each swing of the scythe left dark trails in its wake, and Naruto found himself on the defensive, struggling to evade. His heart pounded in his chest as the weapon grazed his side, sending a shock of pain through his body. "You're weak," the man sneered, his eyes gleaming with sadistic glee. "Without your allies, without your precious village, you're nothing." Naruto gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. He lunged forward, aiming a punch at his opponent's face, but the man caught his fist effortlessly and twisted his arm, forcing Naruto to his knees. "Enough games," the man growled. He raised his scythe high above his head, the blade glowing with dark energy. "It's time to end this. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki." The scythe came down with a deafening roar, and Naruto felt a cold, searing pain as the blade cut through him. He saw his own body fall, lifeless, his head rolling to the ground. In the real world, Naruto's body convulsed violently. Sweat poured down his face, and his breathing was ragged. Beside him, Ino stirred, feeling the tremors in the bed. She blinked awake, rubbing her eyes, and immediately noticed Naruto's distress. His face was contorted in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Naruto-kun?" she whispered, her voice laced with concern. When he didn't respond, she sat up, placing a hand on his shoulder and shaking him gently. "Naruto-kun, wake up." Still, he didn't stir. His breathing grew more erratic, and his hands clenched the sheets tightly. "Hey!" Ino shouted, shaking him harder now. "Naruto-kun, wake up!" With a sudden gasp, Naruto's eyes flew open. He sat up abruptly, his chest heaving as he gulped in air. His skin was pale, and his hands trembled as he clutched the blanket. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" Ino asked, her eyes wide with worry. "You were shaking and sweating. It looked like you were having a nightmare." Naruto's eyes darted around the room, his mind still trapped in the horrifying vision. He ran a hand through his damp hair, trying to steady his breathing. "It's nothing," he said hoarsely. "Just a bad dream. I don't want to talk about it." Ino frowned but didn't press him further. Instead, she reached out and placed a comforting hand on his arm. "It's okay, Naruto-kun," she said softly. "You're safe now." Naruto nodded but remained tense, his body still trembling slightly. Ino watched him for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. "Take off your shirt," she said suddenly. Naruto blinked at her, confused. "What? Why?" "Just do it," Ino insisted. "Trust me." Reluctantly, Naruto pulled off his shirt, revealing his toned but slightly scarred chest. His skin glistened with sweat, and he shivered slightly in the cool night air. Before he could ask what she was doing, Ino reached behind her back and unclasped her bra, letting it fall to the floor. Her ample chest, full and soft, was now bare, and she leaned forward, pressing herself against Naruto. "Ino!" Naruto yelped, his face turning bright red. "What are you?" Ino said, wrapping her arms around him. She pulled his head down, gently guiding it to rest against her chest. "This will help you relax. Just breathe, Naruto-kun." Naruto's protests died in his throat as he felt the warmth and softness of her skin. Her steady heartbeat thumped in his ear, a soothing rhythm that slowly began to calm his racing mind. Her scent, a mix of floral perfume and something uniquely hers, enveloped him, and he found himself exhaling deeply. "See?" Ino murmured, stroking his hair. "Isn't this better?" Naruto mumbled something incoherent, his face still flushed, but he didn't pull away. His trembling subsided, and his breathing gradually evened out. Ino smiled, feeling his warm breath against her skin. "Good. Now, let's get some sleep." She leaned back, keeping Naruto's head nestled against her chest. Her fingers continued to thread through his hair as she closed her eyes, a content smile on her lips. "Sweet dreams, Naruto-kun," she whispered. Elsewhere, the village was far from quiet. In the Hokage's residence, Kakashi Hatake stood by his window, staring out at the darkened streets. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by a deep frown, his thoughts heavy. A sudden knock on his door broke the silence. "Enter," Kakashi said, turning to face the visitor. Hayate Gecko stepped inside, his expression grim. "Kakashi-senpai, we've received a report. Another village has been destroyed." Kakashi's eyes narrowed. "Which one?" "5 villages, actually," Hayate corrected, his voice tight. "Small settlements in the outer regions. All wiped out. No survivors." Kakashi's heart sank. "And the culprit?" "We still don't know," Hayate admitted. "Whoever it is, they leave no trace. The only clue we have is the brutality of the attacks. Everyone is killed and..." He hesitated. "And?" Kakashi prompted. "The women are violated before being killed," Hayate said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's inhuman. Monstrous." Kakashi clenched his fists, his mind racing. "This isn't just a rogue ninja. This is something far worse." Hayate nodded. "What should we do, senpai?" Kakashi sighed, his gaze hardening. "We prepare. First thing tomorrow, I'll inform Lady Tsunade. In the meantime, get some rest. We'll need our strength for what's coming." "Yes, Kakashi-senpai," Hayate said, bowing before leaving the room. Left alone, Kakashi turned back to the window, his thoughts heavy. "This doesn't bode well," he muttered to himself. "What's happening to our world?" And with that ominous thought, the night stretched on, fraught with unseen dangers and dark omens. The sun filtered through the curtains, casting a soft golden glow over the room. Naruto stirred, slowly waking from his uneasy slumber. As consciousness returned, he became aware of a peculiar sensation. His face was pressed against something soft, no, incredibly soft, and warm. It smelled faintly of flowers and something sweeter, more intimate. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and his heart nearly stopped. His face was buried in Ino's bare chest, her ample bosom rising and falling gently with each breath. He could feel the warmth of her skin, the smooth curve of her body pressing against him. Panicking, he tried to pull away, but Ino's arms tightened around his head, pulling him closer. She murmured, her voice soft and playful. "Just sleep a little longer, Naruto-kun. You're so warm." "Ino." Naruto's voice was muffled, his face still firmly pressed into her chest. "Let me go. I need to get up." "Nope," Ino replied with a mischievous smile. "You're staying right here." She gently stroked his hair, her tone teasing. "Isn't this comfy?" Naruto groaned, his voice still muffled. "Ino. Seriously. Let me go." She sighed dramatically, loosening her grip just enough for him to pull back. Naruto sat up quickly, his face a deep shade of red. Ino remained lying down, her arms stretched lazily above her head. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," she said with a yawn, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Naruto glanced at her briefly, then quickly averted his gaze. "Morning." Ino pouted. "Don't be rude, Naruto-kun. Look at me when you say it." He sighed, still avoiding eye contact. "Good morning, Ino." She smiled triumphantly. "That's more like it. See? You can be sweet when you try." Naruto stood, grabbing a shirt to cover himself. "I'm going to take a shower. And cover yourself, will you?" Ino giggled, pulling a blanket over herself but leaving one shoulder teasingly exposed. "Oh, Naruto-kun, you're so shy." Naruto muttered something under his breath and left the room. As he walked down the hall, Ino suddenly jumped out of bed and sprinted past him. "Hey!" Naruto called after her, confused. She reached the bathroom first, sticking her tongue out at him. "Ladies first, Naruto-kun. Be a gentleman." Naruto groaned. "Fine, whatever." Before he could walk away, Ino leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his lips. "Thanks, Naruto-kun," she said sweetly before closing the door. Naruto stood frozen for a moment, his face red. "She's impossible," he muttered, heading to the living room. Minutes passed as Naruto sat on the couch, thinking about the strange dream he had. The nightmare still lingered at the edges of his mind, a dark cloud he couldn't shake. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of running water and Ino's voice calling out from the bathroom. "Naruto-kun. The shower's broken." He frowned, standing up. "What do you mean it's broken?" "It's not working," she replied, her tone frustrated. "Come fix it." Naruto sighed, muttering to himself about how ridiculous this was. He walked to the bathroom, knocking on the door. "All right, I'm coming in. This is embarrassing, you know." There was no response, so he cautiously opened the door. Steam billowed out, and for a moment, he couldn't see anything. "Ino?" he called out, stepping inside. The door suddenly slammed shut behind him. He spun around, only to see Ino leaning against the door, completely naked, her hands on her hips. "You tricked me," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide. Ino grinned mischievously. "I didn't trick you. I just wanted some help." And maybe some company. Naruto's face turned scarlet. Ino. This isn't funny. She stepped closer, her wet hair clinging to her skin. Come on, Naruto-kun, she said playfully, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. We're both adults. Let's enjoy this. Naruto tried to protest, but his words caught in his throat as she pulled him into the shower. The water cascaded over them, soaking his clothes instantly. Ino, my clothes. He groaned, trying to step back, but she held him firmly in place. She giggled, running her fingers through his hair. You'll dry off. Relax, Naruto-kun. This will be fun. Despite his embarrassment, Naruto found himself unable to resist her. Her confidence, her playful demeanor, it was overwhelming. After their eventful shower, Naruto found himself in the kitchen, wearing fresh clothes and cooking breakfast. He focused on the task at hand, trying to ignore the memory of Ino's playful teasing. Meanwhile, Ino entered the room, dressed in a tight workout outfit that accentuated her figure. She spun around dramatically, showing off her new attire. What do you think, Naruto-kun? She asked, striking a pose. I bought this yesterday. It's perfect for training, don't you think? Naruto glanced at her briefly, then returned his attention to the stove. It's fine, he said simply. Ino pouted, walking over to the table and sitting down. You're no fun, Naruto-kun. But that's okay. I'll get you to loosen up eventually. She grabbed a plate of food and took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. Oh my god. This is amazing, she exclaimed. Naruto-kun, you're an incredible cook. Naruto shrugged. It's just breakfast. Ino grinned, taking another bite. I've decided. From now on, you're making all our meals. It's your job as my future husband. Naruto rolled his eyes. Great. Just what I needed, a new job. After breakfast, Ino packed her training bag, filling it with water bottles and other essentials. She adjusted her headband and stretched, looking excited. I'm ready, she announced. Today's the day I start my journey to becoming stronger than you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smirked. We'll see about that. She walked over to him, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the door. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's go. As they stepped outside, Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, laughing. Great work, Naruto. You've got yourself quite the handful. Naruto sighed. This is going to be a long day. Ino smiled, squeezing his hand. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We'll make it fun. And with that, their day of training, and mischief, began. The sun shone brightly as Naruto and Ino walked through Konoha's bustling streets. Ino held Naruto's hand tightly, her head resting against his shoulder, radiating happiness. Naruto, on the other hand, maintained his usual calm, detached demeanor, his eyes fixed straight ahead. People in the village whispered and stared as they passed by. It wasn't every day they saw Naruto, the once loud and cheerful hero of the war, walking so quietly, his hand held by the bold and beautiful Ino Yamanaka. Among those watching was Sakura Haruno. She stood near a shop, her eyes narrowing as she took in the sight of her two former teammates. Her heart twisted with a mix of envy and confusion. Ino noticed Sakura's gaze and smirked, deliberately snuggling closer to Naruto. She raised her voice just enough for Sakura to hear. Isn't it wonderful, Naruto-kun? Spending the morning together, just you and me, Ino said, her tone sugary sweet. Sakura's fists clenched as she fought the urge to retort. Her jaw tightened, and a spark of anger flickered in her eyes. Ino, she muttered under her breath. Sakura finally snapped, her voice loud enough to cut through the morning air. Since when does Ino train? And why is Naruto the one training her? Ino turned her head, flashing Sakura a smug smile. Oh, Sakura, you didn't know? I've decided to get stronger, and who better to help me than my amazing future husband? She winked. Enjoy the view, forehead. Sakura's face turned red with anger. She opened her mouth to fire back, but the words caught in her throat as she noticed something that stung more than Ino's taunts. Naruto didn't even glance her way. He kept walking, his face expressionless, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. To him, it was as if Sakura didn't exist. The weight of his indifference hit her like a punch to the gut. Sakura's anger faded, replaced by a deep, hollow sadness. What happened to you, Naruto? She wondered. Why did you become so distant? As Naruto and Ino walked away, Sakura could still hear Ino's cheerful voice chatting about their training plans. Each word felt like a knife twisting in her chest. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hatake stood before Tsunade, a serious expression on his face. The usually light-hearted tone in the room was replaced by a heavy silence as he delivered his report. 5 villages, Kakashi said grimly. Completely wiped out in just 2 weeks. The attackers left no survivors. Men, women, children. all slaughtered. Tsunade's brows furrowed deeply as she leaned back in her chair. This is worse than we thought. Do we have any idea who's responsible? Kakashi shook his head. No concrete evidence yet. But whoever they are, they're brutal. Reports say they. He hesitated, his voice dropping. They violated the women before killing them. They're not just attackers, they're monsters. Tsunade's hands clenched into fists. This is a dark force heading our way. But will we be ready for them when they arrive? Kakashi nodded. We have our best shinobi on standby. Sasuke is already preparing strategies, and, don't mention Naruto, Tsunade interrupted sharply, her tone laced with concern. He's far from us now. I'm worried about him, Kakashi. He's changed so much, and I fear it's only getting worse. Kakashi sighed, rubbing the back of his head. He's troubled, that's for sure. But he's still my student. He'll listen to me if I talk to him. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Do you remember the last time you talked to him? 2 weeks ago? Kakashi winced, recalling the conversation. Yeah. He told me he didn't need advice from a perverted old man who reads trashy books. Tsunade gave a bitter laugh. He insulted me too. Called me a drunken old hag who's good for nothing but drinking. Kakashi chuckled nervously. Well, he's not entirely wrong. Tsunade shot him a glare but then sighed. Naruto and Ino. What's their story? How did they even end up together? Kakashi leaned against the desk, crossing his arms. It's quite the tale. Seems like Ino latched onto him after he hit a rough patch. They've been inseparable ever since. She even moved in with him. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. It's unusual, but love works in mysterious ways. Maybe Ino's exactly what Naruto needs right now. She's bold, confident, and unafraid to challenge him. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. But what about Hinata? She's been in love with Naruto forever. This can't be easy for her. Tsunade leaned forward, her expression serious. Kakashi, let's be honest. Hinata isn't the right match for Naruto. First, she's too timid. She can't even hold a conversation with him without fainting. Second, Naruto doesn't feel anything for her. He doesn't even seem to remember she exists half the time. Kakashi frowned but said nothing. Tsunade continued, Ino, on the other hand, is everything Hinata isn't. She's strong, confident, and unafraid to go after what she wants. She won't let anyone get between her and Naruto. I've known Ino for years, she's my student, and I can see it in her eyes, she genuinely loves him. Kakashi nodded slowly. You might be right. If anyone can break through Naruto's walls, it's her. Let's just hope he opens his heart before it's too late. Tsunade smiled faintly. Love can do incredible things, Kakashi. Maybe, just maybe, Ino's love will save him. Kakashi chuckled. Well, it'll certainly be an interesting story to watch unfold. The two shared a moment of quiet reflection before Kakashi stood. For now, we focus on the looming threat. But I'll keep an eye on Naruto. He's still my student, and I won't give up on him. Tsunade nodded. Good. Let's hope love and war don't collide in ways we can't control. With that, Kakashi left the office, his mind racing with thoughts of both impending danger and the fragile ties of love and friendship. The training ground stretched out before them, a vast, open expanse surrounded by trees and scattered with training dummies and equipment. The morning air was crisp, filled with the faint scent of grass and the distant chirping of birds. Naruto led Ino to the center of the field, his steps purposeful, his expression as calm and serious as ever. Ino, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with energy. She rolled her shoulders, stretched her arms, and gave Naruto a determined look. All right, Naruto-kun, she said confidently. Let's get started. Naruto crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over her. She was undeniably skilled in her own right, but there was something he couldn't ignore. Before we begin, Naruto said, his tone even, there's something we need to address. Ino tilted her head, curious. What is it? You're too weak physically, he said bluntly. If you want to get stronger, you need to build your endurance and strength first. Otherwise, you won't last in a real fight. Ino's confident expression faltered for a moment. Hey! You're supposed to be my boyfriend and fiancé, not my critic. Naruto shrugged. The truth is better than empty compliments. If you really want to improve, you need to hear it. Ino pouted, crossing her arms. Fine. You're right. So, what's your brilliant plan, sensei? Naruto smirked slightly and walked over to a nearby storage shed. He returned with a set of weighted gear, specifically designed for intense physical training. We'll start with these, he said, holding up the leg weights. Ino's eyes widened. Those are your weights, aren't they? You've used these before. Naruto nodded. They'll push you to your limits. Trust me, you'll feel the difference. Reluctantly, Ino allowed Naruto to strap the weights onto her legs. As he tightened the last strap, a gust of wind swept through the field, lifting the hem of Ino's skirt ever so slightly. Naruto's eyes widened, and he quickly averted his gaze, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Ino, ever the observant one, noticed his reaction and couldn't help but laugh. "Did you get a good look, Naruto-kun?" she teased, her voice dripping with playful mischief. "Let's focus on training," Naruto muttered, trying to steer the conversation back to the task at hand. Ino leaned in close, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper. "You know," she said, her tone both dangerous and alluring, "if it were anyone else who saw my underwear, I'd kill them on the spot." She paused, then added with a playful grin, "But since it's you, Naruto-kun, you're allowed to look as much as you want." Naruto's blush deepened. "Cut it out, Ino," he said, trying to maintain his composure. But Ino wasn't done. She playfully lifted her skirt just enough to reveal the purple underwear beneath. "Isn't it cute?" she asked, her voice filled with mock innocence. Naruto groaned, his face turning a deep shade of red. "Stop messing around," he snapped. Ino giggled and lowered her skirt. All right. Let's get serious." They began with basic physical exercises. Naruto had Ino start with lunges, the added weight on her legs making each step a challenge. Ino struggled at first, her movements slow and deliberate. Despite the difficulty, she pushed through, her determination unwavering. "Good," Naruto said, observing her form. "Now, let's move on to push-ups." Ino dropped to the ground and began the exercise. By the 10th push-up, her arms were shaking, and her breathing was labored. "This is brutal," she panted. Naruto knelt beside her. "Come on, Ino. You've got this. Just a few more." Ino gritted her teeth and powered through the remaining push-ups, collapsing onto the ground when she finished. She lay there for a moment, staring up at the sky, her chest rising and falling with each heavy breath. "This better be worth it," she muttered. Naruto chuckled. "You'll thank me later." They continued with a variety of exercises, each more grueling than the last. Ino pushed herself harder than she ever had before, her body aching, her muscles screaming in protest. But she refused to give up. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Naruto called for a break. Ino collapsed onto the grass, sweat dripping from her forehead. She looked up at Naruto, her expression a mix of exhaustion and annoyance. "All right," she said, her voice hoarse. "What's next, sensei? Another round of torture?" Naruto smirked. "That was just the warm-up. Now we start the real training." Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? That was just the warm-up?" Naruto nodded. "If you want to get stronger, you've got to push past your limits. You're doing great so far." Ino sat up, glaring at him. "You're a sadist, Naruto-kun. A total sadist." Naruto laughed. "Maybe. But you're the one who asked for this." They moved on to combat training. Naruto took a defensive stance, motioning for Ino to attack. She charged at him, her movements fueled by frustration and determination. Ino threw a punch, which Naruto easily dodged. She followed up with a kick, but Naruto caught her leg mid-air. "You're leaving yourself wide open," he said, his tone calm and instructional. Ino growled in frustration. She pulled her leg back and attacked again, her strikes coming faster and more aggressive. But Naruto blocked each one with ease. As the sparring continued, Ino began to feel the weight of her exhaustion. Her movements grew sloppy, and her attacks lost their precision. "Come on, Ino," Naruto said, his voice encouraging. "You've got more in you. Show me what you've got." Ino clenched her fists, her frustration boiling over. "Am I really this weak?" she thought. "No. I can do this." With renewed determination, she charged at Naruto again. This time, she focused her chakra, channeling it into her strikes. Her movements became sharper, more calculated. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he noticed the change. "That's more like it," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. Ino launched a flurry of attacks, pushing Naruto to step up his defenses. For the first time, she managed to land a hit, her fist connecting with his shoulder. Naruto smiled. "Good. Now we're getting somewhere." They continued sparring, each session pushing Ino closer to her limits. Despite the challenges, Ino felt a sense of accomplishment. She was growing stronger, both physically and mentally. By the end of the session, Ino was completely spent. She collapsed onto the ground, her body aching, but a smile of satisfaction on her face. Naruto knelt beside her, offering her a hand. "You did well today," he said. "But this is just the beginning." Ino took his hand and allowed him to help her up. "I'll get stronger," she said, her voice filled with determination. "I'll become someone you can be proud of, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled, a rare softness in his expression. "You already are." As they packed up their gear and prepared to leave, Naruto glanced at Ino, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. This was just the start of their journey together, and he was confident that with Ino by his side, they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. "Let's head home," he said. Ino nodded, taking his hand once more. Together, they walked back toward the village, ready to face whatever the future held. The comforting hum of activity filled the cozy apartment as Naruto busied himself in the kitchen. The soft clatter of utensils, the hiss of boiling water, and the tantalizing aroma of freshly prepared food created a warm, inviting atmosphere. He worked with precision, slicing vegetables, searing meat, and seasoning the dishes to perfection. Tonight's menu was a blend of simplicity and indulgence: miso soup, grilled teriyaki salmon, steamed rice, and a colorful medley of stir-fried vegetables. Naruto glanced at the clock as he arranged the food on the dining table, taking care to set it elegantly. A pair of neatly folded napkins sat beside each plate, accompanied by gleaming chopsticks. The centerpiece was a small vase with a single white lily, its delicate petals adding a touch of grace to the scene. The sound of running water stopped, and a few moments later, Ino emerged from the bathroom. She was wrapped in a white silk robe that clung lightly to her form, her damp blonde hair cascading over her shoulders. The soft fabric of the robe hinted at her figure, the gentle curve of her waist and the toned lines of her legs visible as she walked toward the dining area. "Wow, Naruto-kun," Ino said, her voice filled with genuine admiration. She ran her fingers through her damp hair, her blue eyes sparkling as she took in the beautifully set table. "This is amazing. You really went all out." Naruto, still focused on the final touches, nodded slightly. "I wanted it to be special," he said, his tone casual but laced with a subtle warmth. "Enjoy." Ino pulled out a chair and sat down, her eyes wide as she admired the spread before her. This, she exclaimed, gesturing animatedly at the food. "It's incredible. Beautiful. Perfect." Naruto chuckled, taking his seat across from her. "Thanks. Now eat before it gets cold." Ino picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the salmon. Her eyes closed in delight as the flavors burst on her tongue. "Oh my god," she murmured. "Naruto-kun, this is amazing. You're not just a hero, you're a chef too." Naruto offered a small smile, but his thoughts seemed distant. As Ino continued to praise his cooking, Naruto's mind drifted, sinking into the dark corners of his recent dreams. The image of a man haunted him, a faceless figure wielding a massive scythe, drenched in shadows and malice. In these dreams, the man brought death wherever he went, his weapon slicing through the innocent with ruthless efficiency. Naruto could almost hear the screams, feel the icy grip of fear, and see the lifeless eyes of the victims. He shivered, the weight of the dream pressing heavily on him. Recently, he had heard whispers of a new threat, an unknown group that had decimated 5 villages in just 2 weeks. They left no survivors, their brutality knowing no bounds. Men were slaughtered, and women were subjected to horrors unspeakable. The thought of such evil made his skin crawl. "Hey! Naruto-kun!" Ino's voice snapped him back to reality. Naruto blinked, realizing he had been staring blankly at his plate. He looked up to see Ino leaning toward him, her face mere inches from his. "You've been zoning out," she said, her tone playful but with a hint of concern. "What's going on in that thick skull of yours?" Naruto shook his head. "Nothing important," he replied, trying to dismiss the dark thoughts. Ino wasn't convinced. She narrowed her eyes, then smirked. "Well, whatever it is, I've got a better idea. Imagine grapes." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Grapes?" "Yes, grapes. Green ones, purple ones, juicy and delicious." She grinned. "Can you do that?" Naruto rolled his eyes. "Even my imagination isn't safe from you, huh?" Ino giggled. "Exactly. Now, open up." She held a piece of salmon with her chopsticks, ready to feed him. Naruto hesitated. "Is this necessary?" "Yes," Ino said firmly. "I'm your future wife, after all." Naruto sighed. "You're not my wife." "Not yet," Ino corrected, her eyes gleaming with playful determination. "But I will be. Now, open up." Reluctantly, Naruto opened his mouth, and Ino fed him the bite of salmon. She beamed with satisfaction. "See? Isn't that nice?" Naruto chewed, shaking his head slightly. "You're something else, Ino." "My turn," Ino said, opening her mouth expectantly. Naruto, resigned to his fate, picked up a piece of vegetable and fed it to her. Ino exaggerated her enjoyment, making a show of how delicious it was. "Delicious," she declared. They continued their playful dinner, Ino's light-hearted antics pulling Naruto out of his dark thoughts, if only temporarily. But as the evening wore on, the weight of his dreams returned. Later, as they prepared for bed, Ino dragged Naruto to her room, insisting he stay with her. She changed into a light, semi-transparent nightgown that left little to the imagination. Its pale hue contrasted beautifully against her skin, and Naruto couldn't help but blush as she climbed into bed beside him. "Good night, Naruto-kun," Ino said sweetly, resting her head on his bare chest. Her soft blonde hair tickled his skin, and the warmth of her body was both comforting and distracting. Naruto lay still, trying to calm his racing heart. But sleep brought no peace. Once again, he found himself in the nightmare. The sixth village burned, its people screaming in terror. Women, their clothes torn, huddled together, their eyes filled with fear. The faceless man appeared again, his scythe gleaming in the firelight. He moved with terrifying grace, cutting down anyone who dared to stand in his way. Naruto's breathing quickened. He felt the man's cold, dead eyes bore into him as the scythe swung toward his neck. He woke with a start, his body covered in sweat, his chest heaving. Ino stirred beside him, mumbling something unintelligible in her sleep. She instinctively clung to him tighter, her soft breath against his skin, and a small trail of drool sliding onto his chest. Naruto glanced down, his face flushing as he noticed how her nightgown had shifted. He could see the curve of her breasts, the fabric barely covering them. He swallowed hard, carefully shifting to avoid waking her. His mind, however, remained haunted by the nightmare. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the sixth village, the true horror unfolded. A sinister figure, cloaked in black, stood among the ruins. His followers surrounded him, their faces obscured by masks. "Did you kill all the men?" the leader asked, his voice cold and commanding. "Yes, my lord," one of the subordinates replied. "And the women?" "They're here." A young girl was dragged forward, her wide eyes filled with terror. She struggled against her captor's grip, her clothes torn and her face streaked with tears. The leader stepped closer, his gloved hand reaching out to grab her chin. He tilted her face upward, inspecting her with a cruel smile. "We'll enjoy ourselves tonight," he said, his voice filled with malice. His hand moved to her chest, squeezing as she let out a desperate scream. The men around him laughed, their eyes gleaming with perverse anticipation. The leader grinned wickedly, tightening his grip. "Soon," he said, his voice dripping with dark promise, "we'll rule this world." His laughter echoed through the night, a chilling prelude to the horrors yet to come. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the bedroom. Naruto stirred, slowly opening his eyes to the sight of Ino sprawled beside him. Her blonde hair was a tousled mess, but she looked serene, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. As Naruto tried to shift and get out of bed, Ino's eyes fluttered open. She smiled mischievously, her voice low and teasing. "Why are you in such a hurry, Naruto-kun? Stay a little longer." Before he could respond, Ino swiftly straddled him, pinning him back onto the bed. She leaned forward, letting her robe fall slightly to reveal her ample chest. "Enjoy the view," she whispered playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Naruto's face turned beet red, his hands awkwardly hovering in the air as he struggled to avert his gaze. "Ino, come on. Let me up." Ino giggled, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on his lips. "Good morning, Naruto-kun." He sighed, his blush deepening. "Good morning. And it's Naruto, not Naruto-kun or whatever." Ino smirked, tilting her head as if contemplating his words. But I like Naruto-kun. It's cute. From now on, I'm calling you Naruto." She climbed off him, letting him finally sit up. As Naruto left the room to get dressed, Ino remained seated on the bed, her fingers lightly tracing the fabric of her robe. She pressed her hands over her chest, her heart racing. "This guy is driving me crazy," she muttered to herself, a fond smile tugging at her lips. "His love is overwhelming. If only I had realized it sooner. I wasted so much time fawning over Sasuke back in the academy. What a fool I was." Her smile grew as she stood, determination shining in her eyes. "But now, everything I have will be for Naruto." In the kitchen, Naruto prepared breakfast with practiced ease. The smell of eggs, rice, and grilled fish filled the air. When Ino finally joined him, they ate together, their conversation light and filled with laughter. After breakfast, Ino changed into her workout clothes, a sleek black sports bra and matching leggings that hugged her athletic figure. Naruto grabbed his gear, and together, they headed out to their training ground. The open field stretched out before them, the morning air crisp and invigorating. Birds chirped from the nearby trees, and the distant sound of a river added to the peaceful ambience. "All right, Ino," Naruto said, stretching his arms above his head. "Today, we're going to figure out your elemental affinity." Ino blinked, confused. "Elemental affinity? What's that?" Naruto grinned, crossing his arms. "It's your natural connection to one of the 5 basic elements: wind, water, earth, fire, and lightning. There's also wood, but it's pretty rare and usually requires a unique bloodline. Ino tilted her head. Okay. But how do we figure that out? Naruto began explaining, his tone shifting into that of a teacher. Each shinobi has a natural chakra affinity. It's like a talent for manipulating one element more easily than the others. For example, if your affinity is fire, you'll have an easier time learning fire-based jutsu. It's important to know your affinity so you can tailor your training. Ino nodded, absorbing the information. That makes sense. So, what's your affinity? Naruto smirked, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a small, thin piece of paper. Wind. And we're going to find out yours with this. Ino stared at the paper in disbelief. A piece of paper? You're joking, right? Naruto shook his head, his expression serious. No joke? This isn't ordinary paper, it's chakra paper. It reacts to your chakra and shows your elemental affinity. He demonstrated by channeling a small amount of chakra into the paper. Instantly, it split cleanly down the middle. See? Wind affinity. Now, it's your turn. Ino hesitated, taking the paper gingerly. You're really serious about this, huh? Naruto nodded, his eyes encouraging. Go on, give it a try. Ino held the paper in both hands, closing her eyes. She focused her chakra, willing it to flow into the paper. Inside, she silently prayed, please don't embarrass me in front of Naruto. A moment later, the paper reacted. It split cleanly in half, just like Naruto's had. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Wow, Ino. You've got wind affinity too. That's pretty rare. Ino's jaw dropped, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Really? I'm rare? Just like you? Naruto nodded. Yeah, wind is one of the least common affinities. You've got a real talent here. Ino let out an excited cheer, throwing her arms around Naruto and pulling him into a tight hug. Yes. I'm rare. I'm awesome. Before Naruto could react, she pressed a quick, jubilant kiss on his lips. Naruto's face turned bright red as he gently tried to push her away. Ino, come on. We're supposed to be training. But Ino was too ecstatic to care. She jumped around the training field, pumping her fists in the air. Wind affinity. I'm going to be the best wind user ever. Naruto couldn't help but smile, her energy and enthusiasm reminding him of his younger self. Kurama, the great nine-tail sealed within him, stirred in the back of his mind. She's got spirit, Kurama remarked, his deep voice echoing in Naruto's thoughts. Reminds me of your mother, Kushina. Always full of energy. Naruto chuckled softly to himself. Yeah, she's definitely something. Ino stopped her celebratory dance and turned back to Naruto, her eyes gleaming with determination. All right, Naruto. Let's get back to training. I'm ready for anything. Naruto smirked, his own excitement building. You got it, Ino. Let's do this. And so, their training continued, with Ino more determined than ever to master her newfound power. The sun hung high as Naruto and Ino sparred in the training grounds. Ino's focus was sharp, her movements fluid as she matched Naruto's every attack. Despite her determination, Naruto's calm demeanor and precise strikes kept her on her toes. Come on, Ino. Focus your chakra, and don't just react. Predict my next move, Naruto said, his voice firm yet encouraging. Ino nodded, adjusting her stance. Got it, Naruto. They continued for another intense round until a blur of black appeared before them. A masked Anbu member materialized, standing tall and imposing. Uzumaki Naruto. Yamanaka Ino. The Hokage requests your presence immediately, the Anbu said, his voice cold and authoritative. Ino scowled, stepping forward. Hey! Who do you think you are, interrupting my precious training time with Naruto, you jerk? Naruto sighed, raising a hand to calm her. It's fine, Ino. Let's go. Ino pouted but relented. Fine. But we're stopping at home first. No way am I walking into the Hokage's office in my training gear. I don't want anyone seeing me like this, only you, Naruto. Naruto smirked faintly, and they followed the Anbu back toward the village. Once home, Ino quickly changed into a stylish yet modest outfit, a lavender blouse paired with a short white skirt and knee-high boots. Her hair was neatly tied into a ponytail. Naruto had already changed into his signature white-on-white ensemble, exuding an air of quiet confidence. As they walked into the Hokage's office, all eyes turned toward them. The room was filled with familiar faces, Sakura, Shikamaru, Hinata, Kakashi, and even Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze lingered on Naruto, his usual stoic expression softening for a moment. He's changed a lot, Sasuke thought. No more orange. He looks refined. Almost like a model. Sakura, standing beside Sasuke, flushed slightly as she took in Naruto's new appearance. The sharp white outfit highlighted his lean yet muscular frame, and his intense blue eyes seemed even more piercing. Despite her blush, she said nothing, remembering Naruto's sharp tongue and the rumors of his biting sarcasm. Naruto entered silently, his expression unreadable, while Ino confidently held his hand, a smug look on her face. "All right, we're here. What's the big deal?" Naruto said coolly, his gaze fixed on the Hokage, Tsunade. Tsunade gestured for everyone to sit. "I'll explain once everyone's settled." Sakura frowned. "Who are we waiting for?" At that moment, Ino stepped forward with a sly grin. "Why, hello, forehead. It's been a while." Sakura bristled at the nickname but held her tongue. Naruto, meanwhile, remained silent, his eyes briefly meeting Sasuke's. Neither spoke, but Sasuke couldn't help but notice the cold distance in Naruto's demeanor. He's not the same idiot from before, Sasuke thought, his mind flashing back to their last encounter years ago. Once everyone was seated, Tsunade began. "I've called you here to discuss a serious matter. Over the past few weeks, a group of unknown assailants has been targeting villages. They've destroyed entire communities, killed the men, and..." She paused, her face darkening, "assaulted the women." The room grew tense. Ino clenched her fists, glancing at Naruto. She couldn't help but remember that mission, the one where she had almost become a victim herself. If it weren't for Naruto's timely intervention, Tsunade continued, the most recent attack was on Hoshigakure. They left no survivors. Our intelligence suggests they may be planning their next move, and it's only a matter of time before another village falls. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "What's the mission?" "You'll be working together to track these attackers and eliminate the threat. This is a high-priority mission. Failure is not an option," Tsunade said, her eyes lingering on Naruto. Hinata, who had been quietly watching, lowered her gaze, her heart aching. "It should have been me by his side," she thought bitterly, stealing a glance at Ino, who now leaned casually against Naruto. Shikamaru sighed, crossing his arms. "Sounds troublesome." Sakura, still flustered from Naruto's entrance, tried to mask her discomfort. "We'll do our best, Lady Tsunade." Ino, noticing Sakura's lingering gaze on Naruto, stepped forward. "Hey, forehead, still single? Or did someone finally put a ring on that giant forehead of yours?" Sakura's face turned red with anger. "What did you just say, pig?" "You heard me, forehead." Ino shot back, smirking. The two lunged at each other, exchanging light slaps and verbal jabs. Sasuke sighed, muttering, "This is ridiculous." Shikamaru leaned against the wall, his voice laced with irritation. "Troublesome." Hinata stood, trying to intervene. "Please, stop fighting, enough." Tsunade's voice thundered as she slammed her hand on the desk. The room fell silent. "Both of you, sit down." Ino and Sakura glared at each other but complied. Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. "Naruto, control your fiancée, will you?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, his tone dry. "She's not my fiancée. And that's none of your business, old lady." A vein popped on Tsunade's forehead, but she held her composure. Sakura, however, wasn't as reserved. "Naruto, that's no way to talk to Lady Tsunade." Naruto turned his cold gaze to her, his voice laced with sarcasm. "And you should mind your own business, bubblegum." The room was silent for a moment before Ino burst out laughing. "Bubblegum? Oh, that's priceless. I wish I'd thought of that one." Sakura's face turned red with both embarrassment and anger. "Why, you..." Before she could finish, Tsunade raised her hand. "Enough. All of you, focus. You have a mission to prepare for." Shikamaru pushed off the wall, heading for the door. "Let's get this over with." Naruto followed without a word, Ino at his side, her laughter still echoing as they left the office. The mission team moved through the dense forest, leaping silently from tree to tree. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the soft thuds of their feet against the bark. Naruto led the group, his golden hair catching the dappled sunlight as it filtered through the canopy. He hadn't spoken a single word since they left the village. His eyes remained fixed on the path ahead, unreadable and distant. Ino followed closely, her gaze flickering to Naruto every so often. She couldn't help but admire him, the way his hair gleamed, his pale skin glowing almost ethereally, and his face, which had taken on a refined, almost androgynous beauty over the years. Her cheeks flushed as she thought, "I really chose well." Behind them, Sakura watched Naruto with a mix of awe and uncertainty. Her mind raced as she tried to reconcile this quiet, composed man with the loud, cheerful boy she once knew. When did he become like this? He's amazing. She blushed, embarrassed by her own thoughts. Hinata, on the other hand, was struggling to maintain her composure. She kept her eyes on Naruto, her heart aching with every glance. "Naruto-kun," she thought, but her gaze shifted to Ino, who seemed entirely at ease beside him. The sight filled her with a deep sadness. It should have been me. But he's with her now. Hinata lowered her eyes, trying to suppress the tears threatening to fall. Sasuke remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Naruto. His mind was a swirl of thoughts. He's changed so much. That aura, that presence, it's undeniable. He's no longer the foolish kid chasing after me. Sasuke clenched his jaw. What kind of life has he been leading to become like this? Shikamaru, always observant, studied Naruto with a thoughtful expression. Something's off, he mused. There's a darkness in his eyes. Is it resentment? Hatred? He recalled how Naruto had withdrawn from everyone after the war, isolating himself completely. He didn't attend any of the memorials or gatherings. He locked himself away and emerged. Like this. All right, Shikamaru finally said, breaking the silence. We'll rest here for now. The group descended to a small clearing. Everyone began unpacking supplies and setting up a makeshift camp. Naruto, however, walked a few paces away and sat beneath a large tree, his back against the trunk. He tilted his head back, his eyes narrowing as he stared up at the sky, lost in thought. In Naruto's mind, the haunting image of his recurring dream surfaced. A figure cloaked in shadows stood amidst a scene of ruin, burning villages, shattered homes, lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The figure's face remained obscured, but their presence exuded pure malice. Who are you? Naruto thought. Why do you haunt me? His hands clenched into fists as he tried to piece together the fragments of the dream. Could the destruction they were investigating be connected to this vision? The thought gnawed at him, filling him with unease. Naruto. The soft voice pulled him from his thoughts. He turned to see Ino standing beside him, her expression gentle. She sat down without waiting for an invitation, placing a hand on his shoulder. Hey, she said quietly, her tone free of the teasing edge it usually carried. Naruto blinked, surprised by her sudden closeness. Before he could respond, Ino leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. The warmth of her body against his was comforting yet unfamiliar. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly, but he remained still. Ino smiled softly, intertwining her fingers with his. She didn't need to say anything, her presence alone seemed to ease the tension in his mind. For a moment, Naruto allowed himself to relax, his thoughts quieting as he focused on the steady rhythm of her breathing. Not far away, Hinata watched the scene unfold. Her heart clenched painfully as she saw Ino lean into Naruto, her hand in his. It should have been me, she thought bitterly. I've loved him for so long. But Hinata knew she had no one to blame but herself. She had waited too long, hesitated too much. Now, Ino had claimed the place she had once dreamed of. Hinata's hands trembled as she fought back tears. She turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. This is my fault. I wasn't brave enough. Meanwhile, Shikamaru observed everything from a distance, his sharp mind piecing together the dynamics within the group. Naruto's distant, Ino's attached to him, Hinata's heartbroken, and Sakura. Well, she's confused as always. He glanced at Sasuke, who was leaning against a tree, his arms crossed. Even Sasuke seems unsettled by Naruto's transformation. Shikamaru sighed, running a hand through his hair. There's more to this mission than just the enemy we're pursuing. Naruto's carrying something heavy. And whatever it is, it's changed him. Back under the tree, Ino shifted slightly, pressing closer to Naruto. She could feel the tension in his body, the weight of whatever burden he was carrying. Naruto, she murmured, using the nickname she had affectionately given him. Whatever's on your mind, you're not alone. I'm here. Naruto glanced at her, his eyes softening for a moment. He didn't respond, but the smallest of smiles tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ino's heart swelled. She didn't need him to say anything, his presence was enough. As the camp settled into an uneasy quiet, Naruto's thoughts returned to the shadowed figure from his dream. Whoever you are, I'll find you. And I'll stop you. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that this mission would bring him closer to the answers he sought, and to the darkness he feared. The team stepped cautiously into the ruins of the village, their senses assaulted by the overwhelming stench of blood and death. Buildings lay in shambles, scorched and crumbling. The ground was littered with debris and broken bodies. Women lay scattered across the streets, stripped of their dignity and lives. Their faces frozen in terror, their bodies brutalized. The sight was almost too much to bear. Ino clenched her jaw, her eyes welling with tears. She reached for Naruto's hand, gripping it tightly. This is horrible, she whispered, her voice trembling. Naruto's face remained stoic, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion. His stomach churned, and for a moment, he thought he might vomit. Yet, he swallowed the bile rising in his throat, forcing himself to stay composed. Sigh, standing a few paces away, grimaced. "So, this is what they've been doing," he muttered, disgust lacing his tone. Sakura knelt beside one of the lifeless women, her fists clenched. "These monsters," she spat, her voice low and filled with rage. "How could anyone do this?" Hinata stood frozen, her eyes wide with fear and sorrow. She couldn't bring herself to look directly at the carnage. Instead, she turned her gaze downward, her hands trembling. "This is sickening," Shikamaru said, pulling out a map. "But we need to focus. Let's search for survivors." The group spread out, scanning the wreckage for any signs of life. But Naruto remained rooted to the spot, his gaze distant. His mind was elsewhere, trapped in a haze of thoughts and memories. Suddenly, a vision seized him. His surroundings blurred, replaced by vivid, horrifying images. He saw the village as it was before, peaceful, thriving. Then came the invaders, cloaked figures who brought destruction and death. They laughed as they set homes ablaze and dragged women from their hiding places. He saw their cruelty, their mercilessness. His vision focused on one particular scene, a young girl, barely conscious, left under the rubble, overlooked in their frenzy. Naruto's eyes snapped open, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. Sweat dripped down his face, and his heart pounded in his chest. "Naruto!" Ino's voice broke through his trance. She was beside him, her hands gripping his shoulders. "What's wrong?" "Naruto-ko, talk to me." He blinked, his vision clearing. He struggled to find the words, his voice hoarse. Shikamaru approached, his expression grim. "We've searched everywhere. There are no survivors." Naruto shook his head, his resolve hardening. "There's someone." Shikamaru frowned. "What are you talking about?" "We've looked," I said. Naruto interrupted, his tone firm. "There's someone." Without waiting for a response, he turned and began walking, his steps purposeful. Ino called after him, worry evident in her voice. "Naruto! Where are you going?" He didn't answer, his focus unshaken. The team exchanged uncertain glances before following him. Naruto led them through the wreckage, his mind replaying the vision. He stopped abruptly in front of a collapsed building. Without hesitation, he began pulling away the debris, his movements swift and determined. "Here," he said, his voice low but certain. The others watched in disbelief. Shikamaru stepped forward. "Naruto, are you sure?" Before he could finish, Naruto uncovered a small figure beneath the rubble. It was the girl from his vision, barely alive but breathing. Sakura gasped, rushing to the girl's side. She quickly assessed her condition. "She's alive," she said, relief washing over her. "But she's in bad shape. We need to treat her immediately." Shikamaru stared at Naruto, his mind racing. How did he know? Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his thoughts mirroring Shikamaru's. What's going on with him? As Sakura and Hinata worked to stabilize the girl, Naruto stood silently, his eyes distant once again. His body swayed slightly, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Naruto?" Ino's voice was filled with concern. She stepped closer, noticing his pale complexion and the beads of sweat on his forehead. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. "Just tired." Ino wasn't convinced. She grabbed his hand, her grip firm. "Come on. You need to rest." Without protest, Naruto allowed her to lead him back to the camp. His exhaustion was overwhelming, and the moment his head hit the pillow, he was out. Ino knelt beside him, her eyes scanning his face. He looked so peaceful, so vulnerable in his sleep. She reached for the blanket, pulling it over both of them. She hesitated for a moment, then removed her outer clothing, leaving herself in a simple bra and shorts. The fabric of her bra felt constricting, and with a sigh, she unclasped it, letting it fall away. Lying down beside Naruto, she rested her head on his chest, her bare skin pressing against his. She could hear the steady beat of his heart, a soothing rhythm that calmed her own. Ino ran her fingers gently through his hair, her eyes soft with worry. "Please be okay, Naruto-ko," she whispered, pressing a tender kiss to his forehead. As the night wore on, she stayed by his side, her protective instincts kicking in. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with him. Together. The morning sun broke gently over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the makeshift camp. Inside a small tent, the young girl stirred, her eyelids fluttering open. Her body ached, every muscle protesting even the slightest movement. She blinked, her vision slowly coming into focus. A soft voice greeted her. "Good morning," said Hinata, her smile warm and reassuring. She knelt beside the girl, her lavender eyes filled with genuine concern. "Are you feeling better?" The girl flinched, her eyes wide with fear. She tried to push herself away but quickly collapsed, her body too weak to comply. "Leave me alone," she cried, her voice hoarse and trembling. "Please, I didn't do anything." Don't hurt me." Hinata gently placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, her touch light as a feather. "It's okay," she said softly. "We're not going to hurt you. We're here to help." The girl's breathing was ragged, her eyes darting around the tent as though searching for an escape. At that moment, Sakura entered, carrying a small medical kit. Her expression softened when she saw the frightened girl. "Hey there," she said, her tone gentle. "You're safe now." The girl's lip quivered. I don't understand." Sakura knelt beside her, pulling out a small device to check her pulse. "You're okay," she assured her, her hands working efficiently. "They didn't get to you, thank goodness. You're going to be just fine." Shikamaru followed shortly after, his hands tucked casually into his pockets. He offered the girl a small, kind smile. "Morning," he said. "How are you holding up?" The girl's eyes welled with tears. "They killed everyone," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "My family. My mother." She choked on her words, her body racked with sobs. They? Shikamaru raised a hand gently. "You don't have to talk about it if you're not ready," he said. "Right now, the important thing is that you're safe." Hinata nodded. "What's your name?" she asked softly. The girl hesitated, then murmured, "Aya." Hinata smiled again. "That's a beautiful name, Aya. My name is Hinata. This is Sakura, and that's Shikamaru." Sakura gave a little wave, while Shikamaru nodded in acknowledgement. "We have a couple of others in our group," Shikamaru added. "Sasuke and Naruto." Aya's face lit up slightly at the mention of Naruto. "Naruto," she repeated softly. "I like that name." Meanwhile, in another tent, Naruto stirred. His body felt refreshed, his energy replenished after a deep, much-needed sleep. He opened his eyes slowly, only to find himself face to face with Ino. She was leaning on him, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, a serene smile on her face. "Morning, Naruto-ko," she said sweetly, leaning down to press a soft kiss to his cheek. Naruto blinked, momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth to respond, but his words caught in his throat when he realized something. Ino's chest was bare. His face turned a deep shade of red. "Ino, put some clothes on," he stammered, turning his head away in embarrassment. Ino giggled, clearly enjoying his reaction. "Oh, come on, Naruto-ko," she teased. "You're going to be my husband one day. What's the big deal?" Naruto groaned. "Just put something on, please." Fine, Ino said with a playful sigh. She reached for her bra, holding it up. "Help me with this, will you? You know my chest is too big for this thing. I really need to get a new one." Naruto's face burned even brighter. "Ino, come on," she said, turning her back to him. "Just fasten it for me." With a resigned sigh, Naruto sat up and reluctantly helped her. His hands fumbled slightly as he secured the clasp. "There," he said, pulling away quickly. Ino turned around, flashing him a sly grin. "You're such a good boy," she said, leaning in to give him a quick kiss on the lips. But the kiss deepened, and before Naruto could pull back, she slipped her tongue into his mouth. Naruto's eyes widened as he tried to push her away, but Ino's grip was firm. Just as he managed to separate them, Sakura barged into the tent. "Ino," Sakura shouted, her face red with anger. "What the hell are you doing? This isn't a love hotel." Ino smirked, unbothered by the interruption. "Mind your own business, forehead," she said coolly. Sakura's eyes narrowed. "What did you just call me?" "You heard me," Ino said, standing up to face her rival. The two began to argue, their voices growing louder and more heated. Naruto, seeing his opportunity, quietly slipped out of the tent, muttering under his breath about the chaos he was leaving behind. He made his way to a nearby stream, splashing cold water on his face. The chill helped clear his mind, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over him. "Something's wrong," Kurama's deep voice echoed in his mind. Naruto frowned. "You feel it too?" Kurama growled softly. "There's a dangerous presence nearby. And this world. It's teetering on the edge of another war. We need to stop it before it starts." Naruto sighed, his shoulders sagging. "I don't even know if we can." Kurama's silence spoke volumes. This was the first time Naruto had ever expressed doubt in his own abilities, and it unsettled the great beast. From a distance, Sasuke watched Naruto, his eyes narrowing as he observed the uncertainty in his old friend's posture. "He's changed," Sasuke thought. "Not just his strength, but his confidence. Obito. What did you do to him?" Naruto's gaze turned towards the horizon, his thoughts heavy. The fate of the world. In the dim light of a cavernous hideout, the air hung heavy with anticipation. A figure stood at the center of the room, cloaked in shadows, his presence commanding and ominous. His voice, deep and resonant, broke the silence. "So," he said slowly, his tone laced with a sinister calm. "The ninja of Konoha have arrived." One of his subordinates, a man dressed in dark armor with a scar running across his face, stepped forward and bowed. "Yes, my lord. They've entered the village ruins and taken the survivor." The leader, shrouded in a heavy black cloak, tilted his head, a wicked smile spreading across his face. His eyes gleamed with malevolence. "Excellent," he murmured. "Today, we will show them our power. We will send a message not just to Konoha, but to the entire world." His voice rose, filling the chamber with a chilling echo. "Prepare yourselves. The time has come for us to rise. We will crush these ninja and demonstrate the futility of resistance. Soon, they will know the terror of the Headless Rider." A murmur of agreement rippled through the gathered followers. The leader clenched his fist. "I will reclaim what is rightfully mine," he vowed. "And when I do, this world will kneel before me. The Age of Shadows begins now." He threw back his head and laughed, the sound reverberating through the cavern. His subordinates joined in, their laughter a cacophony of dark intent. Back at the camp, the atmosphere was tense yet calm. The group had gathered in one of the larger tents, their focus on Aya, who lay on a makeshift bed. Her frail form was wrapped in blankets, her face pale but slowly regaining color. Ino sat nearby, her sharp blue eyes scanning the girl for any signs of discomfort. Sakura stood at the foot of the bed, arms crossed as she kept a watchful eye. Shikamaru leaned against a post, his usual lazy demeanor replaced by a quiet intensity. Sasuke sat in the corner, silent and brooding, while Hinata busied herself preparing herbal remedies. The only one missing was Naruto. "He's outside," Shikamaru muttered when Sakura asked about him. "You know how he is, doesn't like crowds." Aya stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked around nervously before her gaze settled on Shikamaru. "Why? Why is he doing this?" she whispered. "Why does the Headless Rider attack our villages?" Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. "That's what we're here to figure out," he said. "But you seem to know more than you're letting on. Why don't you start from the beginning?" Aya hesitated, her hands clutching the blanket. "Have you heard the legend?" she asked, her voice trembling. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Which legend?" "The legend of the Headless Rider," Aya said. Sasuke snorted. "Fairy tales. There's no such thing." Aya shook her head vehemently. "No, it's real. He's real. He and his followers have been attacking villages, searching for something, someone." Ino leaned forward, her expression skeptical but curious. "And what exactly are they looking for?" Aya took a deep breath. "Someone with rare blood. Only their blood can open the gateway he seeks. Without it, he can't fully return to power." Shikamaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Rare blood, huh? That's interesting. But still, a headless warrior? Sounds like something out of a ghost story." Aya's face darkened. "My grandfather told me that when the Headless Rider rises, he seeks his missing head. Until he finds it, he'll kill anyone in his way. He believes the blood of the Chosen One will lead him to it." Ino shivered involuntarily, though she tried to hide it. "Creepy," she muttered. Sakura, noticing Ino's discomfort, smirked. "What's wrong, Ino? Scared of a little bedtime story?" "Shut up, forehead," Ino snapped, her bravado returning. Shikamaru sighed. "This is turning into a weird mission," he said. "But if there's any truth to this legend, we're in deeper trouble than we thought." Aya clutched the blanket tighter. "He's ruthless. If he thinks you have what he's looking for, he won't stop until he gets it." Ino's mind wandered to Naruto. She bit her lip, a cold knot forming in her stomach. Could it be? She thought, but quickly shook the idea away. No. That's ridiculous. Sakura noticed her distraction and decided to poke fun. "What's wrong, Ino? Thinking about your Naruto-ko again?" Ino shot her a glare. "Don't you have something better to do?" The two women started bickering, their voices rising as they traded insults. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Enough," he said sharply. "We need to move. If this rider is coming, we can't stay here." Shikamaru nodded. "He's right. Pack up. Aya, you're coming with us." Aya looked uncertain but nodded. "Thank you," she whispered. Outside, Naruto stood alone, staring at the horizon. The morning breeze ruffled his hair as he took deep, calming breaths. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Kurama was right, he thought. There's something big coming. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind. Be on guard, Naruto. This rider isn't just a myth. I can feel his presence. He's watching us. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Let him come, he muttered. From the shadows, Sasuke observed him, noting the tension in his stance. He's different now, Sasuke thought. More closed off. And more dangerous. Suddenly, Naruto felt a familiar weight on his back. Ino had jumped onto him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Time to go, Naruto-ko, she said cheerfully. Naruto sighed. Get off, Ino. Nope, she said, giggling. Naruto shook his head but couldn't help a small smile. Fine, let's go. As the group prepared to leave, far away in the hidden lair, the leader of the Headless Rider's followers watched through a crystal sphere. His eyes gleamed with dark amusement. There he is, he said, his gaze locked onto Naruto. The one we've been searching for. A cruel smile spread across his face. Today, he'll know the true meaning of fear. The scene faded as his laughter echoed through the chamber. In the heart of the shadowed fortress, the leader stood before an ancient altar, his hands raised as if communing with an unseen force. The dim light from flickering torches cast long, distorted shadows across the walls. His voice echoed with a fervent intensity, addressing his gathered followers. Soon, he declared, his eyes gleaming with dark purpose, the vessel will arrive. Within him lies the key, the dormant power that will unshackle our master from his eternal prison. The Headless Rider shall rise once more. The crowd roared in unison, their loyalty unwavering. The leader turned to his second-in-command, a gaunt man with piercing eyes. I can feel it, the leader whispered. His chakra resonates with the seal. Naruto Uzumaki is the one we've been waiting for. The subordinate bowed. Shall we proceed as planned, my lord? The leader's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yes. Set the trap. By the time they realize what's happening, it will be too late. Elsewhere, the Konoha team moved swiftly through the dense forest. The canopy above was thick, allowing only slivers of sunlight to pierce through. The group was silent, each member focused on the mission ahead. Shikamaru carried Aya on his back, the girl clutching his shoulders tightly as her eyes darted nervously around their surroundings. Despite the tense atmosphere, her gaze kept drifting toward Naruto. He walked at the rear, his expression unreadable, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. Unlike the others, who exchanged occasional remarks or checked in with each other, Naruto remained utterly silent. Aya leaned closer to Shikamaru and whispered, he doesn't talk much, does he? Shikamaru sighed. Naruto's been through a lot. He's different now. Hinata glanced over her shoulder, her soft eyes filled with concern. Naruto-kun has his own way of handling things, she said gently. Aya nodded but remained curious. She noticed how the blonde-haired girl, Ino, would occasionally walk beside Naruto, speaking to him in a light-hearted tone. Unlike the others, Ino seemed completely at ease around him, even playful. That girl, Aya said softly. She's not afraid of him. Shikamaru smirked. Ino's stubborn. She won't back down from anyone, not even Naruto. Ahead of them, Sasuke suddenly halted. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. We're being watched, he muttered. The group stopped, tension rippling through the air. Shikamaru frowned. No signs of movement. Are you sure? Naruto's voice broke the silence, low and cold. You're walking into a trap. Everyone turned to him. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Explain. Naruto stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The air is too still. The birds stopped chirping 5 minutes ago. There's an ambush waiting for us. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck. You could have mentioned that sooner. Naruto's eyes flicked toward him, his expression unchanging. I did. You didn't listen. Before anyone could respond, slow clapping echoed through the trees. A figure emerged from the shadows, his movements deliberate and mocking. He was tall, draped in dark robes that seemed to ripple like smoke. His face was partially obscured by a hood, but his eyes gleamed with malevolence. Well done, the figure said, his voice smooth and dripping with sarcasm. You're sharper than I expected, Uzumaki. Behind him, more figures appeared, each clad in dark armor, their weapons drawn. They fanned out, encircling the Konoha team. The leader of the group stepped forward, his eyes locking onto Naruto. You've made this easy for us. I didn't think you'd bring the vessel right to our doorstep. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Vessel? What are you talking about? The man chuckled darkly. The boy carries within him the power to awaken our master. His blood, his chakra, they are the key to breaking the seal. Sasuke stepped in front of the group, his Sharingan activated. You won't lay a hand on him. The leader smirked. Oh, I'm not here to fight you, Uchiha. My men will handle that. As for you three lovely ladies. His gaze lingered on Sakura, Hinata, and Ino, his expression twisted with malice. Perhaps we'll have some fun after we're done. Sakura clenched her fists. Try it, and I'll make you regret ever being born. Ino's eyes narrowed, her hand resting on her kunai. You're disgusting. The leader laughed, unfazed by their threats. Bold words. Let's see if you can back them up. He raised his hand, signaling his men to attack. The clearing erupted into chaos. Sasuke and Sakura charged into battle, their movements fluid and precise. Hinata activated her Byakugan, striking down enemies with pinpoint accuracy. Shikamaru quickly found a safe spot for Aya before joining the fray, his shadow possession jutsu immobilizing multiple foes at once. Ino stayed close to Naruto, her eyes darting between him and the battle. "Naruto," she said urgently, "we need you." But Naruto didn't move. He stood rooted to the spot, his hands clenched at his sides, his eyes shadowed. Ino could sense something was wrong, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. "Come on, Naruto," she shouted, shaking his arm. "Snap out of it." Still, he remained silent, his gaze distant. The leader watched him with a sinister smile. "What's the matter, boy? Frozen in fear? Or perhaps—" He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "You're beginning to understand. You feel it, don't you? The power within you. It's calling out to him." Naruto's fists tightened, his nails digging into his palms. Ino glanced at him, her heart pounding. "Naruto, whatever's going on, we'll face it together. But right now, we need you." Naruto didn't respond. He watched as his friends fought, as they risked everything to protect each other. Yet, he felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, a dark presence clawing at the edges of his consciousness. In the midst of the battle, the leader's eyes never left Naruto. He could see it, the struggle, the doubt, the fear. And he knew that soon, the boy would break. The fight raged on, but Naruto stood motionless, his mind a battlefield of its own. The battle raged on in the dense forest clearing, the air thick with the sounds of clashing steel and bursts of chakra. The enemy forces, though outnumbered, fought with a ferocity that kept the Konoha team on high alert. Each shinobi was locked in their own desperate struggle, their lives hanging in the balance. Sakura ducked under a swinging blade, her fists glowing with chakra as she delivered a bone-crushing uppercut to her opponent. He staggered back but recovered quickly, his speed uncanny. As she prepared for another strike, a different enemy darted in, his hand brushing against her chest in a grotesque display of audacity. "You filthy creep," Sakura roared, her fist crashing into his face with a thunderous impact. The man tumbled backward, blood spraying from his broken nose, but he managed to roll to his feet, a twisted grin still plastered on his face. Sakura glared at him, her eyes blazing with fury. "Disgusting vermin. You'll regret that." Elsewhere, Sasuke engaged a formidable adversary, his Sharingan and Rinnegan blazing as he countered the enemy's every move. His opponent was swift, his strikes precise and relentless, yet Sasuke remained calm, his movements fluid and calculated. "You're good," Sasuke admitted, his voice low and measured. "But not good enough." The enemy smirked, his own eyes glinting with an eerie light. "Let's see if you can keep up, Uchiha." Hinata, meanwhile, found herself surrounded by multiple foes. Her Byakugan activated, she moved with grace and precision, her strikes targeting vital chakra points. Despite her skill, the enemies pressed her relentlessly, their coordination making it difficult for her to gain the upper hand. "They're stronger than I expected," she murmured, her brow furrowed in concentration. She deflected a blade aimed at her side, retaliating with a swift palm strike that sent her attacker sprawling. "I have to hold them off." Shikamaru had positioned Aya behind a makeshift barricade of fallen logs, his focus split between protecting her and engaging the enemies. His shadows snaked across the battlefield, binding several foes in place. "This is such a drag," he muttered, his usual calm demeanor strained under the pressure. "Why do these things always happen when I'm around?" Ino stood back to back with Shikamaru, her chakra-infused kunai deflecting incoming attacks. She glanced toward Naruto, who remained at the edge of the clearing, still and silent. "There's something wrong," Ino said, her voice tight. "Naruto, you've been watching long enough. We need you out here." Naruto didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His arms hung loosely at his sides, his body relaxed, but his eyes betrayed a deep intensity. It was as if he were waiting for something, or someone. Suddenly, a slow, deliberate clap echoed through the chaos. The sound cut through the battle, drawing everyone's attention. Emerging from the shadows, the enemy leader stepped forward, his presence commanding and unyielding. He was tall, with a lean, muscular frame, his face partially obscured by a dark hood. His eyes, however, burned with a cold, malevolent light. "Impressive," the leader said, his voice smooth and confident. "You've managed to hold your ground against my men longer than I expected." The Konoha shinobi regrouped, their eyes narrowing as they assessed this new threat. But it was Naruto who drew the leader's focus. "Ah," the leader said, his gaze settling on the blonde shinobi. "Naruto Uzumaki. The hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Or should I say, the vessel of our salvation?" Naruto's eyes finally shifted, locking onto the leader. His expression remained impassive, but the tension in the air was palpable. "I don't know who you are," Naruto said, his voice low and steady. And I don't care. Whatever game you're playing, it ends here." The leader chuckled, a deep, unsettling sound. Such arrogance. But then, that's to be expected from someone of your stature. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Malric, the one destined to liberate this land from its false peace. And you, Uzumaki, are the key to that liberation. Naruto's brow furrowed slightly. You're wasting your time. I'm not interested in your delusions of grandeur. Malric's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Ah, but you see, this isn't about what you want. It's about destiny. Within you lies the power to awaken the Headless Rider, the ancient warrior who will bring true balance to this world. Naruto's lips curled into a faint smirk. Destiny, huh? I've heard that one before. And every time, it ends the same way, with people like you lying in the dirt. Malric's expression darkened, though his voice remained calm. You mock what you do not understand. The rider is more than a mere legend, he is the embodiment of power, of fear. And once he is freed, no force on this earth will be able to stop him. Naruto took a step forward, his gaze unyielding. You think awakening some ancient monster is going to change anything? All you're doing is setting yourself up for failure. The two men stood mere feet apart now, their presence dominating the battlefield. Around them, the fighting had slowed as both allies and enemies turned their attention to the standoff. You and I are alike, Uzumaki, Malric said, his voice dropping to a whisper. We've both been shaped by pain, by loss. But where you cling to the past, I embrace the future. Together, we could reshape this world. Naruto's eyes hardened. I don't need someone like you to tell me who I am. If you think you can manipulate me, you're even dumber than you look. Malric's smile returned, though it was colder now. You're brave, I'll give you that. But bravery alone won't save you. He leaned in slightly, his voice a deadly whisper. When the time comes, you'll have to choose, embrace your destiny, or be consumed by it. Naruto didn't flinch. The only thing I'm going to embrace is the end of this conversation. The tension between them was electric, a clash of wills that promised a battle far greater than any they had faced before. Neither man moved, their gazes locked in a silent challenge. This was more than a fight. It was the prelude to a war, a confrontation that would shape the future of the world. And both Naruto and Malric knew it. The battle around them raged on, but for Naruto, the world had narrowed to the man standing before him. Malric, the enigmatic leader of the enemy forces, exuded a quiet menace. His every movement, every breath, seemed calculated, deliberate, a predator sizing up his prey. Naruto cracked his knuckles, a smirk tugging at his lips. Ready to lose? Malric chuckled darkly. Confidence is a double-edged sword, Uzumaki. Let's see how sharp yours is. Without warning, Naruto surged forward, his fist trailing with chakra as he aimed a powerful punch at Malric. The enemy leader sidestepped gracefully, his counterattack swift. A gleaming blade materialized in his hand, slicing toward Naruto's midsection. Naruto twisted away, narrowly avoiding the strike, and retaliated with a spinning kick aimed at Malric's head. The impact connected, sending Malric skidding back several feet. But the man didn't falter. Instead, he stood tall, his smile unshaken. Impressive, Malric said, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. You live up to your reputation. Naruto didn't respond. His hands formed a rapid series of seals, and in an instant, multiple shadow clones appeared, surrounding Malric. Attack pattern Beta, Naruto commanded. The clones moved in perfect synchrony, attacking from all angles. Malric's blade whirled through the air, deflecting blows with precision. Sparks flew as steel met chakra-infused kunai. Yet, even as Malric cut through clone after clone, Naruto himself darted in, his real body masked by the confusion. Got you. Naruto growled, driving a Rasengan toward Malric's back. But Malric was ready. In a blur of motion, he twisted around, his hand glowing with a strange, dark energy. He caught the Rasengan head-on, the swirling chakra grinding against his palm. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered, but Malric held firm, his strength astonishing. You'll have to do better than that, Malric said, shoving Naruto back with a powerful blast of energy. Naruto landed gracefully, his eyes narrowing. So, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Let's see how you handle this. With a deep breath, Naruto summoned the power of the tailed beasts within him. Chakra surged around him, forming the familiar golden cloak of Kurama mode. His speed and strength multiplied instantly. Malric's eyes gleamed with interest. Ah, the power of the nine tails. Now we're getting serious. Naruto vanished, reappearing behind Malric in a flash. His fist, now enveloped in tailed beast chakra, struck out like a bullet. Malric barely managed to block, his blade absorbing the impact but cracking under the pressure. You're fast, Malric admitted, his voice calm despite the intensity of the fight. "But speed alone won't save you." Malric weaved a series of hand seals, and suddenly, the ground beneath Naruto erupted in a torrent of dark flames. Naruto leapt into the air, avoiding the inferno, but Malric was already there to meet him. "Shadow Severance," Malric shouted, slashing through the air with his repaired blade. A wave of dark energy shot toward Naruto, forcing him to cross his arms defensively. The blast sent him hurtling back, slamming into a tree with enough force to crack its trunk. Naruto groaned, pushing himself up. "All right, no more playing around." He formed another Rasengan, this time larger and more potent, the Rasen Shuriken. The buzzing sound filled the air as he hurled it toward Malric. Malric's eyes narrowed. He clapped his hands together, summoning a barrier of swirling shadows. The Rasen Shuriken collided with the barrier, creating a deafening explosion that shook the entire forest. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. For a moment, everything was still. Then, as the dust settled, Malric emerged, his cloak cinched but otherwise unharmed. "Impressive," Malric said, his voice tinged with admiration. "But you rely too much on raw power." Naruto clenched his fists, sweat beading on his forehead. "And you talk too much." He surged forward again, his movements a blur. But this time, Malric matched him blow for blow. Their clash was a whirlwind of fists, blades, and chakra. Each strike was precise, each counter meticulously calculated. Malric suddenly feinted to the left, catching Naruto off guard. His blade found its mark, slicing through Naruto's cloak and leaving a shallow gash on his side. Naruto hissed in pain, leaping back to gain distance. "Damn it!" Malric's smile widened. "Feeling it now, aren't you? This is the difference between us. You fight with emotion, with impulse. I fight with purpose." Naruto gritted his teeth, forming another Rasengan. But as he tried to mold it into the more advanced Rasen Shuriken, the chakra slipped from his grasp. His eyes widened in shock. "What the?" He tried again, but the result was the same. The Rasen Shuriken wouldn't form. His chakra felt out of sync, as if something was interfering with his control. Malric chuckled, noticing Naruto's struggle. "Having trouble? My techniques do more than attack, they disrupt. Your connection to the tailed beasts is faltering, isn't it?" Naruto's mind raced. "Disrupt? How is that possible?" Malric didn't give him time to think. He lunged forward, his blade flashing. Naruto dodged, but the movement was slower than before. Malric pressed his advantage, his strikes relentless. "You've relied on your power for so long," Malric taunted, his voice cold. "But now that it's slipping away, what will you do?" Naruto panted, his body aching from the sustained battle. His chakra reserves were still vast, but his control felt erratic. He needed a new strategy, and fast. Malric raised his blade, pointing it at Naruto. "This is where you fall, hero." Naruto clenched his fists, forcing himself to stand tall despite the odds. "Not today," he growled. But in his heart, doubt began to creep in. "Can I really beat him like this?" The fight was far from over, but for the first time in a long while, Naruto felt the weight of true struggle pressing down on him. The battlefield was in chaos, the sounds of clashing steel and the cries of combat filling the air. Naruto stood at the center of it all, his golden chakra cloak flickering and sputtering before vanishing entirely. His breath was labored, and sweat dripped down his face. His once dominant form reverted to his natural state. He clenched his fists, feeling the absence of Kurama's power. "What's happening?" In his mindscape, he called out, "Kurama! What's going on?" The nine-tailed fox appeared, its massive form looming over him. Kurama's eyes were filled with concern. "I don't know, Naruto. Something's wrong. There's a disturbance in your chakra flow." Naruto frowned. "Disturbance? What kind of disturbance?" Kurama's gaze hardened. "It's as if your negative emotions, the darkness you buried long ago, are resurfacing. The hatred, the loneliness. Everything you endured when the village shunned you, when Sasuke betrayed you, when Sakura used your feelings for her to chase after him, it's all coming back." Naruto's eyes widened. "But I've moved past all that. I've made peace with my past." Kurama shook his head. "Have you? Or have you simply buried it, pretending it doesn't exist? That darkness has always been a part of you, Naruto. But now, it's interfering with your connection to me. Light and darkness cannot coexist, and until you confront that truth, my power will remain beyond your reach." Naruto stood in silence, his mind racing. The weight of Kurama's words pressed heavily on him. Back in the physical world, Malric's mocking laughter echoed across the battlefield. "Look at you, Uzumaki. Stripped of your power, reduced to nothing. How does it feel to be weak again?" Naruto gritted his teeth, his fists trembling. He could feel the eyes of his comrades on him, Ino, her usual confidence shaken, called out, "Naruto-kun. Please, get up." Sasuke, locked in a fierce duel with one of Malric's top lieutenants, cast a worried glance in Naruto's direction. "Damn it, Naruto. Don't fall now." Shikamaru, ever the strategist, muttered under his breath, "This is bad. If Naruto can't fight, we're in deeper trouble than I thought." Malric raised his weapon, a dark, menacing spear that pulsed with ominous energy. "It's over, Naruto. Once I pierce your heart, the last of your defiance will fade." Naruto's head hung low, his bangs shadowing his eyes. He could feel the weight of his failures, the expectations of those around him, and the memories of his painful past all crashing down at once. But amidst the storm of emotions, a single thought cut through the chaos: "I'm not afraid." Lifting his gaze, his eyes burned with renewed determination. "You think I'm scared of losing?" he said, his voice steady. "You think I'm scared of pain? You don't understand me at all." Malric paused, his spear still raised. Brave words for a man on the brink of defeat. Naruto took a deep breath. "You don't get it. I've already lost everything before. I've faced darkness worse than you can imagine, and I'm still standing. So no, I'm not afraid of you. Because no matter how many times I fall, I'll always get back up." Malric's smile faltered for the first time. "Interesting. But words alone won't save you." He lunged, his spear aimed directly at Naruto's heart. The world seemed to slow as the deadly weapon closed in. But then, in the split second before impact, something extraordinary happened. Golden chains erupted from Naruto's back, their surfaces etched with ancient Uzumaki seals. They moved with blinding speed, intercepting Malric's spear and wrapping around it, halting its advance. "What?" Malric's eyes widened in shock as the chains tightened, cracking the spear and draining its dark energy. Naruto stood tall, the chains glowing with a fierce, golden light. "You're not the only one who's been hiding their true power." Malric snarled, pulling back and summoning a wave of dark energy to break free. But the chains absorbed the attack effortlessly, their light growing even brighter. Ino's jaw dropped. Those are Uzumaki sealing chains. Naruto-kun had this kind of power all along? Sasuke, momentarily distracted from his own battle, narrowed his eyes. "So he's been training in secret. Typical Naruto." Sakura clutched her fists, her eyes filled with awe. "That's incredible. Naruto, you're amazing." Shikamaru let out a low whistle. "Well, I'll be damned. He really does keep surprising us." Naruto flexed his hands, the chains responding to his every command. They lashed out, striking Malric with precision and force, driving him back. For the first time, Malric was on the defensive, his usual composure slipping. "You underestimated me," Naruto said, his voice steady. "And that's your biggest mistake." Malric scowled, his pride wounded. "You think this changes anything? I'll crush you." He unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks, but Naruto's chains moved like living shields, blocking and countering every strike. In one swift motion, the chains wrapped around Malric, pinning him in place. Naruto stepped forward, his eyes blazing. "This is the power of the Uzumaki. And this is just the beginning." Malric struggled against the chains, his frustration evident. You think you've won?" Naruto smirked. "No. The real fight starts now." With a powerful surge, the chains tightened, forcing Malric to his knees. But even as the enemy leader glared up at him, Naruto knew this was far from over. This was only the beginning of their true battle, and the stakes had never been higher. The golden Uzumaki chains crackled with power as they snaked around the battlefield, encircling Malric in a web of glowing light. Naruto stood firm, his hands outstretched as he commanded the chains with precision and force. Each movement was deliberate, calculated. This wasn't the reckless brawler Malric had expected, this was a tactician, a warrior who had honed his skills through countless battles. Malric struggled against the chains, his muscles bulging as he tried to break free. The dark energy that pulsed around him clashed violently with the radiant light of the Uzumaki seals. "These chains. They're suppressing my chakra," he growled, his voice filled with frustration. Naruto smirked, his eyes cold and unyielding. "That's the point. You think your power gives you the right to terrorize people, but you're about to learn what it means to be truly powerless." With a sharp motion, Naruto sent one of the chains hurtling toward Malric's chest. It struck with the force of a battering ram, sending the Dark Leader skidding back across the battlefield. Malric barely had time to recover before another chain lashed out, coiling around his arm and yanking him forward. Naruto didn't relent. He pulled Malric into a flurry of attacks, the chains moving in perfect synchronization. One chain slammed into Malric's ribs, while another struck his legs, forcing him to his knees. A third chain wrapped around his throat, tightening just enough to cut off his air for a brief moment before releasing. The battlefield seemed to blur as the two warriors clashed. Malric unleashed waves of dark energy, each blast aimed with deadly precision. But the chains moved like extensions of Naruto's will, forming a barrier that absorbed the attacks. The golden light of the Uzumaki seals pulsed brighter with each impact, reflecting Naruto's growing dominance. Malric's eyes narrowed as he raised his spear once more, channeling a surge of concentrated darkness. "You're strong, Uzumaki, but you're not invincible." He hurled the spear with all his might, the weapon cutting through the air like a black comet. Naruto's chains reacted instantly, forming a protective dome around him. The spear struck the barrier and exploded in a burst of dark energy, but when the smoke cleared, Naruto stood unscathed. He lowered the chain slightly, revealing a smirk. "Is that all you've got?" Malric's frustration boiled over. He charged forward, summoning twin blades of pure shadow. The ground beneath him cracked with each step as he closed the distance between them. He swung the blades in a deadly arc, but Naruto's chains intercepted, wrapping around the weapons and pulling them from Malric's grasp. Before Malric could react, Naruto closed the distance, his fist glowing with chakra as he delivered a powerful punch to Malric's jaw. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, and Malric staggered back, spitting blood. "You're starting to piss me off," Malric snarled. He extended his hand, and the ground beneath him erupted as massive spikes of shadow shot upward, aiming to impale Naruto. But Naruto was already in motion. The chains lifted him into the air, allowing him to dodge the deadly spikes effortlessly. From above, he launched a barrage of Rasengan-infused chains, each one slamming into Malric with devastating force. The ground shook with each impact, and the Dark Leader was forced to his knees once more. "You're not getting back up," Naruto said, his voice low and deadly. He raised both hands, and the chains tightened around Malric, lifting him off the ground. The golden light intensified, and for a moment, it seemed as though Naruto had finally subdued his enemy. Malric's laughter cut through the air, harsh and mocking. "You think you've won, boy? You're nothing but a child playing with power you barely understand." With a roar, Malric unleashed a pulse of dark energy, shattering the chains around him. The force of the blast sent Naruto flying backward, but he landed gracefully, his chains already reforming around him. The two warriors stood facing each other, the tension between them palpable. Naruto's breath was heavy, but his resolve remained unshaken. He tightened his grip, and the chains responded, their golden light flickering with renewed intensity. Malric's eyes glowed with malevolence as he summoned his spear once more. "You're strong, Uzumaki. But strength alone won't save you from what's coming." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "I'm not afraid of what's coming. Bring it on." The two charged at each other, their respective powers colliding in a storm of light and darkness. The battlefield was consumed by their clash, the air crackling with energy as they exchanged blow after blow. For a time, it seemed as though Naruto had the upper hand. His chains moved with precision, striking Malric with unrelenting force. Each attack was a masterstroke, wearing down the Dark Leader and pushing him closer to defeat. But then, the tide began to turn. Malric's attacks grew more ferocious, his movements more calculated. He adapted to Naruto's strategies, countering the chains with swift and brutal efficiency. Slowly but surely, he began to gain the upper hand. Naruto could feel the strain in his body, the weight of the battle pressing down on him. His chakra reserves were dwindling, and every movement took more effort than the last. Yet he refused to back down. As their battle reached its peak, a sudden movement caught Naruto's eye. Across the battlefield, one of Malric's lieutenants had seized Ino by the throat, lifting her off the ground with ease. Her struggles were futile, her face pale as she gasped for air. Time seemed to freeze as Naruto's gaze locked onto her. A cold dread settled in his chest, and for a moment, everything else faded away. Ino. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, but for Naruto, time seemed to slow as his eyes locked onto Ino. She hung limply in the grip of one of Malric's henchmen, her feet barely touching the ground. Her face was pale, and though her breath came in short, painful gasps, she still managed to force a smile. "Ah. So this is what it comes down to," Malric said, his voice ragged but triumphant. He wiped blood from his lips, his dark eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. "You may have the power to defeat me, Uzumaki, but power alone means nothing in this world. This is the world of the wicked, where only those willing to make the ugliest sacrifices can claim victory." Naruto's fists clenched, his golden Uzumaki chains flickering uncertainly around him. His chest heaved with exertion, his heart pounding as Malric's words cut deep. Malric gestured toward Ino, still struggling in the clutches of his subordinate. "You want to play the hero? Then choose, defeat me and let her die, or surrender and save her worthless life. Either way, you'll lose." Ino's breath hitched, And for a moment, her usually defiant eyes softened. "Naruto. Don't do it," she whispered, her voice hoarse but resolute. She managed a faint, bittersweet smile. Just beat him. Don't worry about me. Thank you. For everything." Naruto's heart twisted at her words. For the first time in his life, he felt utterly lost. The weight of the world had always been on his shoulders, but now it bore down on him with a suffocating intensity. His instincts screamed at him to finish Malric, to end the threat here and now. Yet, something deeper, something more primal, refused to let him abandon Ino. "This isn't right." Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, stern and unyielding. "Naruto, think clearly. She's one person. Sacrificing her could save countless lives. You've always known the burden of leadership means making hard choices." But Naruto shook his head, his resolve hardening. "No, Kurama. Not this time," Kurama growled. "You'll doom us all if you let your emotions control you." Naruto ignored him. His gaze returned to Ino, who was now openly weeping. "Naruto-kun," she cried, her voice breaking. "Don't do this. I'm not worth it. You're better than this." But Naruto had made up his mind. Slowly, deliberately, he let his chains dissipate, their golden light fading into the air. Malric's eyes widened with surprise, and then delight, as Naruto sank to his knees. Naruto spread his arms wide, his eyes fixed on the stormy sky above. The air around him seemed to still, and the battlefield grew eerily quiet. "You win," he said, his voice steady. "Do whatever you want with me. Just let her go." Ino's screams filled the silence, raw and desperate. "No. Naruto-kun, stop. Please, don't do this. I'm begging you." Malric's grin stretched wider as he stepped forward, his dark aura pulsating with renewed vigor. Ah, what a sight! The mighty Uzumaki, brought to his knees by love. How poetic! With a sadistic chuckle, he raised his spear, its tip glowing with dark energy. "Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki." The spear came down, and the battlefield erupted in a blinding flash of darkness and light. The impact sent a shockwave through the area, and when the light faded, Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. His breathing was shallow, his body broken but still alive. Malric stood over him, triumphant, holding a vial of Naruto's blood. The leader of darkness turned to his men, his voice booming. "It's time. Gather around." The henchman holding Ino finally released her, letting her collapse to the ground. She crawled toward Naruto, tears streaming down her face as she cradled his battered form. "Naruto-kun. Why?" she whispered. "Why did you do this?" Naruto's eyes fluttered open, his gaze hazy but filled with a quiet determination. "Because you matter to me," he murmured. "I won't lose anyone else." Ino choked back a sob, clutching him tighter. "You idiot. You selfless, stupid idiot." Around them, Malric's men formed a circle, chanting in a language older than time. The ground began to quake, and a massive, ominous portal opened in the center of their formation. Malric stepped into the circle, raising the vial of Naruto's blood high above his head. "With this sacrifice, the darkness shall rise again," he proclaimed. The air around the battlefield was thick with a heavy, oppressive darkness. The portal still crackled and hissed as the monstrous figure emerged fully from its depths. The creature sat atop a massive black horse, its mane and tail swirling like shadows in a storm. The rider itself was clad in ancient, jagged armor, its form radiating an aura of pure malevolence. But the most horrifying feature was its absence. Where its head should have been, there was nothing. A hollow void emanated a faint, eerie glow of dark energy, pulsating like a heartbeat. Shikamaru's voice broke the uneasy silence. "So that's it. A headless knight." His usually calm tone wavered. "And here I thought things couldn't get worse." Naruto, sprawled on the blood-soaked ground, could only stare, his body trembling from pain and exhaustion. Malric's laughter echoed as he approached the rider. "At last. The Black Reaper has returned," he proclaimed, his voice filled with manic triumph. "Your reign shall begin anew, my lord." Naruto clenched his fists, his teeth grinding as he forced his arms to move. He pushed himself up slightly, but the weight of his injuries dragged him back down. He groaned in frustration, sweat mixing with the blood on his face. Ino knelt beside him, her hands trembling as she gripped his shoulders. "Naruto-kun, stop," she pleaded, her voice breaking. "You're in no condition to fight. Please. Please don't do this." But Naruto's eyes burned with a mix of fury and helplessness. I can't just sit here," he muttered, trying again to lift himself. His vision blurred, and he swayed dangerously. Ino tightened her grip on him, tears streaming down her face. "You'll die if you keep this up. Let me help you." The headless horseman shifted in its saddle, the giant black sword in its grip gleaming ominously. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, scanning the battlefield despite its lack of eyes. The tension was palpable as the knight's gaze, or whatever dark force guided it, settled briefly on each person. The knight seemed to pause, its attention drifting toward a figure in the distance. Shikamaru followed its line of sight and his eyes widened in horror. No. No, not her. Far across the field, the young test subject they had risked everything to protect was huddled in a corner, her body trembling violently. Her wide eyes darted around, searching for an escape, but she was trapped. Sasuke, bloodied and breathing heavily, gripped his sword tightly. "It's targeting her," he shouted, his Sharingan blazing. Naruto's heart sank as he realized what was happening. "No," he shouted hoarsely, struggling harder to stand. The horse reared up, its ghastly rider lifting its blade high. Then, without a sound, the horse charged. The ground trembled beneath its hooves as it thundered across the battlefield, a dark blur of death racing toward its victim. Shikamaru reacted instantly, his hands flying into a familiar seal. Shadow Possession Jutsu. His shadow extended toward the rider, but the knight simply shattered the tendrils with a pulse of its dark aura. Sakura leapt into action, her fists glowing with chakra. She slammed her hand into the ground, creating a fissure to block the horse's path. The knight didn't even slow down, leaping effortlessly over the obstacle. "Hinata, now!" Sakura yelled. Hinata activated her Byakugan, sending a barrage of chakra needles at the rider. The attacks struck true but dissolved harmlessly against its armor. Hinata gasped, her hands trembling. "It's invincible." Sasuke gritted his teeth, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. In a flash, he appeared in the knight's path, his sword slashing in a brilliant arc. But the knight parried effortlessly, sending Sasuke skidding back. The rider was unstoppable. As it closed in on the girl, Shikamaru screamed, "Run! Get out of there!" But it was too late. In a single, fluid motion, the Black Reaper swung its massive sword. The battlefield fell silent as the girl's headless body crumpled to the ground. Her head rolled a few feet away, her lifeless eyes staring into the void. A collective gasp echoed through the group. Shikamaru fell to his knees, his shadow flickering and fading. "No! No, no, no!" he muttered, his voice cracking. "We failed her." Sasuke staggered back, his sword slipping from his grasp. He clutched his stomach, the bile rising in his throat. This can't be real," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Sakura collapsed beside Naruto, her hands shaking as she tried to heal his wounds. Her face was pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could this happen?" Hinata covered her mouth with her hands, her Byakugan deactivating as she fell to the ground. "We couldn't save her." The Black Reaper dismounted, its horse dissolving into shadows. It drove its blade into the ground beside the girl's severed head, dark energy swirling around it. Then, with a sickening pull, it lifted both the blade and the head, securing the grisly trophy. Malrit clapped his hands together, his face twisted in a grotesque grin. "Magnificent! My lord, you have made your first mark on this world once more." Naruto's vision swam as he tried to rise again, only to collapse into Ino's arms. He could barely feel her as she held him close, her sobs racking her body. "Naruto-kun. I'm so sorry," she whispered. "This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so weak." Naruto's head lolled to the side, his strength completely spent. Darkness closed in around him, and the last thing he heard was Ino's anguished cry. Sakura's voice broke through the silence, trembling with urgency. "We need to get Naruto to the hospital now, or he won't make it." Shikamaru, still kneeling, managed to nod. "We'll take him back. But this fight isn't over. Not by a long shot." Sasuke finally found his voice, his face pale and drawn. "We'll regroup. But first, let's get him out of here." Ino held Naruto tightly, her tears soaking into his blood-stained clothes. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with regret. "This is all because of me." The journey back to Konoha had been a blur of blood, tears, and desperation. Naruto lay unconscious on the stretcher, his face pale and gaunt, as the medics rushed him into the hospital. The team barely held themselves together, each consumed by their own spiraling thoughts of failure and loss. In the operating room, Tsunade worked with precision and urgency. Her hands glowed with a steady green chakra as she stitched up the deep wound in Naruto's abdomen. The bleeding had been relentless, and despite her best efforts, his condition was critical. Finally, after what felt like hours, she managed to stop the bleeding and close the wound. She stepped back, her brow furrowed. "His injuries are stabilized, but he's lost too much blood," she said to Shizune, who stood by her side. Shizune nodded, worry etched across her face. "What's his blood type?" "Type AB negative," Tsunade replied grimly. "Extremely rare. There's no one in the village who matches it. Shizun's eyes widened. Then what do we do? Tsunade let out a heavy sigh, wiping the sweat from her brow. He'll need a blood substitute to survive, along with a carefully managed diet of iron-rich and nutrient-dense foods. It's not ideal, but it's all we can do for now. She removed her gloves and left the operating room, her face weary but resolute. As she stepped into the hallway, she was met by a blur of blonde hair. "Ino," Tsunade said, her voice firm but gentle. Ino grabbed her arms, her eyes wide with panic. "Tsunade-sama. How is he? Is he going to be okay? Please tell me he's okay." Tsunade placed her hands on Ino's shoulders, steadying her. "Calm down, Ino. He's alive. The wound is closed, and the bleeding has stopped." Ino's relief was immediate but short-lived. "But? There's something else, isn't there?" Tsunade nodded. "He's extremely weak. Naruto lost a significant amount of blood, and his blood type is so rare that we don't have any matching donors." Ino's breath hitched. "What? What does that mean? What can we do?" "We'll have to compensate through other means," Tsunade explained. "A specific diet and careful monitoring. He'll recover, but it's going to take time. For now, he's stable, but he needs rest." Ino bit her lip, her hands trembling. I see." Tsunade gave her a reassuring squeeze. "He's strong, Ino. Stronger than anyone I've ever met. But right now, he needs you to be strong for him." With that, she walked away, leaving Ino standing in the hallway, her heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. Ino entered the dimly lit hospital room. The steady beeping of the heart monitor was the only sound, a constant reminder of Naruto's fragile state. He lay motionless on the bed, his chest rising and falling shallowly. An oxygen mask covered his face, and an IV drip was attached to his arm. Seeing him like this, so vulnerable and still, made her chest tighten painfully. She approached the bed slowly, her legs feeling like lead. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she took his hand in hers, her fingers brushing over his calloused skin. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, "Naruto-kun. You idiot. Why did you do it? Why did you risk everything for me?" Her voice broke, and she buried her face in his hand, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "If I wasn't so weak, none of this would have happened. You wouldn't be lying here, barely hanging on." Minutes turned into hours as she stayed by his side, her guilt and sorrow consuming her. Eventually, exhaustion began to take its toll. She shifted slightly, leaning against him, but her bra felt constrictive and uncomfortable. With a frustrated sigh, she reached under her shirt and unhooked it, pulling the garment off discreetly. Tossing it aside, she settled back down, resting her head gently against his shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun," she murmured, her eyes closing as sleep overtook her. Meanwhile, in Tsunade's office, the atmosphere was tense. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her expression grave as she listened to Shikamaru's report. Kakashi stood nearby, his arms crossed, his face unreadable. Shikamaru recounted the events of the mission in detail, his voice low and steady despite the guilt weighing heavily on him. He described the portal, the emergence of the Headless Horseman, and the girl's tragic death. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her hands steepled. "So, this is the threat we're facing now," she said quietly. "A monster born of darkness, capable of cutting through our strongest defenses." Kakashi sighed. "And Naruto? He put himself in harm's way to save Ino." Shikamaru nodded. "He knew the risks, but he didn't hesitate. Even when the odds were against him, he stood his ground." Tsunade's lips curved into a faint smile. "That's Naruto for you. Always willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others." Kakashi's eyes softened. "It seems he's found someone worth fighting for. He may not realize it yet, but his actions speak volumes." Shikamaru, however, looked down, his fists clenched. "We failed," he said bitterly. "We promised to protect her, and we couldn't. She trusted us, and we let her down." Tsunade's expression hardened. "You did what you could, Shikamaru. Sometimes, even our best efforts aren't enough. But we learn, and we move forward." Shikamaru nodded reluctantly. "Before she died, the girl mentioned something," he said. "She said her grandfather warned her about the Headless Horseman. That he seeks vengeance and won't stop until he reclaims his head." Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "So, that's the missing piece," she muttered. "We need to find out more about this creature's origins and how to stop it." Shikamaru stood. "I'll start gathering information immediately. We can't let this happen again." Tsunade nodded. "Good. And Shikamaru?" He paused, looking back at her. "Don't carry this burden alone," she said softly. "We're all in this together." Shikamaru gave a small nod before leaving the room, the weight of their failure still heavy on his shoulders. Kakashi sighed, his gaze distant. "We've faced countless threats before, but this Feels different. Tsunade leaned forward, her hands clasped. We'll face it together. But for now, let's focus on Naruto's recovery. He's the key to our survival. Back in the hospital room, the night deepened. Ino stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked at Naruto, his face peaceful despite the turmoil they had endured. She gently brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, her heart aching. I promise, Naruto-kun, she whispered. I'll become stronger. For you. The room remained silent, but the determination in her eyes burned brightly. Naruto stirred in his sleep, his body aching from the battle that had nearly cost him everything. His mind was heavy with fragmented memories of pain, loss, and a strange warmth that now lingered beside him. He shifted slightly, feeling something soft and warm pressed against him. His breathing quickened, and his eyes slowly fluttered open. The sterile white ceiling of the hospital greeted him, and for a moment, he was unsure of where he was. But as the events of the mission came flooding back, his chest tightened. His hand moved instinctively, brushing against something that wasn't part of the hospital bed. Something soft and smooth. Naruto turned his head slowly, and his gaze fell upon a cascade of blonde hair. It shimmered faintly in the dim light, splayed across the pillow. His heart skipped a beat as he realized who it was. Ino, he murmured. She was curled up beside him, her face peaceful but streaked with dry tears. Even in sleep, her brows were knitted together, as if she were trapped in some painful dream. Naruto's heart clenched. Her vulnerability was a stark contrast to the fierce and confident Ino he was used to seeing. He reached out hesitantly, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. The sight of her tears made his stomach churn with guilt. Suddenly, Ino stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, and for a brief moment, she seemed disoriented. Then, her gaze locked onto Naruto's, and her eyes instantly filled with fresh tears. Naruto, she cried, throwing her arms around him and clutching him tightly. Her voice cracked as she sobbed, "You idiot! You stupid, stupid idiot!" Naruto winced at the sudden embrace, his body still weak and sore. But he didn't push her away. Instead, he let her cry against his chest, her sobs shaking them both. "Ino," he began, but his voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. "You could have died," she shouted, her voice muffled against his hospital gown. "Do you have any idea how scared I was? How much it hurt to see you like that?" Naruto remained silent, his eyes downcast. He didn't know how to respond. The weight of their failure, the loss of the girl, and his own helplessness pressed heavily on him. Ino pulled back slightly, her tear-streaked face filled with anger and pain. "Why? Why did you do it? Why did you risk everything for me?" Naruto swallowed hard, struggling to find the words. "Because. If something had happened to you, I wouldn't have been able to forgive myself." Ino's eyes widened in shock. Her grip on him loosened slightly, and she stared at him, searching his face for any sign of hesitation or doubt. Naruto's eyes flickered with an emotion he couldn't fully grasp. "I didn't think. I care about you, Ino." The words slipped out before he could stop them, and his eyes widened in panic. He clamped a hand over his mouth, his face turning crimson. Ino's cheeks flushed a deep red, but a small, tender smile crept across her lips. She reached out, gently taking his hand and pressing it against her chest, just above her heart. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she whispered. Naruto's heart raced as he felt the warmth of her skin beneath his hand, the steady beat of her heart. His face grew even hotter, and he tried to pull his hand away, but Ino held it firmly in place. Before he could say anything, the door to the room swung open, and Tsunade stepped in. She froze in the doorway, taking in the scene before her. Well, she said, raising an eyebrow. "I didn't realize the two of you were this close." Naruto's face turned a deep shade of red as he scrambled to explain. "It's not what it looks like, Tsunade Bakken." Ino, however, simply smiled and released his hand. "Good morning, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade chuckled and crossed her arms. "How are you feeling, Naruto?" Naruto shifted uncomfortably, testing his limbs. "I've been better," he admitted. He tried to sit up, but his body protested, and he sank back onto the pillow with a frustrated groan. Tsunade approached the bed, her expression softening. "You're not fully healed yet. Take it easy." Ino placed a hand on his shoulder, gently guiding him back down. "Listen to her, Naruto-kun. You're not going anywhere until you've recovered." Naruto clenched his fists, his frustration evident. "I hate this," he muttered. "I hate feeling weak and useless." Ino's eyes softened with understanding. She leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss to his lips. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't pull away. "It's okay to feel that way," Ino said softly. "We all feel like that sometimes. But you're not alone, Naruto. We're in this together." She kissed him again, her lips lingering a little longer this time. When she pulled back, She gave him a teasing smile. "Oh, by the way, I wasn't wearing a bra earlier." Naruto blinked in confusion, and then his gaze fell on the discarded garment lying on the floor. His face turned a bright shade of red. What?" Ino giggled, clearly enjoying his reaction. She leaned in close, her voice a playful whisper. "Don't worry. It's our little secret." Tsunade rolled her eyes. "I'm still here, you know." Ino grinned, unfazed. "I don't care." Naruto groaned, covering his face with his hands. Despite the embarrassment, a small smile tugged at his lips. For a moment, the weight of their recent ordeal seemed a little lighter. "I'll go get you some food," Ino said, standing up and stretching. She glanced back at him with a warm smile. "You need to eat if you're going to get your strength back." Naruto watched her as she left the room, his heart feeling a little lighter. Tsunade crossed her arms, smirking. "You're lucky to have her, Naruto. Don't mess it up." Naruto let out a deep sigh, leaning back against the pillow. "Yeah," he said softly. "I know." As Ino walked through the bustling market, she thought about everything that had happened. Her heart felt heavy, but also strangely full. She paused in front of a food stall, her mind racing. "What should I get for Naruto-kun?" she murmured to herself. Naruto sat alone on the hospital bed, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white from the pressure. The sterile smell of the room, the distant sound of medical equipment, and the soft murmurs from the hallway were all drowned out by the storm raging within him. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, his defeat. "This is humiliating," he muttered through gritted teeth. His voice trembled with frustration as he punched the mattress beside him. "I hate this. I hate this feeling of helplessness." The fight replayed in his head like a torturous loop. The Headless Horseman's overwhelming power, the cold lifeless eyes of the young girl, and the haunting sound of the sword meeting flesh, it was all too much. "Kurama," Naruto called out, his voice strained. The deep, resonant growl of the Nine Tails echoed in his mind. "What is it, Naruto?" Naruto's eyes narrowed as he focused on the presence of his inner demon. "That thing. The Headless Horseman. What is it? What does it want?" Kurama was silent for a moment, as if weighing how much to reveal. Finally, his voice rumbled with a mix of disdain and solemnity. "He is a remnant of a dark past. A being consumed by vengeance." Naruto frowned. "Vengeance? For what?" Kurama let out a heavy sigh. "Listen carefully, Naruto. The story of the Headless Horseman is a tale drenched in betrayal and injustice. Long ago, he was a noble warrior, a protector of his people. His name was lost to time, but his deeds were legendary. He was a man of honor, a man of conviction." Kurama's voice deepened, carrying the weight of the tale. But as with many tales of heroes, his story took a dark turn. He was betrayed by those he trusted most, his own comrades. They accused him of treason, of crimes he did not commit. His loyalty was repaid with chains, and his bravery with scorn. Naruto's jaw tightened as he listened, his anger simmering. "They sentenced him to death," Kurama continued. "But not just any death. They beheaded him in front of his people, a spectacle of humiliation and fear. His body was left to rot, but his soul could not rest. The injustice, the betrayal, and the pain bound him to this world." Naruto swallowed hard, the weight of the story sinking in. "And now he wants revenge." "Yes," Kurama confirmed. "His hatred festered over centuries. His spirit was twisted by the darkness, and he became what you saw, a force of destruction, driven by a singular goal, to make those who wronged him suffer. He will not stop until he claims enough heads to fill the void left by his own." Naruto's hands trembled as he absorbed Kurama's words. "How do we stop something like that?" "You must understand him, Naruto," Kurama said. "This isn't just about power. It's about resolving the hatred that binds him. But be warned, his vengeance will not be easily swayed. He sees the living as complicit in his suffering." Naruto leaned back against the bed, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The enormity of the task ahead weighed heavily on him. For a moment, he felt the crushing weight of responsibility, the same weight he had carried all his life. A soft knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. The door creaked open, and Ino stepped in, carrying a bag of food. Her face lit up when she saw him awake, but there was a lingering sadness in her eyes. "Naruto-kun," she said with a warm smile, holding up the bag. "I brought you something. It's grilled chicken, your favorite." Naruto offered a weak smile but said nothing, his mind still clouded with thoughts of the horseman. Ino walked over to the bed and set the food on the small tray table. She opened the containers, filling the room with the savory aroma of freshly cooked chicken and steamed vegetables. "Come on," she said, sitting beside him. "You need to eat. Open your mouth." She picked up a piece of chicken with a pair of chopsticks and held it out to him. Naruto shook his head. "I can feed myself." Ino pouted playfully. Nope, I'm feeding you. This is your chance, Naruto-kun. How many guys get to say they were fed by a beautiful girl like me? Naruto's cheeks flushed, but he reluctantly opened his mouth. Ino smiled and carefully fed him the bite of chicken. She continued, her voice light and teasing, though there was a hint of sadness behind her cheerful demeanor. As she fed him, Naruto noticed the way her hands trembled slightly, the way her eyes occasionally flicked to his bandaged wounds. She was putting on a brave face, but he could see the guilt and pain she was trying to hide. Ino, he said quietly after swallowing another bite. She looked at him, her smile faltering slightly. What is it, Naruto-kun? You don't have to pretend, he said, his voice soft but firm. I know you're hurting too. Ino's hands stilled, and for a moment, she seemed on the verge of breaking. But then she took a deep breath and forced a smile. I'm fine, Naruto-kun, she said, though her voice wavered. I hate seeing you like this. And I hate that I couldn't do more to help. Naruto reached out and gently took her hand, his gaze steady. We'll get through this, he said. Together. Ino's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded, squeezing his hand tightly. After a moment, she wiped her eyes and said, anyway, guess what? Tsunade-sama said you can go home today. I got your discharge papers. Naruto blinked in surprise. Really? I can leave? Ino nodded, her smile returning. Yep. But first, you need to get dressed. She pulled out a neatly folded blue outfit from another bag and handed it to him. I picked this out for you. I think it'll look great on you. Naruto accepted the clothes with a small smile. Thanks, Ino. As he began to change, Ino busied herself tidying up. She bent over to pick something up from the floor, and Naruto's eyes unintentionally wandered. His face turned bright red as he quickly looked away. Ino straightened up and caught his flustered expression. She smirked knowingly. Were you looking, Naruto-kun? And no, he stammered, his face burning. She laughed, walking over to him and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Don't worry, she said with a wink. You'll get to see plenty more once we're home. Naruto's heart raced, and for the first time in what felt like days, he allowed himself to smile. Ino's playful energy and unwavering support were exactly what he needed. Let's go home, she said, taking his hand. Together, they walked out of the hospital, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The sunlight streaming through the hospital windows did little to lift Naruto's spirits as he leaned on Ino for support. Each step felt heavier than the last, not from physical pain, but from the weight of his recent failure. The memory of the Headless Horseman lingered, a constant reminder of his defeat. Ino walked beside him, her arm wrapped tightly around his waist, steadying him as they made their way through the hospital corridor. Her concern was evident, though she tried to mask it with a bright smile. As they exited the hospital, a group of young women gathered, their excited chatter rising above the noise of the bustling street. They quickly surrounded Naruto, their eyes wide with curiosity and admiration. Naruto-kun. Please, tell us what happened. One of them pleaded, her voice filled with awe. We heard about your battle. Was it really that terrifying? Another asked eagerly. Naruto's eyes darkened, and he turned his face away. He didn't want to relive the fight or explain his loss to anyone, least of all a crowd of eager listeners. Ino immediately stepped in, her expression hardening. She raised her voice, her tone sharp and commanding. Enough. Leave Naruto-kun alone. She shot them a fierce glare, adding with a possessive edge, he's with me, so back off. The girls shrank back, startled by her sudden change in demeanor. Muttering apologies, they dispersed, casting curious glances at Ino and Naruto as they walked away. Naruto sighed, his irritation evident. I'm not yours, Ino, he muttered, his tone flat. Ino smirked, leaning in closer. Not yet, but you will be, Naruto-kun. He didn't respond, and they continued down the street in silence. Before long, a familiar figure appeared, sprinting toward them at full speed. Rock Lee, his signature bowl cut bouncing as he ran, came to a screeching halt in front of Naruto. Tears streamed down his face as he pulled Naruto into a bone-crushing hug. Naruto-kun, Lee sobbed, his voice quivering. I've missed you so much. It's been too long since we last fought together in the war. Naruto grimaced, struggling to free himself. Let go, you idiot. He growled. You're crushing me. Lee immediately released him, bowing deeply in apology. I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I was just overwhelmed with emotion. But... He straightened up, his expression turning serious. I heard about your recent battle. They say the Headless Horseman defeated you in combat. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching. The humiliation of his defeat was still fresh, and Lee's words felt like salt in the wound. Lee, oblivious to Naruto's growing anger, continued, Please, Naruto-kun. Tell me about your fight. I need to learn from your mistakes so I can become stronger. Teach me how you failed so that I may never experience the same. Naruto's patience snapped. Get lost, you moron. He barked. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Ino, who had been quietly observing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. She found Lee's earnestness both amusing and endearing, though she was careful to keep her distance from his overly enthusiastic hugs. Lee looked crestfallen, his shoulders slumping in defeat. I see. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. He took a step back, giving Naruto a respectful bow before turning to leave. If you ever feel like sharing, I'll be ready to listen. Naruto rolled his eyes and muttered, whatever, before continuing on his way, leaning heavily on Ino. As they turned the corner, they nearly bumped into another familiar face. Hinata Hyuga stood quietly, her lavender eyes widening in surprise as she saw Naruto. She fidgeted nervously, her cheeks tinged with pink. Naruto-kun, she greeted softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Naruto regarded her with mild curiosity. Oh, it's you. Hinata, right? The quiet, weird girl. Hinata's blush deepened, and she lowered her gaze, her fingers twiddling nervously. I heard about your battle, she said hesitantly. I'm sorry for your loss. Naruto's expression darkened. The last thing he needed was another reminder of his failure. Hinata, sensing his discomfort, reached into her bag and pulled out a small vial filled with a glowing green liquid. Here, she said, holding it out to him. This is a special herbal remedy. It might help with your recovery. Before Naruto could respond, Ino stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. Thanks, Hinata, but Naruto-kun doesn't need that. I'm a medical ninja, and I've got everything under control. Her tone was polite but firm, leaving no room for argument. Hinata hesitated, her hand lingering in the air before she slowly withdrew it. I see, she said quietly. Take care, Naruto-kun. Without another word, she turned and walked away, her head bowed. Naruto watched her go, his brow furrowing. What's her deal? Nothing to worry about, Ino said quickly, tightening her grip on his waist. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's get you home. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached Naruto's apartment. Ino helped him inside, guiding him to the couch. He sank into the cushions with a heavy sigh, his eyes closed as he tried to relax. Ino busied herself in the kitchen, unpacking the food she had brought. When she returned, she found Naruto glaring at the television. The news was on, and the headline read, War hero Naruto Uzumaki suffers crushing defeat. The anchor spoke with exaggerated gravitas, detailing Naruto's battle and its outcome. Naruto's face twisted in anger. Stupid reporter, he muttered, grabbing the remote and shutting off the TV. Ino returned, now dressed in a light, casual outfit, a loose tank top and shorts. She sat beside Naruto, her expression softening as she placed a hand on his arm. Don't let it get to you, Naruto-kun, she said gently. People care about you, that's all. You're a hero to them, and they're just worried. Naruto scoffed. I don't care about any of that. Ino frowned but didn't press the issue. Instead, she leaned in and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to his lips. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, his cheeks turning bright red. When she pulled back, her eyes were filled with determination. Train me, Naruto-kun, she said firmly. I don't want to be a burden anymore. Teach me the wind style so I can fight by your side. Naruto hesitated, taken aback by her resolve. Finally, he nodded. All right, he said quietly. I'll train you. Ino smiled, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. Naruto's face burned as he felt the softness of her body pressed against him, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he let himself relax, finding comfort in her warmth. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in days, Naruto felt a glimmer of hope. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. In a quiet, secluded village nestled deep within the forest, a small cottage stood under the pale glow of the moon. The air outside was crisp, carrying the faint rustle of leaves as the trees swayed gently in the wind. Inside, the warmth of a roaring fire filled the room, casting flickering shadows across the walls. The family gathered around the hearth, their faces illuminated by the golden light. The father, a sturdy man with a weathered face, sipped from a mug of warm cider. His wife, a gentle woman with kind eyes, hummed a soft tune as she rocked their infant child in her arms. At their feet, their two older children, a boy and a girl, played with wooden toys, their laughter filling the room. It was a scene of peace and contentment, a moment of solace in a world that often felt far too cruel. The night outside was still, save for the occasional call of an owl or the distant howling of wolves. But then, a sound broke the serenity, a deep, rhythmic thudding, like the beating of a colossal heart. Thud. 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 The father's brow furrowed, and he set down his mug. Did you hear that? He asked, his voice low. The mother stopped humming, her eyes starting toward the window. "It's probably just the wind," she said, though her tone betrayed her unease. Thud. 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 The sound grew louder, more distinct. It was the heavy clatter of hooves, echoing through the night. The family exchanged worried glances as the noise drew closer, each beat reverberating through the ground beneath them. The boy stood up, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Is it a horse, Papa?" he asked. The father rose from his chair, his hand instinctively reaching for the axe that leaned against the wall. "Stay here," he ordered, his voice firm. He moved toward the door, his steps cautious. The thudding had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press against the walls of the cottage. The father placed his hand on the door's latch, hesitating for a moment before pulling it open. The night greeted him with an unsettling stillness. The moonlight bathed the forest in a pale glow, but the path leading to their home was empty. No horse. No rider. He stepped outside, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice carrying into the darkness. No response. The father's grip on the axe tightened. He turned back toward the cottage, his heart pounding in his chest. As he reached for the door, a sudden, deafening crash shattered the silence. The door burst inward, splintering into pieces as a massive figure on horseback stormed into the cottage. The horse's eyes glowed a menacing red, its breath visible in the cold air as it snorted and pawed at the ground. The rider was clad in black armor, his presence exuding an otherworldly terror. His cloak billowed behind him like a shadowy specter, and in his gauntleted hands, he held a wickedly curved sword that gleamed in the firelight. But most horrifying of all was the rider's head, or rather, the lack thereof. His neck ended in a jagged stump, from which dark, swirling mist poured out like a ghastly vapor. The family screamed, their once cozy home now a chamber of horror. The father rushed forward, raising his axe, but the headless horseman was faster. With a swift, merciless strike, the sword flashed through the air, severing the father's head from his body. Blood sprayed across the walls as the man's lifeless body crumpled to the floor. The mother clutched her infant tightly, her screams mingling with the wails of her children. "No. Please, no," she cried, tears streaming down her face. The horseman turned his attention to her, his sword dripping with fresh blood. He spurred his demonic steed forward, the beast's hooves striking sparks against the wooden floor. With another swing of his blade, he silenced the mother, her head falling to the ground with a sickening thud. The infant wailed in her arms, unaware of the carnage around him. The horseman raised his sword once more, but before he could strike, the boy threw himself at the monster, his small fists pounding against the black armor. "Leave my family alone!" the boy shouted, his voice cracking with fear and fury. The horseman paused, as if considering the boy's bravery. But mercy was not in his nature. With a single, brutal motion, he swung his blade, ending the boy's life as easily as snuffing out a candle. The girl, now the last surviving member of her family, backed into a corner, her small hands covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. Her wide eyes reflected the monstrous figure as he dismounted, his boots echoing ominously on the blood-soaked floor. She whispered a prayer, her voice trembling. "Please. Don't." The headless horseman stepped closer, his sword glinting in the firelight. He raised it high, and for a moment, the flame seemed to dance in anticipation. And then, the blade fell. The cottage fell silent once more, save for the crackling of the fire and the faint drip of blood pooling on the floor. The horseman stood amidst the carnage, his sword sheathed in crimson. He turned, walking back to his steed, which awaited impatiently at the shattered doorway. With a fluid motion, he mounted the horse, and together they vanished into the night, leaving behind only death and the echoes of terror. The once warm and lively cottage was now a cold, lifeless tomb. The fire burned low, casting long shadows over the gruesome scene. Outside, the forest remained silent, as if mourning the lives that had been taken. The legend of the Headless Horseman would grow that night, a tale of vengeance and blood that would haunt the village for generations to come. Tsunade sat in her office, the early morning light filtering through the blinds, casting long shadows across her desk. The room smelled faintly of wood polish and ink, but the air was heavy with tension. She leaned back in her chair, massaging her temples as the reports lay spread out before her. Each one detailed the same gruesome events, a family brutally murdered, their heads severed and missing. "This is madness," Tsunade muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible over the pounding in her head. "No, this goes beyond madness. This is a nightmare come to life." She poured herself a glass of sake, her hands trembling slightly as she raised it to her lips. Just as she took a sip, the door to her office slid open, revealing Kakashi, his usual calm demeanor replaced with a grim expression. "Tsunade-sama," he said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. "I assume you've heard the news?" Tsunade set down her glass with a sigh. "Yes, Kakashi. A whole family, slaughtered in their own home. No heads, no trace of the killer. It's like he vanished into thin air. She shook her head, her golden hair swaying. This is beyond anything we've dealt with before. Kakashi nodded, his visible eye narrowing. The villagers are terrified. They're locking their doors, refusing to leave their homes after sunset. The fear is spreading fast. We need to act, Tsunade said, her voice firm. We can't let this go on. If this thing keeps up, the entire village will descend into chaos. Kakashi crossed his arms. I agree. We need a unified response, not just from Konoha, but from every hidden village. This threat doesn't discriminate. It could strike anywhere, anytime. Tsunade nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the reports. Call for a cage summit. We'll meet in a week to discuss our next move. If this headless horseman wants to terrorize the world, then the world will stand together against him. Kakashi inclined his head. Understood. I'll send out the summons immediately. As Kakashi turned to leave, Tsunade leaned back in her chair, exhaling deeply. I'm going to need another drink, she muttered, reaching for the sake bottle once more. Elsewhere in the village, Sasuke Uchiha stood on the rooftop of a tall building, his dark eyes scanning the streets below. The once bustling village was now eerily quiet. People moved quickly, heads down, their eyes darting nervously as if expecting the horseman to appear at any moment. So, it's begun, Sasuke murmured, his voice barely audible over the wind. The horseman has started his rampage. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. His thoughts raced as he considered the implications. This wasn't just about one village or one family. The horseman's vengeance was boundless, and fear had already sunk its claws deep into the hearts of the people. This is more than just terrifying, Sasuke thought, his expression grim. It's destabilizing everything. Fear is the ultimate weapon, and he wields it masterfully. In a small apartment on the other side of the village, Naruto stood in his kitchen, frying eggs. The smell of sizzling butter filled the air, but his mind was elsewhere. His hands moved on autopilot as his thoughts spiraled, replaying the events of the previous night. The images were vivid, as if burned into his mind. A family gathered around their hearth, laughing and enjoying a peaceful evening. Then, the door burst open. The horseman entered, his sword gleaming as he brought death to all who stood before him. Blood splattered across the walls, screams echoed, and then silence. Naruto blinked, his hand trembling as he turned off the stove. His breath came in shallow gasps, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He staggered to the living room, collapsing onto the couch. His body shook as the vision faded, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread. Just then, the bathroom door opened, and Ino stepped out, her hair damp from the shower. She wore a loose-fitting shirt that clung to her slightly, revealing a hint of her neckline. She didn't seem to care about her appearance as she walked toward Naruto, a towel draped over her shoulders. "Naruto-kun," she said, her voice soft but concerned. "What's wrong?" Naruto quickly wiped his face, sitting up straighter. "Nothing," he muttered, avoiding her gaze. Ino frowned, her eyes narrowing. "Don't give me that. I've known you long enough to tell when something's eating at you." She walked closer, standing in front of him with her hands on her hips. "You've been distant all morning. You're in your own world, and it's scaring me." Naruto glanced at her, his eyes heavy with fatigue. "It's nothing, Ino. Just drop it." Ino's expression hardened, her usual playful demeanor replaced with a rare seriousness. "No, Naruto. I won't just drop it. I'm not like everyone else. I'm not going to pretend I don't see what's happening to you." Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. "I'm your future wife. I have a right to know when something's wrong." Naruto sighed, running a hand through his messy hair. "I'll tell you when the time is right," he said quietly. "But for now, just trust me." Ino clenched her fists, her frustration evident. She wanted to argue, to demand answers, but she could see the exhaustion in his eyes. Reluctantly, she nodded. "Fine," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But don't think I'm letting this go." Naruto offered her a faint smile. "Thanks, Ino." They sat in silence for a moment before Naruto stood up. "Let's eat. You wanted training, right? Let's not waste the day." Ino nodded, though her mind was still racing. She had heard the rumors, the horrific tales of what had happened the night before. The Headless Horseman was no ordinary enemy, and the thought of facing him made her stomach churn. As they sat down to eat, Ino stole a glance at Naruto. "I need to get stronger," she thought, her resolve hardening. "Stronger for him. Stronger to protect the people I love." In the heart of the hidden sand village, the atmosphere was tense. The wind carried grains of sand through the narrow streets, but even the familiar howling seemed subdued. Inside the Kazekage's office, Gaara sat behind his desk, his expression grim. The news of the massacre in the Leaf Village had reached him, and the implications were troubling. "This is madness," Gaara muttered, breaking the heavy silence. His voice was calm, but his eyes betrayed a storm of thoughts. The door to his office slid open, and his siblings, Kankuro and Temari, stepped inside. They had clearly heard the same news. Kankuro's usual playful smirk was absent, replaced by a look of concern, while Temari's face was set in a hard line. "Gaara," Kankuro began, his tone serious. "We know what happened. It's all anyone's talking about." Gaara nodded, folding his hands on the desk. "I assumed as much. But we won't discuss the specifics now. Our priority is the Cage Summit." Kankuro leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. "A week from now, right?" "Yes," Gaara confirmed. "That's when we'll decide our course of action." Temari stepped forward, her brow furrowed. "There's something else we need to address. I've been thinking about the implications." "Naruto." At the mention of his name, Gaara's gaze sharpened. "What about him?" Temari hesitated, then said, "The horseman was released using his blood. That's no coincidence. Naruto's bloodline is rare, perhaps even unique. If he were to join forces with them..." Gaara raised a hand, silencing her. "Naruto is on our side." His voice was firm, but his eyes softened slightly. "He's proven his loyalty time and time again." Temari nodded, but her expression remained uneasy. "I know. But we can't ignore the possibility. If the wrong people manipulate him, or if he feels betrayed." Gaara's eyes darkened. "That's why we must treat him with care and respect. If we begin to see him as a threat, if we push him away, we risk driving him into the arms of those who would exploit his power." Kankuro frowned. "But how can you be sure? How do you know he wouldn't turn on us?" Gaara leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "It's the nature of humanity, Kankuro. When someone feels isolated, mistrusted, or condemned, they begin to see the world as their enemy. If Naruto senses that we fear him or blame him for the horseman's actions, he will feel the weight of that suspicion. It will grow inside him like a poison, feeding on his doubts and insecurities." He paused, his gaze distant, as if recalling a painful memory. "Trust is a fragile thing. It takes years to build but can be shattered in an instant. If Naruto falls into darkness, it won't be because of his power or the horsemen. It will be because we failed him. And if that happens, there will be no one strong enough to stop him." The room fell silent as Gaara's words sank in. Temari's face was pale, and Kankuro shifted uncomfortably. Temari finally broke the silence. "If that's true, then we have to be careful. Not just us, but everyone. The other Cage need to understand this too." Gaara nodded. "Yes. But I can't guarantee they will. Fear makes people act irrationally. It blinds them to reason and fuels their worst instincts." Kankuro pushed off the wall, his expression resolute. "Then we'll have to make sure they see things clearly. We can't afford to let Naruto become our enemy." Gaara's eyes softened. "Exactly. We must stand by him, not out of fear of what he could become, but because it's the right thing to do." In a distant, shadowed lair, the air was thick with the stench of blood and sweat. The dim light from a single torch flickered against the damp stone walls, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance with malice. At the center of the room, a man knelt over a trembling figure. The girl's body was weak and battered, her eyes wide with terror. She lay motionless, her strength drained, as the man rose to his feet. He was tall and imposing, his face obscured by a dark hood. His presence alone was suffocating, an aura of pure malevolence. He looked down at her with a twisted smile, his voice cold and devoid of empathy. "You served your purpose," he said, his tone flat. He stepped away, leaving her crumpled on the floor like a discarded doll. Turning to face the gathered men in the room, he spoke with an air of authority. "The Cage Summit is in a week. We'll use it as an opportunity to send our message. The world will see our power, and they will tremble before us." The men around him cheered, their faces alight with wicked glee. "Yes, leader," they shouted in unison, their voices echoing off the stone walls. The leader raised a hand, silencing them. "Our attack will show them that no one is safe, not even a cage. Let them believe in their false sense of security. We'll shatter it in one decisive blow." The men nodded eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Prepare yourselves," the leader continued. "When the time comes, we'll strike with all our might. And the world will know true fear." The men erupted into cheers once more, their voices filled with bloodlust. The leader smiled darkly, his gaze drifting back to the girl on the floor. She whimpered softly, her body trembling, but he paid her no further attention. "The world will burn," he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible over the din. "And we will rise from the ashes as its true rulers." The sky above the training grounds was a vast expanse of pale blue, streaked with wisps of white clouds. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the scent of fresh grass. Despite the serene surroundings, the atmosphere between Naruto and Ino was anything but relaxed. Ino stood at the center of the clearing, her body trembling under the weight of the training gear Naruto had strapped onto her. The heavy weights clung to her arms and legs, pulling her down with every movement. Sweat dripped from her brow, soaking into her training clothes, but her eyes were filled with determination. "Are you ready, Ino?" Naruto asked, his voice steady but firm. Ino gritted her teeth, nodding. "Ready as I'll ever be." Naruto crossed his arms, observing her carefully. "Good. We'll start with something simple. Channeling your chakra into the wind isn't about brute strength. It's about control and precision." He raised his hand, creating a small, swirling gust of wind that spun around his palm. The wind formed a sharp, cutting edge, slicing through a nearby tree branch with ease. The branch fell to the ground with a soft thud. "Your turn," he said, stepping back. Ino took a deep breath, focusing on the swirling energy inside her. She extended her hand, trying to mimic Naruto's technique. The wind around her stirred, but it was wild and unfocused. The air wavered for a moment before dissipating entirely. Naruto frowned. "Not bad, but you're trying too hard to force it. Let the wind flow naturally. Feel its rhythm, and guide it, don't command it." Ino nodded, her face flushed from the exertion and Naruto's close attention. She closed her eyes, trying to calm her racing heart. Again, she extended her hand, this time focusing on the subtle currents around her. The wind began to stir, forming a weak but visible vortex. "Better," Naruto said, a small smile tugging at his lips. "But you'll need to push harder if you want real results." He stepped behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Ino felt a jolt of electricity at his touch but quickly refocused. "Feel that?" he murmured, his voice low. "The wind isn't just around you, it's within you. Tap into it." Ino nodded, her breath steadying. She concentrated, pulling the wind toward her core, then releasing it in a controlled burst. This time, the vortex was sharper, slicing through the air with a soft whistle. Naruto stepped back, his expression serious. "Not bad. Now, let's increase the difficulty." He gestured to a row of wooden targets lined up along the edge of the clearing. "Your goal is to cut through those targets. Focus on precision and power." Ino squared her shoulders, her muscles protesting under the weight of her training gear. She raised her hand, summoning the wind once more. The first target splintered as her wind blade struck it, but the second and third targets remained intact. "Keep going," Naruto barked. "Don't stop until you hit them all." Ino clenched her jaw, pushing through the strain. She channeled her chakra, sending another gust of wind toward the remaining targets. The second target shattered, but the third stood firm. Her arms trembled, her breaths coming in short gasps. I can't," she panted. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "You can. You're not giving up now, Ino." He walked over, picking up a heavy wooden staff. "If you want to get stronger, you'll have to endure more than this." With a swift motion, he swung the staff toward her legs. Ino barely dodged, stumbling under the weight of her gear. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Testing your reflexes," Naruto replied calmly. "In battle, the enemy won't wait for you to catch your breath. They'll attack relentlessly. You need to be ready." He swung again, this time aiming for her side. Ino twisted, the movement sluggish but effective. "Good," Naruto said. "But faster." The training intensified. Naruto continued to strike with the staff, forcing Ino to dodge and counter while maintaining her wind control. Her movements became more fluid, her strikes more precise. The last target finally splintered under her wind blade. Ino dropped to her knees, her chest heaving. I did it," she gasped. Naruto smirked. "Not bad. But we're not done yet." Ino's eyes widened. "What?" "Naruto, I can barely move." Naruto crouched in front of her, his expression softening slightly. "You said you wanted to get stronger, right? This is what it takes. No breaks, no shortcuts." He stood, extending a hand to help her up. "Come on, we've still got a long way to go." Ino hesitated but took his hand, pulling herself to her feet. Her legs wobbled under the strain, but she steadied herself. "All right," she said, determination flaring in her eyes. "Let's keep going." The sun dipped lower in the sky as their training continued. Naruto pushed Ino to her limits, making her run laps around the clearing with the weighted gear. Each step was a battle against gravity, but she refused to give up. "Faster," Naruto shouted, his voice cutting through the evening air. Ino gritted her teeth, her muscles screaming in protest. The weights dragged her down, but she pressed on, her focus unwavering. "Good," Naruto said as she completed another lap. "Now, let's see how you handle a moving target." He created several shadow clones, each armed with a wooden staff. They surrounded Ino, their expressions mirroring Naruto's stern determination. "Defend yourself," he ordered. The clones attacked in unison, their strikes swift and precise. Ino raised her arms, blocking and dodging as best she could. Her wind control came into play, deflecting some of the blows with sharp gusts. But the clones were relentless. They pressed her, forcing her to adapt and react quickly. Ino's movements grew more confident, her strikes more calculated. She managed to dispel one clone, then another. Naruto watched from the sidelines, his arms crossed. "Not bad," he muttered to himself. Finally, Ino stood victorious, the last clone disappearing in a puff of smoke. She collapsed to the ground, her body utterly spent. Naruto walked over, offering her a bottle of water. "You did well, Ino. But remember." She looked up at him, her eyes barely open. "We're not finished yet." Ino groaned but managed a weak smile. "I wouldn't expect anything less." Naruto chuckled, sitting beside her. "Good. Rest up for now. Tomorrow, we push even harder." Ino nodded, her head resting against his shoulder. "Thanks, Naruto. For believing in me." Naruto's gaze softened, and he placed a hand on her head. Always. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale glow over the deserted village. The only sounds were the soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze and the rhythmic crunch of Naruto's footsteps on the dirt path. On his back, Ino was fast asleep, her arms loosely draped over his shoulders. Her soft snores broke the silence, a stark contrast to the eerie stillness surrounding them. Naruto adjusted his grip, his face flushing as he felt the weight of her body against him, her chest pressing against his back. Of all nights for her to fall asleep like this, he thought, his cheeks reddening. Still, he kept his pace steady, unwilling to disturb her rest. She had pushed herself to the limit during training, and now she deserved a moment of peace. As he walked through the empty streets, he couldn't help but notice how desolate the village felt. Every door was shut tight, windows dark and unwelcoming. It was as if the entire village had vanished into the night, leaving behind only shadows. "Are they really this scared?" Naruto muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning the vacant streets. The tale of the Headless Horseman had spread like wildfire, and now it seemed to grip the hearts of the villagers with an unshakable fear. He passed by the market district, usually bustling even at this hour. Now, it was a ghost town. Naruto's brows furrowed. "All this because of one man," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "Pathetic." Just as he turned a corner, a familiar figure stepped into view. Sakura. She walked slowly, her eyes downcast, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Naruto almost didn't notice her until they were just a few feet apart. Sakura glanced up, her eyes widening slightly at the sight before her. Ino, in her training attire, was slumped on Naruto's back, her long hair cascading over her shoulder. Her clothes clung to her from the intense training, and even in sleep, her exhaustion was evident. Naruto met Sakura's gaze for a brief moment but said nothing. He simply walked past her, his face impassive. Sakura clenched her fists at her sides, her heart tightening. He didn't even say hello. Her eyes lingered on Naruto's retreating figure. She felt a pang of jealousy she couldn't suppress. Ino, who had always kept her distance from Naruto, was now training with him, spending time with him in ways Sakura had never imagined. She bit her lip, her thoughts swirling. Why her? Why now? Sakura let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head. "I must be losing it," she whispered. Yet, she couldn't shake the image of Ino resting peacefully on Naruto's back, a sight that should have been comforting but instead filled her with envy. She turned and continued her walk, her heart heavy with unspoken words and unresolved feelings. Naruto finally reached his apartment. The journey had been longer than usual, weighed down not just by Ino but by the strange tension in the air. He pushed open the door with his foot and stepped inside, the familiar creak of the floorboards greeting him. The warmth of the apartment wrapped around him as he kicked the door shut. Naruto shifted Ino's weight carefully, adjusting her position. Her head lolled slightly, and she murmured something incoherent in her sleep. Naruto sighed and carried her bridal style through the dimly lit living room. He nudged open the door to her room with his foot and walked in, the soft glow of the bedside lamp illuminating the small space. Gently, he laid her down on the bed, her head sinking into the pillow. She stirred slightly, her lips moving as she mumbled something. Naruto leaned in closer, curious. "Stay. Naruto-kun." Naruto blinked, taken aback. His heart skipped a beat as a faint smile crossed his face. Even in her sleep, she's stubborn. He pulled the blanket over her, tucking her in carefully. For a moment, he stood there, watching her sleep. Her face was peaceful, free of the usual confidence and sharp wit she carried. She looked vulnerable, but also happy. "Rest up, Ino," Naruto said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. As he turned to leave, Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind. She's gotten attached to you, hasn't she? Naruto paused in the doorway, his hand resting on the frame. He glanced back at Ino, his expression unreadable. Seems that way, he replied quietly. Kurama chuckled. You're not as clueless as you used to be, huh? Naruto didn't respond, closing the door behind him as he walked back to the living room. He sank into the couch with a heavy sigh, the weight of the day finally catching up to him. For a moment, he simply stared ahead, his thoughts a tangled mess. He reached under the couch and pulled out a worn notebook, its edges frayed from years of use. Flipping it open, he grabbed a pen from the table and began to write. Kurama stirred again. Still keeping that old thing around? Naruto didn't look up. It helps, he said simply. Helps with what? Reliving the past? Kurama's tone was laced with skepticism. Naruto's pen paused, hovering over the page. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. No, he said finally. It helps me remember why I keep going. Kurama huffed. You're a strange one, kid. Naruto smirked, his eyes flicking to the side. You've known that for years. The room fell silent again, save for the scratching of the pen against paper. After a while, Naruto leaned back, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. Kurama, he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Yeah? At the cage summit. Do you think they'll blame me for the Headless Horseman? Kurama was silent for a moment, his tone cautious when he finally spoke. You're worried they'll point fingers because of your connection? Naruto nodded. After everything I did for them. If they think I'm part of this. He trailed off, his grip tightening on the notebook. Kurama sighed, his deep voice resonating in Naruto's mind. I don't know, kid. People are fickle. They might. They might not. Naruto closed his eyes, leaning his head back against the couch. Yeah, he muttered. I guess you're right. The room fell silent once more, the weight of unspoken fears hanging heavy in the air. Kurama's voice was quieter this time, almost gentle. But whatever happens, you're not alone. Remember that. Naruto's eyes opened, a faint glimmer of resolve flickering in their depths. He closed the notebook, setting it aside as he stared ahead into the night. Thanks, Kurama, he said softly. The fox didn't reply, but Naruto could feel his presence, steady and unwavering. The night stretched on, the village outside still shrouded in fear and silence. But within the walls of Naruto's apartment, a quiet determination began to take root, ready to face whatever came next. The night was still, the village nestled in the quiet embrace of slumber. Stars dotted the sky, their faint light barely penetrating the dense veil of clouds that loomed above. All was peaceful, save for the faint clip-clop of hooves echoing in the distance. The sound grew louder, steady and unrelenting, like the ticking of a macabre clock. The Headless Horseman had arrived. His steed, a massive black beast with glowing red eyes, moved with an unnatural grace. Its breath came out in heavy, ghostly puffs, visible even in the cool night air. On its back sat the horseman, his imposing figure shrouded in tattered, dark armor. His decapitated neck emanated a dull, ominous glow, an eerie substitute for the head that was no longer there. He pulled the reins, and the horse halted just outside the village's perimeter. For a moment, the horseman sat still, surveying his surroundings. His unseen eyes took in every detail of the sleeping settlement, every dimly lit street and shadowed corner. Then he heard it, a sound that pierced the quiet night. Laughter. His steed turned its head, ears twitching toward the source. The horseman urged it forward, guiding the beast down a narrow dirt path that led deeper into the village. The sound grew louder, more distinct. It was coming from a house on the outskirts, where warm light spilled out from the windows, casting a soft glow onto the surrounding trees. Inside, a family gathered around a modest table. Children's laughter rang out as they played with their toys, their high-pitched giggles infectious. The parents watched on, their faces alight with joy and contentment. It was a scene of pure, unfiltered happiness, a stark contrast to the shadow that now loomed outside. The horseman dismounted, his armored boots landing soundlessly on the ground. He approached the house with a deliberate, predatory gait. Through the window, he could see them all, the parents leaning into each other, their eyes filled with pride, the children chasing each other around the room, their faces flushed with excitement. For a moment, the horseman stood still, as if savoring the sight. Then, with a single motion, he drew his weapon. The blade was massive, jagged, and stained with the blood of countless victims. It seemed to hum with an otherworldly energy, the very air around it growing heavy and oppressive. The horseman raised it high, the edge catching the faint glow of the moon. With one swift strike, he brought the weapon crashing down on the front door. The wood splintered and shattered, the sound like a thunderclap in the stillness of the night. The family inside froze, their laughter replaced by screams of terror. Before they could react, the horseman was upon them. The father was the first to fall. He barely had time to rise from his chair before the horseman's blade sliced through his neck with brutal efficiency. His head hit the ground with a sickening thud, his body collapsing shortly after. The mother screamed, clutching her children to her chest. But the horseman showed no mercy. He wrenched her from the children's grasp and, with another swift motion, severed her head from her body. Her lifeless form crumpled to the floor, blood pooling around her. The children sobbed, their small bodies shaking with fear. They tried to run, but the horseman was faster. One by one, he caught them, his blade singing through the air. Their cries were silenced as their heads rolled across the floor, their lifeless bodies joining their parents in a growing sea of crimson. The house, once filled with warmth and laughter, was now a charnel house. The horseman stood amidst the carnage, his armor slick with blood. He surveyed his work, his headless form exuding a cold, unfeeling satisfaction. Then, as if to complete his grotesque ritual, he began collecting the severed heads. One by one, he picked them up, his gauntleted hands unyielding and precise. He carried them outside, where his steed waited patiently. Nearby, a large, hollow tree stood, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The horseman approached it and opened a concealed compartment within the trunk. Inside was a gruesome collection, dozens of heads, their lifeless eyes staring into the void. He added the new heads to the collection, arranging them carefully, almost reverently. When he was finished, he closed the compartment and stepped back, his task complete. Without a word, the horseman mounted his steed once more. The beast reared back, its fiery eyes blazing as it let out a bone-chilling neigh. Then, with a powerful kick, it launched itself into the night, carrying its rider away from the village. The silence returned, but it was no longer the peaceful stillness of before. It was a silence heavy with death and despair, a silence that would linger in the hearts of those who awoke the next morning to find their loved ones gone. The headless horseman had struck again, leaving behind nothing but blood, terror, and a chilling reminder of his wrath. Naruto sat alone at his desk, the dim glow of a single candle casting flickering shadows across his cluttered room. His hands rested on a half-finished journal entry, the ink still wet, but his pen had fallen from his grasp. His eyelids grew heavier with each passing second, and before he knew it, sleep had claimed him. Yet, this was no ordinary sleep. The dream came swiftly, plunging him into a realm of darkness and horror. He stood in a desolate village, unfamiliar faces surrounding him. Men, women, and children lived their simple lives, unaware of the doom that lurked nearby. A chilling wind blew, carrying with it the faint sound of hoofbeats. The headless horseman appeared, his monstrous steed breaking through the shadows. The villagers screamed, but there was no escape. The horseman's blade descended, swift and merciless. Heads rolled, their faces frozen in terror. Blood soaked the ground, and the once peaceful village was reduced to a graveyard. Naruto could only watch, paralyzed by fear, as the horseman gathered the severed heads. Then he saw it, the tree. That gnarled, ancient tree with its hollow trunk, a gruesome sanctuary for the horseman's macabre trophies. The heads stared out at him, their eyes accusing, as if blaming him for their fate. Naruto's heart pounded in his chest. He felt the bile rising in his throat, the sickening stench of death overwhelming him. He tried to scream, but no sound came. The horseman turned, his headless form facing Naruto. Slowly, the horseman raised a finger, pointing directly at him. Naruto jolted awake, his body drenched in sweat. His heart raced, each beat echoing in his ears like a drum. He tried to steady his breathing, but it was no use. His vision swam, and he felt his legs give out beneath him. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His hands trembled as he clutched at his chest, the lingering fear gripping him like a vice. Images of the tree and its gruesome contents flashed through his mind. "No," he whispered hoarsely, his voice barely audible. The urge to vomit overtook him, and he stumbled to his feet, staggering toward the bathroom. He barely made it to the sink before he retched, his body convulsing as he expelled the contents of his stomach. The acidic taste burned his throat, but it was nothing compared to the terror that gripped his soul. When it was over, he leaned heavily against the sink, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. He rinsed his mouth and splashed cold water on his face, hoping to wash away the lingering dread. But the images wouldn't fade, and the oppressive weight of the dream still hung over him. Naruto stumbled back to his room, bypassing the desk and its unfinished journal entry. Instead, he made his way to his bed and sank onto the edge, his body trembling with exhaustion. "Ino's just next door," he muttered, glancing toward the adjoining wall. "She's probably asleep." He shook his head, trying to banish the thought. He didn't want to disturb her. He didn't want anyone to see him like this. "Kurama," Naruto whispered, his voice trembling. "What's happening to me? Why am I seeing these things?" The great fox stirred within him, its voice a low rumble. Because, Naruto, you are special. There's something inside you, something unique. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. I didn't ask for this, he growled. I didn't want to be special. I just wanted a normal life. Peace. Is that too much to ask for? Kurama sighed, his tone heavy with resignation. Life doesn't always give us what we want, kid. You've been through more than most, and yet, you've kept going. That makes you stronger than you realize. Naruto lay back on the bed, his chest rising and falling as he tried to calm his racing heart. I'm tired, Kurama. I don't want to keep fighting. I don't want to carry this burden anymore. Kurama watched him in silence for a moment before speaking. I know what you'll become, Naruto. But I hope you'll always choose the right path. Naruto didn't respond. Instead, he closed his eyes, letting the exhaustion take over. His breathing slowed, and he drifted into a restless sleep, the weight of Kurama's words lingering in his mind. Elsewhere, the village hidden in the leaves. In the dead of night, Tsunade lay slumped over her desk, a half-empty bottle of sake by her side. The documents she had been working on were scattered haphazardly, forgotten in her exhaustion. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Shizune rushed in, her face pale and her eyes wide with panic. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade groaned, lifting her head with great effort. What is it, Shizune? Can it wait until morning? No, it can't, Shizune replied, her voice trembling. There's been another attack. More victims. And their heads. She couldn't finish the sentence, her voice breaking. Tsunade's eyes widened, the fog of sleep dissipating instantly. Damn it, she muttered, pushing herself upright. We can't keep waiting. We need to act now. But what about the cage summit? Shizune asked. We can't wait for the summit, Tsunade snapped. We need to stop this monster before he claims more lives. Elsewhere in the village, Sakura awoke with a start, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. She stared at the ceiling, her mind racing with thoughts she couldn't control. Naruto. Ino, she whispered, her voice tinged with a mix of frustration and sadness. Why did it bother her so much to see them together? Why did she feel this ache in her chest every time she thought of him? Was it jealousy? Regret? Do I love him? She asked herself, the words barely audible. No, that's ridiculous. Isn't it? She covered her face with her hands, trying to push the thoughts away. But no matter how hard she tried, they kept coming back, haunting her like a persistent ghost. Ino's room. Ino stirred in her sleep, her face scrunching up in discomfort. She mumbled incoherently, her dreams filled with vague, unsettling images. Suddenly, her voice grew louder, more distinct. Stay away from Naruto-kun, you billboard brow. She muttered, her words slurred. She shifted under the covers, her expression softening as she settled back into a deep sleep. In the silence of the night, the village was far from at peace. Each heart carried its own burdens, its own fears, as the shadows of the Headless Horseman loomed ever closer. In the dim, oppressive silence of a hidden lair, the leader stood alone, his face partially obscured by the shadows. A wicked grin crept across his lips as he reviewed the intricate details of his plan. The cage summit was fast approaching, and with it, an opportunity to shake the very foundations of the shinobi world. They'll never see it coming, he murmured, his voice a chilling whisper. When the time comes, their precious alliances will crumble, and chaos will reign supreme. He turned to the map spread across the table before him, his fingers tracing the marked locations. His eyes gleamed with a malevolent light as he envisioned the carnage that would unfold. Let the world tremble in the face of true power. Elsewhere, morning at Naruto's apartment. Ino's eyes fluttered open, her body slowly coming to life as the soft morning light filtered through the curtains. She stretched languidly, only to realize she was alone in the bed. Her brow furrowed in mild annoyance. That boy slipped away from me again last night, she muttered, her voice thick with sleep. Sitting up, she noticed she was still in her workout clothes from the previous evening. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. He didn't even try to undress me, she mused aloud, biting her lip. He has more self-control than I thought. Her mind wandered, imagining how any other man might have taken advantage of the situation. Any other guy would have jumped at the chance. But not Naruto. A fond smile tugged at her lips. He's different. Not like his perverted sensei. Still blushing, Ino stood and began to strip off her sweat-soaked clothes. Ugh, I need a shower, she said to herself, tossing the garments into a corner. The cool morning air brushed against her bare skin, sending a pleasant shiver down her spine. She grabbed her towel and headed toward the bathroom. Nothing beats a refreshing shower to start the day, she sighed as the warm water cascaded over her. As she stepped out, toweling off her damp hair, a sudden realization struck her. Wait, I forgot about Naruto-kun. She wrapped herself in her robe, tying it loosely around her waist, and hurried toward the adjoining room. Throwing the door open, she was greeted by the sight of Naruto sprawled across his bed, shirtless. His chest rose and fell in the steady rhythm of deep sleep, and his bandaged wound, still faintly bleeding, stood out against his pale skin. Ino's breath hitched, her eyes lingering on the scars that marred his otherwise flawless torso. She felt a warmth rising in her cheeks as her gaze drifted lower. "Focus, Ino," she scolded herself, shaking her head. Walking over, she gently placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking him awake. "Naruto-kun, wake up," she whispered. "We need to take care of that wound." Naruto stirred, his eyes blinking open groggily. He looked up at her, his expression a mixture of confusion and exhaustion. "Ino?" he mumbled, his voice hoarse. "You're still hurt," she said softly, gesturing to his side. "Let me heal it." He sat up slowly, wincing as the movement pulled at the wound. Ino's eyes softened, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. "You didn't sleep well, did you?" Naruto shook his head, offering a weak smile. "I've had worse nights." Ino rolled her eyes but said nothing. She knelt beside him, her hands glowing with the soft green light of her healing jutsu. As she worked, her robe shifted slightly, revealing more of her ample cleavage. Naruto's face turned bright red, and he averted his eyes, swallowing hard. Ino noticed his reaction and smirked. "What's the matter, Naruto-kun? You've seen worse in battle, haven't you?" she teased. Naruto muttered something incoherent, his gaze fixed firmly on the wall. Satisfied with her teasing, Ino finished her work and reached for fresh bandages. As she wrapped them around his torso, her fingers brushed against his skin, sending a jolt through both of them. "There," she said, tying off the bandage. "Good as new." Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Thanks, Ino." Ino smiled, but her expression quickly turned serious. She placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning in closer. "Naruto-kun, you've been acting strange lately. Is there something you're not telling me?" Naruto stiffened, his eyes narrowing. "It's nothing," he said curtly, standing up and grabbing his shirt. Ino frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. "You're a terrible liar, you know that?" she said. "Whatever it is, you can tell me. I promise I won't say a word to anyone." Naruto snorted. "Right. They call you the queen of gossip for a reason." Her cheeks flushed in indignation. "That's not true." "Well. Okay, maybe a little. But not when it comes to you, Naruto-kun. I'm serious." Naruto hesitated, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Ino's sincerity was evident, and for a moment, he considered opening up. But the weight of his nightmares and the burden of his visions were too much to share. "It's better if you don't know," he said finally, his tone firm. Ino's shoulders slumped, but she didn't press further. "Fine," she said with a sigh. "But if you ever want to talk, I'm here." She leaned in, surprising him with a quick kiss on the lips. Naruto's eyes widened, and he took a step back, flustered. "Ino, relax," she said with a playful wink. "It's just my way of saying I care." Naruto shook his head, a small smile tugging at his lips despite himself. "You're impossible," he muttered. "Get dressed," Ino said, her tone brightening. "I made breakfast, and after that, we're training again." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You're not going to let up, are you?" "Nope," Ino said cheerfully. As Naruto turned to leave, Ino watched him go, her playful expression fading into one of quiet concern. "What's really going on with you, Naruto-kun?" she whispered to herself. She clenched her fists, determination shining in her eyes. "Whatever it is, I'll help you through it." The morning sun streamed through the windows of Naruto's small apartment, bathing the room in soft golden light. Naruto sat at the table, his gaze fixed on the plate of food before him. He absently pushed a piece of toast around with his chopsticks, his appetite non-existent. Across from him, Ino sat in her bathrobe, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, and her radiant skin glowing with post-shower freshness. The robe, loosely tied, revealed more than Naruto was comfortable with. Her neckline plunged just enough to make her presence distracting, and yet, despite her allure, he found himself preoccupied by the weight of his thoughts. Ino's sharp eyes didn't miss a thing. She had noticed the tension in Naruto's shoulders, the haunted look in his eyes, and the way his movements were sluggish, as if he were carrying an invisible weight. "Naruto-kun," she said softly, leaning forward. "You've been acting strange all morning. What's wrong?" Naruto stiffened at her words but didn't look up. Instead, he took a small, mechanical bite of his toast, chewing without tasting. "Nothing's wrong," he replied curtly. Ino frowned. "Don't lie to me," she said, her tone firm but gentle. "I can tell something's bothering you." Naruto sighed, setting his chopsticks down. He rubbed a hand over his face, the gesture weary. "It's nothing, Ino," he repeated, his voice flat. Ino leaned back in her chair, studying him. Her heart ached at the sight of his tired, downtrodden expression. Naruto Uzumaki, the man who had saved the world, didn't deserve to look so broken. She thought about how much he had changed since the war. The once bright, hopeful boy was now a shadow of his former self, cold, distant, and burdened by something he refused to share. And yet, despite everything, he had treated her with nothing but respect and decency. Even when I practically threw myself at him, she thought, her cheeks flushing slightly. Ino knew she was attractive. Men often told her so, though they rarely got the chance to act on their admiration. Her striking beauty, lithe figure, and confidence had always given her an advantage in her interactions with others. But Naruto was different. He never ogled her or made inappropriate comments. He hadn't even touched her the night before, despite how easy it would have been. "Only you would be such a gentleman, Naruto-kun," she muttered under her breath. "What was that?" Naruto asked, his voice breaking through her thoughts. "Nothing," Ino said quickly, a sly smile forming on her lips. She stood, her robe swishing around her legs as she moved to his side of the table. Before he could react, she perched herself on his lap, draping her arms around his neck. Naruto froze, his eyes wide and his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Ino, what are you doing?" Ino smirked, tilting her head to the side as she looked down at him. "Naruto-kun, do I look attractive to you?" she asked, her tone teasing. His face turned an even deeper shade of red, and he stammered, you're," she laughed, the sound light and musical. "Relax, Naruto-kun. I already know the answer," she said, shifting slightly in his lap. Naruto's breath hitched as her movements sent an electric jolt through him. He averted his gaze, desperate to focus on anything other than the warmth of her body pressed against his. "You're impossible," he muttered, trying to push her away gently. But Ino wasn't having it. She tightened her grip, her expression softening. "Naruto-kun," she said, her voice serious now. "Talk to me. Please. I know something's wrong. Let me help you." Naruto sighed, his hands falling to his sides in defeat. "Ino. You wouldn't understand." "Try me," she said, her blue eyes locking onto his. For a long moment, he didn't say anything. Then, with a deep breath, he began to speak. "I've been having dreams," he said slowly, his voice low. "No, not dreams. Nightmares." Ino tilted her head, listening intently. "They're not normal nightmares," Naruto continued, his hands balling into fists. "They feel real, like I'm actually there. I see things, horrible things. People dying, villages burning. And this tree. This monstrous tree where..." His voice trailed off, and he swallowed hard. Ino reached out, placing a comforting hand on his cheek. "Go on," she urged gently. "There's a tree where the heads are," he said, his voice shaking. "I can't explain it, but it feels like these dreams are more than just nightmares. Like they're trying to show me something." Ino's heart ached for him. She couldn't imagine the torment he must be going through, but she could see the toll it was taking on him. "You're carrying so much, Naruto-kun," she said softly, pulling him into a comforting embrace. His head rested against her chest, and she felt his tension begin to ease. "I don't want to burden anyone else with this," he muttered against her. "It's my problem to deal with." Ino pulled back slightly, cupping his face in her hands. "You're not alone, Naruto-kun," she said firmly. "You have people who care about you, people who want to help. I'm one of them." He looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and sadness. "I don't want you to see what I see," he said. "It's too much. I don't want to drag you into this." Ino smiled, leaning forward to press a gentle kiss to his forehead. "You don't have to protect me, Naruto-kun. I'm stronger than I look, you know." She kissed him again, this time on the lips, her fingers threading through his hair. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't pull away. When she finally broke the kiss, she smiled at him, her cheeks pink. "Now, come on," she said, standing and tying her robe more securely. "Get ready. We have training to do." Naruto watched her as she walked away, her confidence and determination lighting a spark of hope within him. As she disappeared into the other room, her voice called back to him. "I'm not giving up on you, Naruto-kun." Naruto couldn't help but smile. "Ino," he murmured, shaking his head. Ino might be stubborn, but maybe, just maybe, that was exactly what he needed. In the Hokage's office, the dim light of the late afternoon cast long shadows across the room. Papers were stacked neatly on the desk, but the tension in the air was anything but orderly. Shikamaru stood before Tsunade, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "He's striking again tonight," Shikamaru said, breaking the silence. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her face a mixture of frustration and concern. "Yes. Every attack happens under the cover of darkness. We need to act before he claims more lives. Shikamaru nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. We should send a team. We need people who can track and handle themselves if things go south. Tsunade crossed her arms. I've already decided. Summon Sai, Sasuke, and Sakura. They're experienced, and their skills complement each other well. What about Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Tsunade sighed heavily, shaking her head. Naruto is not in the right state for this mission. He's dealing with enough already, and frankly, he's preoccupied training his new girlfriend. A flicker of surprise crossed Shikamaru's face. You mean Ino? Tsunade nodded, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Yes. After the war, and especially after losing her family, she shut herself off from the world. She barely left her family's flower shop except for missions, and even then, she was cold and hostile to anyone who tried to get close. She lashed out at people, harshly. Shikamaru chuckled dryly. Yeah, I noticed. She refused every bit of help offered to her. She even scared off some of the guys who tried to console her with how blunt she was. Tsunade laughed lightly. But with Naruto, it's a different story. She's practically throwing herself at him. There's definitely something between them, something that pulled her out of that dark place. Shikamaru smiled thoughtfully. Naruto has that effect on people. Even without trying, he changes them. Maybe it's not surprising she fell for him. He's always been the one to reach people no one else could. Tsunade nodded, a hint of pride in her expression. The third Hokage always said Naruto's true strength wasn't just his power but his heart. He wanted people to see Naruto's true essence, and now, well, the world can't deny it anymore. He's the real deal. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, his gaze distant. Even now, despite everything, Naruto hasn't changed. He's still the same person willing to sacrifice himself for the people he cares about. He proved that when he protected Ino. He could have finished off that leader, but instead, he took the blow for her. It nearly cost him his life, but he didn't hesitate. Tsunade smiled softly. That's Naruto. No matter how far he distances himself, he'll always be Naruto at his core. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the door creaking open. Sai, Sasuke, and Sakura entered, each wearing expressions of varying seriousness. Lady Tsunade, Sakura began, her tone curious. You called for us? Tsunade stood, her demeanor shifting into full authority. There's been another attack. The horsemen struck again last night, this time in, she paused briefly. In Kagetori village. A small home on the outskirts was completely decimated, the victims slaughtered. The air in the room grew heavy as the gravity of the situation settled over them. I want you three to head there immediately, Tsunade continued. Gather any evidence you can find. Be cautious, we don't know where he might strike next. Stay alert at all times. The trio nodded in unison. Understood, Sasuke said simply, his Sharingan flashing momentarily. What about Naruto? Sai asked, glancing around as if expecting him to walk in at any moment. Tsunade's expression hardened. Naruto won't be joining you. He's not in the right state for this, and he has other priorities right now. Sakura, you know why. Sakura's face twisted into a scowl. He's with that pig, Ino, isn't he? She muttered under her breath. Tsunade ignored the comment, turning back to the team. Focus on the mission. That's all. The three nodded and left the office, their footsteps fading into the corridor. In the training grounds, the sound of Ino's voice echoed loudly. Take that, forehead, she shouted triumphantly as she executed a flawless kunai throw, striking the bullseye dead center. Naruto stood off to the side, arms crossed as he watched her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Who are you talking to? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Ino turned to him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Sakura, of course. Naruto blinked. Sakura's not even here. How did you hear her? Ino smirked, tossing her blonde hair over her shoulder. Oh, I have a special talent for picking up on insults, no matter how far away they are. Years of dealing with that giant forehead trained me well. Naruto shook his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. You're unbelievable. Thank you, Ino said sweetly, twirling another kunai in her hand. Now, can we get back to training? Naruto nodded. Fine. Let's keep going. Perfect, she said, her voice dripping with determination. She readied herself for the next drill, her confidence radiating. Naruto, despite his weariness, couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride as he watched her. The sun hung high in the sky as Naruto stood on the training grounds, his arms crossed as he observed Ino. Her determination was evident, but frustration etched lines across her face as she stared at the glowing orb in her hand. This is ridiculous, Naruto, Ino exclaimed, her voice carrying a sharp edge. You're telling me the Rasengan is built around spinning a ball of chakra? Spinning balls. Really? Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Yup. And if you don't spin it right, it'll blow up in your face. Ino glared at him, throwing the incomplete Rasengan to the ground, where it fizzled out with a weak puff of chakra. You've got to be kidding me. Balls that explode? This is your big technique? Naruto grinned. It's not just any technique, Ino. It's one of the strongest jutsu out there. But it takes precision, control, and a ton of practice. She rolled her eyes. So, you're telling me this took you years to learn? Years? Naruto repeated, rubbing his chin. More like months for me. But for other people? Yeah, it can take years. Even Jiraiya-sensei said. Ino threw her hands up in exasperation. I don't have years, Naruto. I want to learn it now. Naruto's grin widened as he saw her resolve. It reminded him so much of himself when he was younger, brash, impatient, and full of fiery determination. All right, he said, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a rubber ball. You remind me of myself, so let's start the way my sensei taught me. She stared at the ball skeptically. A rubber ball? What is this, kindergarten training? Naruto held it up with a knowing smile. This ball will help you learn the first step of the Rasengan, chakra rotation. You've got to channel your chakra into the ball and make it spin in all directions. It's harder than it looks. Ino grabbed the ball, narrowing her eyes. Fine. How hard can this be? She focused her chakra, her hands glowing faintly as she attempted to spin the energy within the ball. It wobbled, pulsed, and then popped with a small burst of air, leaving her hands tingling. Ugh! She groaned. This is impossible. Naruto smirked. You've got to keep at it. No shortcuts. The Rasengan is about control, not just brute force. Ino glared at him but didn't back down. Control, huh? Alright, Naruto. I'll show you who's got control. She tried again and again, each attempt ending in failure. Every time the ball fizzled out or burst prematurely, Ino let out a string of curses that made Naruto chuckle. You know, came a deep voice from within him, she's exactly like you. Naruto's grin faltered as he heard Kurama's amused tone. I'm not like that, Naruto muttered under his breath. Sure you're not, Kurama replied with a snort. Tell yourself whatever you want, but watching her struggle like this is like seeing your younger self all over again. I wasn't this bad, Naruto argued, though his grin betrayed him. Kurama chuckled. Keep lying to yourself, kid. It's entertaining. Naruto shook his head, focusing back on Ino. Despite her string of failures, she wasn't giving up. He couldn't help but admire her determination. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Sakura, Sasuke, and Sai leapt through the trees, their mission taking them closer to Kagetori village. Sakura's expression was sour, her irritation palpable as she moved. Sai glanced over at her, his face as neutral as ever. You seem upset, Sakura. Is it because Naruto is spending all his time with Ino? Her fists clenched as she glared at him. No. It's not that. Sai tilted his head. Are you sure? He hasn't spoken to you in over 3 years, and now he's training Ino instead of working with us. That must sting a little. Sakura bit her lip, unable to respond immediately. Sai's voice remained calm, but his words were pointed. It's understandable. You were close to him once, but now... Well, it's clear he's moved on. Perhaps he finds Ino more appealing. Sakura's face turned crimson with a mix of anger and embarrassment. You're wrong, Sai continued, undeterred. Besides, it's not like either of you are particularly attractive. Though, between you and Ino, she might be slightly less ugly. What? Sakura screamed, lunging at him with a fist aimed for his head. Sai nimbly dodged her, his expression unchanging. I was just stating facts. You're dead, Sai, Sakura roared, chasing after him as he hopped from tree to tree. Sasuke, who had been silent up until now, sighed deeply. Will you two idiots knock it off? We're on a mission, not a playground. Sakura growled, but reluctantly fell back into formation. Sai, still unfazed, glanced over at Sasuke. I wonder how you tolerate them, Sasuke, he mused. Sasuke didn't reply, his eyes focused ahead. Just shut up and keep moving. As the team approached the village, the trees thinned, revealing a quiet settlement nestled in a clearing. The villagers spotted the team and immediately swarmed them, their faces filled with hope and desperation. They're here to save us. One villager cried. Thank you, brave shinobi, another said, clasping their hands together in gratitude. Sasuke frowned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. This is ridiculous, he muttered under his breath. Sai smirked. They think we're here to defeat the horsemen. It's natural for them to cling to any shred of hope. Sakura, despite herself, smiled faintly. It's a nice feeling, being appreciated. For once, it feels good to be seen as a hero. Ino, back at the training grounds, groaned as yet another attempt at the Rasengan ended in failure. She dropped to her knees, panting heavily. Naruto walked over, crouching beside her with a grin. "Giving up already?" She glared up at him, her eyes blazing. "Never. I'm going to master this, Naruto. You just watch." Naruto smiled, his respect for her growing with each failed attempt. She wasn't going to stop until she succeeded. "All right," he said. "Let's go again." Ino stood, determination etched into every fiber of her being. "I'll get it this time. Believe it." The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the village as Sakura, Sasuke, and Sai approached the abandoned house on the outskirts. Guided by a local villager who seemed eager to send them on their way, they arrived at the scene where the infamous Headless Horseman had struck the night before. The house was in shambles. Shattered windows, broken furniture, and dark stains on the wooden floor told a gruesome tale. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air despite the villagers' efforts to clean up. Sasuke scanned the room with sharp eyes, his Sharingan activated. "Spread out," he commanded. "Look for anything, any clue that could lead us to this so-called horseman." Sakura wrinkled her nose at the sight of dried blood splattered across the walls. "This place is disgusting," she muttered, stepping carefully over broken glass. Sai, ever calm, walked to a corner and began examining the area. "The villagers buried the bodies," he said flatly, "but they didn't clean thoroughly. The horseman left more than just blood behind." Sakura shivered at his tone but didn't argue. As they searched the house, Sasuke found himself drawn to a small room at the end of the hall. The air inside was colder, heavier. On one wall, scrawled in blood, was a single word, "Death." Sasuke frowned, the word stirring an unsettling feeling in his chest. He stared at it, his Sharingan taking in every detail of the smeared letters. "Sasuke," Sakura called from behind him. She stepped into the room, her expression twisting in horror as her eyes landed on the bloody word. What kind of lunatic writes something like this? And in blood? Sai appeared in the doorway, his face impassive. "Death. Why would this word be written here?" Sasuke shook his head. Whoever did this wanted to send a message. Or they're just insane. Either way, it doesn't matter. We'll wait here until nightfall. If the horseman shows up, we'll deal with him. Sai tilted his head. "And how exactly do you plan to do that? He's rumored to be unstoppable." Sasuke's eyes glinted with confidence. "I'm an Uchiha. I'll handle it." Sakura crossed her arms, her irritation clear. "Your arrogance is going to get us all killed, Sasuke. You can't just rely on your name." Sasuke smirked, ignoring her. "We'll see." Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Ino collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. Sweat dripped down her face as she glared at the rubber ball in her hand, now soggy and warped from her failed attempts at the Rasengan. "I can't believe this," she groaned, throwing the ball aside. "I'm so weak. I haven't even managed to pop a single water balloon, let alone get close to the first step." Naruto, sitting nearby, gave her an encouraging smile. "Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. I was worse than you when I started." Ino shot him a skeptical look. "Worse? I doubt that." Naruto laughed. "Believe it. You're doing great, Ino. You just have to keep believing in yourself." Before he could react, Ino lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his neck in a tight hug. "Naruto-kun, you always know what to say to make me feel better," she said, her voice warm and sincere. Naruto stiffened, his face turning bright red as he became acutely aware of how close she was, and of her ample chest pressing against him. I am not trying to do anything. Let go." "Nope," Ino said with a mischievous grin, clinging to him tighter. Naruto flailed awkwardly. "Seriously, Ino. Get off me." She finally released him, laughing as he stumbled back, his face still flushed. "You're so cute when you're flustered, Naruto-kun." He crossed his arms, trying to regain his composure. "Whatever. Let's just go get something to eat. You've worked hard today." Ino's eyes lit up. "There's a restaurant I've been dying to try. Let's go." Without waiting for his response, she grabbed his hand and started pulling him toward the village. Naruto barely had time to protest, stumbling after her as she led the way. As they walked through the village, the atmosphere was tense. People hurried indoors, locking their doors and windows as if nightfall itself brought danger. Ino noticed the nervous glances and whispered conversations as they passed. "Everyone's so on edge," she said, looking around. Naruto nodded, his expression thoughtful. "They're scared of the horseman. Can't blame them, really. He's been terrorizing this place for weeks." Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. "Humans are always this way. Cowards by nature." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Says the fox who spent years hiding in a seal." Kurama growled. "I wasn't hiding, brat. I was imprisoned." "Whatever helps you sleep at night," Naruto retorted, smirking internally. Their bickering was interrupted by Ino tugging on his arm. "Naruto-kun, we're here." The restaurant was small but inviting, its warm lights a stark contrast to the chilly night outside. They stepped inside, greeted by a nervous-looking waiter who flinched at the sound of the doorbell. "Welcome," the man said, his voice trembling. "Please, have a seat." Quickly, Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What's your problem?" The waiter's eyes darted around as if expecting the horseman to appear at any moment. He could come at any time. The horseman? "You're shinobi, aren't you? You'll protect us, right?" Naruto sighed. "Relax. We're just here to eat." Ino giggled as they took their seats. "Naruto-kun, you're such a celebrity. Even terrified waiters feel safe when you're around." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Yeah, sure." The waiter approached cautiously, his hands shaking as he held his notepad. "What can I get for you?" Ino smiled. "I'll have the special. And some tea, please." Naruto ordered something simple, but the waiter lingered, his fear evident. "Please. Stay here for a while. Just your presence is reassuring." Naruto frowned, sensing the man's genuine terror. "We'll stay as long as we need to. Now get our food." The waiter nodded, hurrying off. Ino leaned back in her chair, laughing softly. "Naruto-kun, you're something else. You're so commanding. I don't know whether to be impressed or scared of you sometimes." Naruto sighed, leaning on the table. "You're not the only one." Ino laughed again, her voice a bright contrast to the heavy atmosphere. For a moment, it felt like the darkness outside couldn't touch them. Naruto and Ino strolled back to their shared apartment under the dim glow of the village lanterns. The streets were mostly deserted, with only a few cautious villagers darting from one building to another, their fear of the headless horseman palpable. Naruto moved sluggishly, his steps faltering more with each passing minute. His vision blurred, and an intense dizziness overtook him, forcing him to grab onto Ino for support. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" Ino's voice was laced with concern as she wrapped an arm around his waist to steady him. I feel so dizzy," Naruto muttered, his voice faint. Ino frowned, worry etched across her face. "Let's get you home. Come on." She guided him to a nearby bench beneath an old oak tree, helping him sit down. Naruto leaned back heavily, his breath shallow and uneven. Without hesitation, Ino knelt beside him, placing his head gently on her lap. Her soft thighs provided a comforting cushion as she stroked his hair. "Are you still with me, Naruto-kun?" she whispered, her voice soothing. Naruto groaned weakly. "Yeah, I'm here. Just barely." "Stay put. I'm going to get you some water or something." Ino's tone was firm but tender as she stood, carefully laying his head against the bench. She hurried into the apartment, heading straight to the kitchen. Pulling open a cabinet in search of something to help him, her eyes fell on an unusual bottle hidden near the back. Its label was partially peeled off, but the pills inside were unmistakable. "Sleeping suppressant pills?" she murmured, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. "So that's why he's feeling this way." Ino's breath caught as realization struck. She had been bringing these pills into their home without knowing what Naruto was doing with them. Anger surged through her, but it was tempered by a deep concern. He's been avoiding sleep because of those nightmares, she thought, her heart aching for him. Furious at his recklessness, Ino stormed back outside, the bottle in hand. "Do you want to explain this, Naruto-kun?" she demanded, holding the pills up for him to see. Naruto's face paled. "Oh, those? Where did you find them?" "They were in the kitchen, you idiot," she snapped. "I wasn't even looking for them, and they were just sitting there. How long have you been taking these? And why?" Naruto shifted uncomfortably, avoiding her gaze. "It's not a big deal." "Not a big deal?" Ino's voice rose with frustration. "Naruto, these pills are dangerous. They're not meant to be taken like candy. You're making yourself sick." "I can handle it," Naruto muttered, but his weak voice betrayed his confidence. "No, you can't," Ino yelled. "You're dizzy, pale, and barely able to stand. Is this what you call handling it?" She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "You need to stop this. Right now." Naruto finally looked at her, guilt flickering in his eyes. I can't deal with the dreams, Ino. They're too much." Her anger softened, replaced by empathy. She knelt in front of him, taking his hands in hers. "Naruto-kun. I know you've been through so much. But this isn't the way to cope. You're not alone anymore, okay? You have me." Naruto hesitated, the weight of her words sinking in. Ino stood abruptly, pulling him to his feet despite his protests. "Come on," she said firmly. "You're sleeping with me tonight." Naruto's eyes widened, his face turning red. What? You heard me," Ino replied, dragging him toward the bedroom. By the time they reached the room, Naruto was still stammering incoherently, his face flushed. Ino ignored him, slipping off her jacket and unhooking her bra with practiced ease. She tossed it aside, her full figure leaving Naruto utterly speechless. "Ino!" he squeaked, turning his head away in embarrassment. "Relax, Naruto-kun," she said with a teasing smile. She grabbed his chin gently, turning his face toward her. "You're too cute when you're shy." She guided him to the bed, pushing him down before sliding under the covers beside him. Naruto, still flustered, tried to scoot away, but she pulled him close, pressing his face into her chest. "Good night, Naruto-kun," she whispered, wrapping her arms around him securely. Naruto's muffled voice came from somewhere in her embrace. "Good night, Ino." Within moments, his breathing slowed, and he drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Ino smiled softly, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. "You're safe with me," she murmured before closing her eyes. Elsewhere, the night stretched long and dark over the abandoned house where Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai waited. The oppressive silence was broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves or distant calls of nocturnal creatures. Sasuke stood near the doorway, his sword gleaming in the faint moonlight. His Sharingan burned brightly, scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. "You're really planning to fight this thing head-on, aren't you?" Sakura asked, her voice uneasy. Sasuke didn't look at her. "It's just a horseman. If it bleeds, it can be killed." Sai tilted his head, his expression blank as always. "Overconfidence is a common weakness." Sasuke smirked. "It's not overconfidence. It's skill. There's a difference." Sakura sighed, crossing her arms. "You're impossible." Hours passed, and the tension grew thicker. Then, at last, a faint sound broke the stillness, the distant echo of hooves on cobblestone. The headless horseman emerged from the shadows, his dark steed snorting and pawing at the ground. He carried no weapon, but his aura alone was enough to send chills down the spine of any ordinary person. Sasuke crouched low, his hand crackling with electricity as he prepared his Chidori. "Stay back," he ordered. The horseman paused, his unseen gaze sweeping the area. He seemed to sense the presence of his observers but made no move to engage. Sasuke didn't wait. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, his Chidori lighting up the night as he aimed for the horseman's chest. The cold, oppressive silence of the forest was shattered by the electrifying roar of Sasuke's Chidori. The blue lightning illuminated his intense features, casting sharp shadows across the battlefield. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the headless horseman, his arm a blur of light and deadly intent. The Chidori struck true, plunging into the chest of the Dark Rider. Sparks flew as the attack carved into its target, forcing the horseman to stagger slightly. For a moment, Sasuke felt the rush of triumph. "Too easy," Sasuke muttered, smirking. But then, to his horror, the horseman's skeletal hand shot out, gripping Sasuke's wrist with an ironclad grasp. The icy chill of the grip sent a jolt up his arm as the horseman slowly turned its headless neck toward him, as though mocking his efforts. Before Sasuke could react, the horseman flung him aside with inhuman strength. His body sailed through the air before crashing into a nearby tree, splintering the bark on impact. What the hell?" Sasuke grunted as he struggled to his feet, clutching his side. His eyes widened as he saw the impossible. The gaping wound in the horseman's chest was healing, the dark energy stitching it together in seconds until it was as though nothing had happened. The headless horseman stood still for a moment, exuding an aura of silent menace. Then, it raised a hand, and the air around it crackled with black energy. Shadows swirled, condensing into a pulsating orb that radiated malice. With a flick of its wrist, the horseman launched the orb at Sasuke with terrifying speed. Sasuke barely had time to react. He activated his Rinnegan, teleporting a short distance away just as the orb smashed into the ground where he had been standing. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the forest, uprooting trees and leaving a crater in its wake. "Damn it," Sasuke muttered under his breath, summoning his Susanoo. The towering purple construct materialized around him, its glowing eyes fixed on the horseman. The horseman remained unfazed. It extended its arm, and the shadows around it coalesced into jagged spikes that shot toward the Susanoo like deadly projectiles. Sasuke's ethereal armor deflected most of them, but the sheer force of the attack caused cracks to form on its surface. "This guy. He's no ordinary opponent," Sasuke growled. He retaliated with a barrage of Susanoo arrows, each one imbued with deadly precision and power. The arrows screamed through the air, but the horseman moved with unnatural speed, dodging and weaving through the assault as if it were child's play. The horseman countered by summoning dark tendrils from the ground, each one writhing and striking like a serpent. Sasuke leapt into the air, avoiding the tendrils, and unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth. The flames engulfed the horseman, but when the smoke cleared, it stood unharmed. its form glowing faintly with protective energy. "This is getting ridiculous," Sasuke muttered, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he analyzed his foe. The horseman didn't give him time to strategize. It charged forward with its massive steed, the ground trembling beneath its hooves. Sasuke activated his Chidori again, aiming to intercept the charge, but the horseman sidestepped at the last second, swinging a shadow-forged blade at Sasuke. Sasuke parried with his katana, the clash of their weapons sending sparks flying. The horseman's strength was overwhelming, each blow driving Sasuke back despite his best efforts. The horseman moved with precision and brutality, its strikes relentless and unyielding. Sasuke shifted tactics, summoning lightning into his blade to enhance its cutting power. He slashed at the horseman, forcing it to retreat briefly, but it quickly recovered, retaliating with a burst of wind chakra that sent Sasuke hurtling backward. From the shadows, the horseman began to form hand seals at an alarming speed. It unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks, fire, water, wind, and earth, all aimed directly at Sasuke. Sasuke countered with his own elemental jutsu, the two forces colliding in a spectacular display of power that lit up the night. Despite his best efforts, Sasuke found himself being pushed to his limits. The horseman's mastery of chakra elements was unparalleled, its transitions seamless and its attacks devastating. "Fine," Sasuke muttered, wiping blood from his mouth. "Let's see how you handle this." He activated his full-body Susanoo, the massive construct towering over the battlefield. With a mighty roar, it swung its sword at the horseman, the blade glowing with immense energy. The horseman stood its ground, raising its hand. From the darkness, a colossal sword materialized, crackling with shadow energy. The two blades collided with a deafening crash, the impact shaking the very earth. The battle raged on, each exchange more ferocious than the last. Sasuke poured everything he had into his attacks, but the horseman seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. Finally, in a desperate move, Sasuke channeled all his remaining chakra into his Chidori and lunged at the horseman. The attack struck true, the crackling lightning engulfing both of them in a blinding flash. For a moment, there was silence. Then, as the light faded, Sasuke saw the horseman standing tall, seemingly unfazed. Its dark sword moved with frightening speed, slicing through Sasuke's katana as though it were paper. The broken blade clattered to the ground as the horseman's weapon arced toward Sasuke's neck. At the last second, Sasuke dodged, but the blade grazed his neck, leaving a deep gash. He stumbled backward, blood trickling down his collar as his vision blurred. The horseman loomed over him, raising its sword for the final blow. Sasuke's strength failed him, and he collapsed to his knees, his body trembling. Before the horseman could strike, a burst of pink and white light erupted from the trees. "Get away from him!" Sakura screamed, her fists glowing with chakra as she charged. Sai followed closely behind, his ink beast swarming toward the horseman in a coordinated assault. The horseman turned its attention to the newcomers, effortlessly swatting them aside with waves of shadow energy. Sakura's punches barely fazed it, and Sai's creations were torn apart in seconds. Despite their best efforts, the three shinobi were no match for the horseman. It toyed with them, its attacks precise and brutal. With each strike, it demonstrated its overwhelming power, leaving the team battered and broken. Just as it seemed the horseman would deliver the finishing blow, it paused, as if hearing some silent command. It glanced at the unconscious Sasuke, then at the injured Sakura and Sai, before retreating into the shadows without a word. The forest fell silent once more, the eerie stillness returning as if nothing had happened. Sakura crawled toward Sasuke, her hands trembling as she placed them on his chest. "Sasuke-kun. Wake up," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Sai stood nearby, his usually calm demeanor shaken. "We underestimated it," he said quietly. "We were completely outmatched." The three of them were left broken and defeated, the mark of their encounter etched deeply into their bodies and minds. The soft rays of dawn crept through the curtains, illuminating the room with a gentle glow. Ino stirred, her golden hairs played across Naruto's chest. She blinked lazily, taking a moment to register her position. Her bare body was pressed against his, her ample curves snugly enveloping his muscular frame. She blushed as she realized the intimacy of their situation, her cheeks turning a soft pink. Naruto was still fast asleep, his peaceful expression free of the burdens that usually clouded his face. Ino's eyes softened as she leaned forward, pressing a tender kiss to his forehead. Her gaze drifted to his chest, where faint scars had once marred his skin from the injuries he sustained in their last battle. Slowly, she peeled away the bandages she had applied the night before, her fingers trembling slightly. To her astonishment, the scars were gone. His skin was flawless, as if he had never been wounded at all. She touched the smooth surface, marveling at the speed of his recovery. "Of course," she murmured to herself, a small smile forming. "I forgot." The Kyuubi. He really is something else. Her blush deepened as she took in his serene face, the way his golden hair framed his features. Naruto looked so innocent, so carefree, like the child he had once been. Unable to resist, Ino decided to sit quietly and watch him sleep. Minutes passed, and his face scrunched slightly as he stirred awake. Naruto rubbed his eyes groggily, his voice thick with sleep. "Morning, morning, sleepyhead," Ino replied with a mischievous smile, her phone in hand. Naruto froze mid-stretch as he noticed her holding the device. His sleepy brain struggled to piece things together before he finally asked, "What? What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing much," Ino said, her grin widening. "Just taking a few pictures of my adorable Naruto-kun while he sleeps." "What?" Naruto shut up, his face turning crimson as he looked at her in disbelief. "Why would you do that?" "I didn't ask for this." "Because I wanted to," Ino teased, winking at him. "You're too cute when you're sleeping." "Delete them," Naruto demanded, his voice rising an octave. "Nope," she said, standing up and stretching, completely unbothered. It was only then that Naruto realized she was entirely nude, her flawless figure on full display. He immediately turned his head away, his blush deepening. "Put some clothes on, Ino." "Why?" she replied with a sly smile, walking toward him. "We're going to shower together anyway." "No, we're not," Naruto protested, shielding his eyes. "Yes, we are," Ino said firmly, grabbing his arm and dragging him toward the bathroom. Despite his protests, Naruto couldn't stop her, and his embarrassment only grew as he heard the Kyuubi's booming laughter echo in his mind. "You remind me so much of your parents," Kurama chuckled. "Your mother used to drag your father around just like this." "Shut up, Kurama," Naruto snapped internally, his flustered state only worsening. Meanwhile, far away in a small village, Sasuke woke with a start. His body ached from the night's events, and his pride stung even more. Flashes of his humiliating defeat replayed in his mind, each one fueling his anger. Sakura entered the room with a concerned look, carrying a tray of food. "You're awake. Good. Eat something and get ready. We're leaving soon." Sasuke frowned. "Why?" "The villagers don't want us here," she explained. "They've made it very clear they don't feel safe with us around. We're going back to the leaf." Sasuke scowled, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. He winced as pain shot through him, but he forced himself to stand. "Cowards," he muttered. "They're not cowards," Sakura snapped, setting the tray down harder than she intended. "They're just scared. And honestly, can you blame them after what happened last night?" Sasuke glared at her. "I didn't see you doing anything to stop the horsemen either." Before Sakura could respond, Sai entered the room, his arm wrapped in bandages. "So, Sasuke," he said with his usual monotone, "how did that brilliant plan of yours work out? You know, the one where you charged in and got yourself beaten?" "Shut up, Sai," Sasuke growled, his eyes narrowing. Sai smirked. "I'll take that as a nod." "Well, enough," Sakura said, stepping between them. "We need to leave. Now." Sasuke reluctantly followed, limping slightly as they exited the small inn. Outside, the villagers whispered among themselves, casting disdainful looks at the trio. Some were packing their belongings, preparing to leave the village entirely. "They're abandoning their homes," Sasuke muttered, his voice filled with disdain. "All because of fear." "Because we failed to protect them," Sakura retorted. "Because of your reckless plan." Sasuke rounded on her. "Don't pin this on me, Sakura. You didn't exactly contribute last night." The two began to argue, their voices growing louder. Sai sighed, stepping between them. "Enough. You're both embarrassing yourselves," he said calmly. "Let's just get back to the leaf." Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade sat at her desk, reviewing the mission report. Her face darkened as she read the details, her hands gripping the paper tightly. With a growl of frustration, she tore the report in half and threw it aside. "This is unacceptable," she muttered, pacing the room. "We need a real solution to this problem. And there's only one person who might be able to deal with that monster." She paused, her gaze drifting toward a photo of Naruto on her desk. "But not yet. Not yet." The morning sun rose higher, casting its warm light over the village, but the shadows of the previous night lingered in the hearts of all who had witnessed the horsemen's terror. The morning sun climbed higher into the sky, casting its warm light over the training grounds as Naruto and Ino finished their breakfast. Ino stood in the center of the field, her expression determined, a small bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Naruto leaned casually against a nearby tree, watching her intently with his arms crossed. "Come on, Ino," he said, his voice steady yet encouraging. "Focus. You've got this." Ino gritted her teeth, channeling her chakra into the water balloon in her hands. The surface trembled violently, rippling under the pressure of her control. With a sharp cry, she pushed her energy to the limit. And the balloon burst in an explosion of water. "Yes," she shouted, jumping in excitement. "Yes, yes, yes. I did it. I finally did it." Naruto's lips curved into a small smile as he stepped forward, holding up another balloon. "Good job," he said, nodding approvingly. "But you're not done yet." Ino blinked, her celebration faltering as she noticed the new challenge in his hand. This time, the balloon wasn't filled with water, it was heavier, denser, and looked far more daunting. "This," Naruto said, tossing it to her, "is the next step." Ino caught it and staggered slightly under its weight. She looked at him with a mix of disbelief and frustration. "Naruto-kun, this is cruel." "If you want to get stronger, you've got to push yourself," he replied, his tone firm but kind. "No shortcuts." Naruto stepped back, demonstrating by holding up his own dense rubber ball. With a concentrated burst of chakra, he made it explode into fragments. "Do it like that?" Ino pouted. "Easy for you to say, Mr. Prodigy." He shrugged, his smirk playful. "Come on, show me what you've got." With a determined nod, Ino got to work. Her brows furrowed as she focused her chakra, sweat beginning to bead on her forehead. Naruto watched her closely, noticing the fire in her eyes. "She's serious about this," he thought to himself. His smirk softened into a proud smile. After hours of practice, Naruto decided it was time for some strength training. He handed Ino a set of weights, and the two of them trained side by side. Ino's determination never wavered, and her resolve impressed Naruto. By the time they finished, the sun was beginning to set. Ino wiped the sweat from her brow and glanced at Naruto, her cheeks pink from exertion. She reached out, grabbing his hand without hesitation. "Come on, let's go," she said with a bright smile, lacing her fingers through his. Naruto didn't respond, his expression neutral, but he didn't pull away either. They walked together, their silhouettes framed by the orange hues of the setting sun. From a distance, Hinata watched them, her heart aching with sadness. She clutched her hands to her chest, tears welling in her lavender eyes. "Why?" she whispered to herself. "Why her? Why now?" She had loved Naruto for as long as she could remember, yet here he was, walking hand in hand with Ino Yamanaka, the girl who had mocked him back in their academy days. The sight was too much to bear. Hinata turned away, her vision blurred by tears. "He looks so happy. Even if he doesn't show it. But why couldn't it be me?" Sobbing quietly, she disappeared into the shadows, her heartbreak echoing in the silence of the evening. At the Hokage's office, tension hung thick in the air as Sasuke, Sai, and Sakura stood before Tsunade. The atmosphere was heavy with disappointment. "So," Tsunade began, her voice laced with frustration. "The mission failed." "Yes, Tsunade-sama," Sai replied bluntly. "And Sasuke suffered a humiliating defeat." Sasuke shot him a glare, his fists clenching. "Watch your mouth, Sai." Ignoring the bickering, Tsunade rubbed her temples and sighed. "This is worse than I thought. The horseman is far more dangerous than we anticipated. And with the Cage Summit just 2 days away, I have no doubt they'll make a move against us to display their power." "What are we going to do, Tsunade-sama?" Sakura asked, her voice tinged with worry. Tsunade's gaze hardened. "For now, we prepare. Fortunately, Naruto has fully recovered, but I'm hesitant to use him." Sai tilted his head. "Why not? Is he busy with something?" "No," Tsunade said, shaking her head. "I'm worried about him being led astray." Sakura frowned, crossing her arms. "You mean by Ino, don't you? That girl is a walking distraction. With her body, she's bound to corrupt him." Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at Sakura's jealous outburst. "You're such a fool, Sakura. I'm not worried about him becoming distracted. I'm worried about him going down the wrong path, toward darkness." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "You're saying you're afraid he'll turn against us?" Tsunade nodded grimly. "Exactly. Naruto has been distant lately, isolating himself from everyone. His bloodline is rare and powerful, and I wouldn't put it past our enemies to try and manipulate him. If they succeed, if he feels abandoned or blamed for the world's problems, it could push him over the edge." Sakura's expression softened. "You think he might feel like the world is against him?" "Yes," Tsunade replied. "And that's exactly what worries me. If Naruto turns to the other side, it won't just be a loss for us, it'll be the end of everything." A heavy silence fell over the room. Sai broke it with a wry smile. "Well, that's reassuring." Sasuke's jaw tightened. "If that's the case, we'd better make sure he doesn't feel abandoned. If he does, we'll all have hell to pay." Tsunade looked at them, her eyes serious. "You all understand what's at stake. We can't afford to lose him, not to our enemies, and not to his own despair." Sakura nodded, her voice firm. "I understand now." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the village settled into an uneasy calm. Naruto and Ino returned to the training grounds, The air between them light and filled with quiet camaraderie. But in the shadows, unseen forces began to stir, their eyes set on the blonde shinobi whose future teetered on a knife's edge. The soft light of the late morning filtered into the room as Naruto sat back on the couch, sipping a glass of freshly made juice. The tartness of the drink was perfectly balanced by a hint of sweetness, and he found himself savoring the refreshing flavor. Across from him, Ino leaned against the counter, watching him with a playful smile. She was dressed in a revealing, light-colored outfit that accentuated her figure, her neckline plunging just enough to tease without being overly scandalous. "Well?" she asked, her tone dripping with mischief. "Do you like my juice, Naruto-kun?" Naruto glanced at her, setting the glass down. "Yeah. It's fruity." Ino giggled, brushing her golden hair over her shoulder. "Of course, it's fruity. I make it fresh every day." Naruto gave a small nod and leaned back further, his expression neutral. His mind was distant, thoughts swirling in a vortex he couldn't quite escape. Ino, noticing his distracted demeanor, decided to change the topic. She walked over, her bare feet padding softly on the wooden floor, and sat beside him. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Hey, Naruto-kun, do you know much about flowers? I've noticed you've been growing some in the garden." Naruto blinked, surprised by the sudden question. "Flowers? Yeah, I've been growing a few. Nothing too fancy." Ino's curiosity deepened. "Really? What kinds?" Naruto paused, scratching the back of his head. "Mostly chrysanthemums, lavender, and some sunflowers. I planted a few cherry blossom trees too." Ino's jaw dropped, her blue eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, you're serious? You actually know about flowers?" Naruto frowned slightly, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. "What? You think I'm some kind of idiot who doesn't know anything?" Ino quickly waved her hands, laughing nervously. No. It's just, most guys don't really care about flowers. It's not exactly a cool thing." Naruto sighed, crossing his arms. "I've been interested in them since I was a kid. Back then, when everyone in the village hated me, I'd sneak away to this old garden I found. It was my escape. There was this one flower that always stood out, a beautiful golden lily. I'd sit and stare at it for hours whenever I felt angry or sad." Ino listened intently, her expression softening as Naruto continued. "One day, the third Hokage caught me there. Instead of scolding me, he brought me a book about flowers and told me to read it. I still have that book." Ino's heart swelled with admiration. "That's amazing, Naruto-kun. I never would have guessed you had such a deep connection to flowers. I guess I'm lucky to have a husband who shares my interests." Naruto turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not your husband." Ino smirked, leaning closer. "Not yet, but you will be." Naruto sighed, shaking his head, but before he could respond, his gaze drifted out the window. His expression darkened, and his jaw tightened ever so slightly. "Why the long face, Naruto-kun?" Ino asked, tilting her head. "You're tense. I can feel it." Naruto hesitated before muttering, "It's the Cage Summit." Ino's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by concern. "Why? What about it?" Naruto clenched his fists, his voice low and strained. "I'm afraid of what they'll say. Afraid they'll blame me." Ino frowned, scooting closer to him. "Naruto-kun, you've done so much for everyone. You've saved the village, saved the world. Why would they blame you?" "They always blame me," Naruto said bitterly, his voice trembling with anger. "Even when I was a kid, they blamed me for the Nine Tails attack. Like it was my fault. And now, even as a hero, I know they'll find something. They always do. People don't see the good. You can save them 100 times, but they'll only remember the one mistake you make." Ino's heart ached at his words. Without thinking, she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a tight hug. Naruto stiffened as Ino's soft, warm body pressed against him, her ample chest nearly smothering him. His cheeks turned bright red, but he didn't pull away. "Let them blame the whole world," Ino whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "I'll always stand by you, Naruto-kun. I'll never turn my back on you." Naruto swallowed hard, his voice barely audible. "You used to ignore me too. Just like everyone else." Ino winced at the truth in his words. "You're right. I did. Back then, my parents told me to stay away from you. Everyone told their kids to avoid you. But despite everything, you carried us all on your shoulders. If it had been anyone else, they would have hated the village. They would have turned against it." "I was just an idiot back then," Naruto said, his voice laced with self-deprecation. "I wanted people to notice me. To acknowledge me." Ino pulled back slightly, placing her hands on either side of his face. "You're not an idiot, Naruto-kun. You're amazing. You were just a kid who wanted to be loved. And honestly, If you had turned against the village, you would have had every right to. Naruto's eyes darkened as he muttered, almost to himself, who knows what the future holds. The cryptic statement sent a chill down Ino's spine. She forced a nervous laugh, trying to lighten the mood. No, Naruto-kun. We do know the future. You'd never do something like that. Naruto stood abruptly, causing Ino to stumble slightly as she clung to him. He wrapped his arms around her this time, holding her close. Ino buried her face in his chest, inhaling the faint, earthy scent of his shampoo. "What are you using?" she murmured, a teasing lilt in her voice. "You smell way too good. It's not fair for a guy to smell this nice." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "It's just soap." Ino laughed softly. "You're too perfect, Naruto-kun. You're like some kind of experiment, a gorgeous woman in a man's body." Naruto groaned, rolling his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Ino only laughed harder, clinging to him as the heavy atmosphere slowly began to lift. The world outside still loomed with uncertainty and danger, but for now, in this moment, Naruto allowed himself to feel a small measure of peace. The chamber was dimly lit, the flickering torches casting long shadows across the stone walls. At the center of the room sat Malric, the enigmatic leader of the mysterious organization whose name struck fear into those who dared to speak it. His throne was a masterpiece of dark artistry, ornate carvings of writhing serpents and clawed beasts adorned the ebony structure. He leaned forward, his piercing gaze fixed on the portrait of a young man pinned to the wall, Naruto Uzumaki. The silence in the room was broken as Malric's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Soon," he murmured, his voice low and filled with malice. "Soon, we will achieve our goal." He reached out, his hand crackling with flames. "To claim the legendary sword, we must unlock its seal. And only one person can do that." His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the image of Naruto. Only him. With a flick of his wrist, fire engulfed the portrait, consuming it in seconds. The flames danced wildly, their reflection glinting in Malric's cold, calculating eyes. "Yes. It's time for you to reveal your true self, Naruto. Time to remember who you are. Time for the world to bow before us." Elsewhere, under the cover of night, Naruto slept uneasily in his small apartment. The room was quiet, save for the occasional rustling of the curtains as the wind blew through the open window. Yet his mind was anything but at peace. In his dreams, the faces of his past and present blurred together. Villagers sneered, their voices a cacophony of blame and anger. "It's your fault," one voice hissed. "You brought the Nine Tails upon us," another accused. One by one, the voices grew louder, their words cutting deeper. Friends, comrades, and even strangers turned their backs on him. He reached out, but they faded into the darkness. The last face he saw was Ino's. She stood before him, her eyes filled with anger and disgust. "I thought I loved you," she said, her voice cold and distant. "But you're nothing more than a monster." Naruto's heart shattered as the words echoed in his mind. "No. Ino." He jolted awake, his breathing ragged, his body drenched in sweat. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of the moonlight streaming through the window. He pressed a hand to his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. As he glanced down, he realized that Ino was lying beside him, her body curled against his. Her blonde hair spilled across his chest, and her arm draped over him possessively. His face turned bright red as he became acutely aware of her soft, warm body pressing against him, particularly the weight of her ample chest, which was currently smothering him. Naruto froze, unsure of what to do. He carefully shifted his gaze to her face. She looked peaceful, her lips slightly parted as she breathed softly in her sleep. "Is it possible?" Naruto thought, his mind racing. He looked away, conflicted. The warmth of her presence was comforting, but the words from his dream lingered like a dark cloud over his thoughts. "Could she really love me? Or is it just a lie? Like everything else?" Naruto's fists clenched as he stared out the window, his expression hardening. The world outside felt heavy with the weight of uncertainty, and his mind was a battlefield of doubt and fear. For now, he stayed still, letting Ino's warmth anchor him, even as his thoughts spiraled into the unknown. The day before the cage summit dawned with a quiet tension that hung heavy over the village. Each person had their own thoughts, fears, and goals as they prepared for the crucial meeting that could shape the future of the shinobi world. Sakura's resolve. Sakura Haruno sat up in her bed, sunlight filtering through the blinds of her window. The warmth of the morning sun did little to chase away the weight she carried in her heart. She stared at the ceiling, her mind filled with memories of laughter, camaraderie, and shared struggles. Memories of a team that had once been her world. "Today is the day," she murmured to herself, determination sparking in her emerald eyes. "I'll try to fix things with Naruto. No more excuses. I've let this go on for too long." She clenched her fists, her resolve strengthening. "I have to make him my friend again. no matter what. After dressing quickly, Sakura stepped out into the village, her heart pounding with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Naruto and Ino's training. On the other side of the village, in a quiet training field surrounded by towering trees, Naruto Uzumaki lay sprawled out on the ground, fast asleep. His orange jacket was crumpled beneath him like a makeshift pillow, and his breathing was slow and steady. Standing nearby, Ino Yamanaka glared at him, her hands on her hips. She had been up since before dawn, eager to continue her training under Naruto's guidance. Unfortunately, her sensei seemed more interested in napping than teaching. "Naruto-kun," she called out, frustration creeping into her voice. Naruto stirred but didn't open his eyes. Ino growled, clenching her fists. She turned back to the glowing orb of chakra hovering before her, the product of hours of practice. She focused, channeling her energy into it, willing it to explode. The orb flickered but remained intact. "This is impossible," she groaned, throwing her hands up in exasperation. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Naruto still sound asleep. "Are you kidding me?" Storming over to him, she grabbed his ear and tugged hard. "Naruto-kun, wake up!" Naruto bolted upright, clutching his ear. "Ow, ow, ow! Ino! What was that for?" "You were supposed to be helping me," she snapped. "I was supervising." Naruto shot back, rubbing his ear. "Supervising while asleep?" Naruto shrugged, giving her a sheepish grin. "Hey, I'm conserving energy." Ino rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress the small smile tugging at her lips. "Just watch me this time, okay?" "Fine, fine," Naruto said, suppressing a yawn. "Let's see what you've got." Shikamaru's reflection. Near the village's edge, Shikamaru Nara sat on a rocky outcrop overlooking the ocean. The waves crashed against the shore in a steady rhythm, their sound soothing yet ominous. He sighed, watching the horizon. The cage summit is tomorrow. What a drag. He leaned back, resting his hands behind his head. "I just hope everything goes smoothly. With Tsunade-sama bringing Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino along, and, of course, Naruto, it's bound to be interesting." A smirk tugged at his lips as he muttered, "Naruto. Ino's golden boy. The way she talks about him, you'd think he hung the stars." Shikamaru chuckled softly but quickly sobered. "I'm worried, though. The stakes are high, and if anything goes wrong... well, let's just say I've got a bad feeling about this." The wind picked up, ruffling his hair as he stared out at the sea, lost in thought. Tsunade and Kakashi's discussion. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat behind her desk, her fingers steepled as she regarded Kakashi Hitake, who stood before her with his usual calm demeanor. "These are our best shinobi," Tsunade said, her tone firm. "They're strong, capable, and resourceful. If anyone can handle what's coming, it's them." Kakashi nodded. "Agreed. Especially Naruto. He's come a long way. There's no telling how many techniques and secrets he's been keeping, like that chain technique he used in his last battle. He nearly defeated Malric with it." Tsunade frowned, her mind drifting to that fateful encounter. He would have, if he hadn't sacrificed himself to save Ino. Malric threatened her, and Naruto didn't hesitate. Kakashi crossed his arms. "It's who he is. That's what makes him so strong. But it's also what makes him vulnerable. He'll always put others before himself." Tsunade smiled faintly. "It seems Naruto's finally found something, or someone, worth fighting for. I'm happy for him. He's grown so much. He's no longer the foolish boy chasing after Sakura like a lost puppy. Now, he's a man, a hero. And the girls can seem to get enough of him." Kakashi chuckled. "Ino won't let anyone else get close. She's relentless. When she sets her sights on something, she doesn't stop until she gets it." "She's always been like that," Tsunade agreed. "And now she's determined to be Naruto's wife, no matter what it takes. But we don't have time for love stories right now. The cage summit is our priority." Tsunade stood, moving to the window to gaze out at the village below. The summit location is perfect, isolated, secure, and surrounded by natural defenses. The summit location. The cage summit was set to take place in a grand hall nestled deep within a mountain range. The hall was carved directly into the rock, with towering pillars supporting its vaulted ceiling. Natural light streamed in through strategically placed openings, casting dramatic shadows across the stone floor. The approach to the summit was treacherous, with narrow mountain paths and sheer cliffs on either side. Only the most skilled shinobi could navigate the terrain, ensuring the location's security. Ino's determination. Back at the training field, Ino sneezed, startling herself. "Someone must be talking about me," she muttered, wiping her nose. The golden hues of the setting sun painted the sky as Naruto and Ino wrapped up their rigorous training session. Ino stood proudly, catching her breath, her progress clear in the way she managed her chakra orb. "Naruto, still a bit groggy from being pulled out of bed at dawn, gave her an approving nod. "You've come a long way, Ino," he said, a small smile playing on his lips. Ino beamed at the compliment, brushing a few strands of hair from her face. "Of course I have. I had the best teacher." Naruto scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yeah. So, what's next?" "Next? We clean up and enjoy the evening," she declared. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Enjoy the evening?" Ino smirked, grabbing his arm and tugging him toward the village. "Come on, Naruto-kun. You can't just train me and then disappear. Let's take a walk through the village. Besides, you owe me for making me yell at you all morning." Naruto sighed but didn't protest. He was still wearing his old orange jacket, hastily thrown on when Ino dragged him out of bed, and his hair was a mess from lying in the grass during her training. As they walked back to the house, villagers greeted them, and Naruto couldn't help but notice the envious glances some men threw his way. A change of clothes. Back at the house, Naruto stretched and let out a yawn. Ino pointed toward the bathroom. "Go freshen up. I'm not walking around the village with you looking like that," she teased. Naruto glanced down at his rumpled clothes. "What's wrong with this?" "Everything," Ino said, pushing him toward the door. "Now go." Naruto rolled his eyes but complied, stepping into the bathroom. As the hot water cascaded over him, he felt the day's fatigue wash away. He ran his fingers through his hair, cleaning out the dirt and sweat from training. When he emerged, his hair damp and tousled, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. "You should wear something that impresses her, Naruto. She's clearly trying to make this a date." "It's not a date." Naruto protested internally. "Sure, keep telling yourself that," Kurama chuckled. "Now, pick something nice. Don't make me do it for you." Naruto sighed, rummaging through his wardrobe. He settled on a fitted black blazer with subtle gold accents along the collar, paired with a crisp white shirt and dark slacks. The outfit was both elegant and understated, accentuating his lean, athletic build. As he adjusted the cuffs, Ino's voice called out from the other room. "Naruto-kun. Are you ready yet?" Yeah, I'm coming." When Naruto stepped out, Ino was already waiting for him in the living room. She wore a stunning white dress that hugged her figure perfectly, its delicate fabric shimmering in the soft light. Her golden hair was styled elegantly, and her bright blue eyes sparkled with excitement. For a moment, Naruto was speechless. "Wow," he murmured before he could stop himself. Ino blushed, her cheeks turning a rosy pink. "You're not so bad yourself, Naruto-kun," she said, walking up to him. She reached out, straightening his collar. "You look amazing." Naruto felt his face heat up, but before he could respond, Kurama chimed in again. "Compliment her, idiot. Tell her she's the most beautiful girl you've ever seen." Naruto swallowed hard and followed the advice. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Ino's eyes widened, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Small hearts practically floated in her gaze as she stared at him. "Naruto-kun," she whispered before throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. Naruto stiffened, unsure of how to react, but when Ino leaned up and kissed his cheek, he felt his heart race. "Let's go," she said, taking his hand and leading him outside. A walk through the village. The streets of the village were lively as night began to fall, lanterns casting a warm glow over the bustling market stalls. Naruto and Ino strolled side by side, her arm looped through his. She was clearly enjoying herself, and her laughter was contagious. As they passed a vendor selling dango, Ino pulled him over. "Let's get some." Naruto chuckled. "You just want to eat sweets, don't you?" "Of course. Life's too short not to enjoy it." They shared a skewer of dango, their fingers brushing as they passed it back and forth. Naruto couldn't help but notice how happy Ino looked, her smile lighting up her entire face. Sakura's frustration. Meanwhile, Sakura wandered the village, her shift at the hospital finally over. She had spent the past hour searching for Naruto, only to come up empty-handed. "Where the hell is he?" she muttered, growing more annoyed with each passing minute. The village was large, but Naruto wasn't exactly the type to blend in. As night fell, Sakura finally spotted him, and her heart sank. Naruto was sitting on a bench in the village square, Ino by his side. Her head was resting on his shoulder, and she looked utterly content. Sakura clenched her fists, a surge of jealousy washing over her. "Why does it bother me so much?" she thought bitterly. "I never thought of him like that before, but seeing him with her." Her frustration grew as she watched Ino lean in and kiss Naruto on the lips. The way he blushed and the small smile that followed made Sakura's stomach twist. "That pig," Sakura muttered under her breath. "She thinks her curves and charm will keep him. But I have those too." She glanced down at herself. Her petite frame had its own appeal, with modest curves and a toned figure from years of training. But Ino's beauty was undeniable. Her long, shapely legs, flawless skin, and ample chest turned heads wherever she went. Sakura's jealousy flared, and she resolved to intervene. The warm evening air carried the faint sound of laughter and chatter from the nearby market as Naruto and Ino strolled together. Ino's hand clutched his, her grip firm and affectionate. They had wandered through the village for hours, and Naruto was beginning to feel the lightness of being with her, the absence of expectations, the simple joy of her company. They stopped near an ice cream stand, the cool breeze from a nearby stream mixing with the sweet aroma of freshly made cones. "Wait here, Naruto-kun," Ino said, releasing his hand and stepping toward the vendor. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Ice cream? Isn't that for kids?" Ino turned and flashed him a playful smile. "Yes, Naruto-kun, but tonight, we're kids again. Now wait here, okay?" Before he could respond, she leaned up and kissed him deeply, her hands cupping his face. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise before he relaxed into the moment, the warmth of her lips sending a jolt through him. When she pulled away, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her smile held a mischievous glint. "Don't move, handsome. I'll be right back." Naruto stood frozen for a moment, watching as she walked away, her white dress fluttering gently with her steps. As the crowd swallowed her figure, Naruto's smile faltered. His mind drifted to the dream that had haunted him, the one where she had called him a monster. Could it really be true? He muttered to himself. "Am I just fooling myself?" He shoved his hands into his pockets and began to walk, his footsteps carrying him further from the bench. His thoughts swirled in a chaotic storm as he tried to make sense of his feelings. Sakura's opportunity. From a distance, Sakura watched as Naruto wandered away. Her heart raced. This was her chance. For weeks, she had wanted to approach him, to mend what had been broken between them. She took a deep breath, summoning her courage, and stepped forward. "Naruto," she called out. He stopped but didn't immediately turn around. Slowly, he glanced over his shoulder, his expression cold and unreadable. When he saw it was her, his face darkened, and he turned away, continuing to walk. Sakura quickened her pace, moving to stand in front of him. "Naruto, please. It's been so long. Can we talk?" Naruto stopped, his gaze dropping to the ground before finally meeting hers. His sharp blue eyes, more piercing than she remembered, made her feel small and vulnerable. "Talk about what?" he asked, his tone devoid of warmth. Sakura fidgeted under his gaze, her cheeks flushing. I wanted to see you. You've changed so much." Naruto said nothing, his silence more cutting than any words. "You look different," Sakura continued, her voice faltering. She wasn't used to this side of him. His once boyish charm had matured into something far more striking, and his aloof demeanor only added to the allure. She tried to smile, though her nerves betrayed her. "Maybe we could go somewhere. Just the two of us." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. "No, thanks." The blunt rejection stung, and Sakura's smile wavered. "Why not?" Naruto's gaze hardened. "That's none of your business." Her frustration bubbled over, and she blurted, "Is it because of that pig, Ino? Is she why you're avoiding me?" Naruto's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond. Sakura stepped closer, desperation creeping into her voice. "Listen to me, Naruto. I know Ino likes you, and maybe she even loves you, but she's not the right girl for you. She only cares about her looks. You need someone strong, someone who understands you." Naruto's lips curled into a humorless smile. "You're wrong." "Wrong?" Sakura repeated, her voice rising. "I don't need you to tell me who's right for me," Naruto said, his voice cutting like a blade. "You don't get to decide that." Sakura's pride took a hit, but she pressed on. "Naruto, I'm saying this because I care about you. Ino might love you now, but she'll never understand you the way I do. She's shallow." "Stop," Naruto interrupted, his tone sharp enough to make her flinch. Sakura's eyes widened in shock. "What?" "I don't want to hear it," he said coldly. "And I don't want to hear from you again." Sakura's frustration exploded. "What the hell is wrong with you? You used to follow me around like a lost puppy, begging for my attention. Now that I'm giving you a chance, you're turning me down?" Naruto's expression didn't waver, but his eyes burned with quiet fury. She continued, her voice breaking. "You didn't even give Hinata a chance after everything she did for you. And now you're wasting your time with Ino? I'm the one who..." "Enough." Naruto's voice thundered, silencing her. Sakura froze, her words caught in her throat. Naruto's gaze bore into hers, his voice low but filled with venom. "You think you can waltz back into my life and tell me who I should be with? You think you know me? You don't know anything." Sakura's eyes glistened with tears, but Naruto pressed on. "You say I was a puppy chasing after you. Maybe I was. But that was the old me. I've grown up, and I see you for what you really are, a selfish, Disgusting person who only cares about herself. The words hit her like a physical blow, and she staggered back, tears streaming down her face. Do you know what I hate most about you, Sakura? Naruto said, his voice calm but chilling. You used me. You used my feelings to bring Sasuke back, and then you threw me aside like trash. And now you have the nerve to stand here and judge me? Sakura's sobs grew louder, her hands trembling as she clutched her chest. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean it. Naruto shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. Save your apologies. I don't care anymore. And for the record, I don't love you. I never did. The finality in his words broke her completely. She fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Naruto. I love you. Naruto turned his back on her, his voice carrying one last message as he walked away. And I hate you. Sakura remained on the ground, her sobs echoing in the empty street. She clutched at her chest, the weight of her actions and his words crushing her. What have I done? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Sakura stood frozen in the middle of the deserted street, her sobs echoing into the quiet night. The weight of Naruto's final words, and I hate you, played over and over in her mind like a haunting refrain. She clutched her chest as if trying to keep her heart from shattering further. Through her tears, Sakura replayed every interaction they'd ever had. Every moment she'd dismissed his feelings, every time she'd leaned on him for support while pining after someone else. The realization cut deeper than any blade. She had taken him for granted. What have I done? She whispered. Her knees buckled, and she sank to the ground once more, her hands trembling as she covered her face. Her thoughts drifted to that fateful day years ago, when she had stood at the gates of the village, tears streaming down her face as she begged Naruto to bring Sasuke back. Please, Naruto. Bring him home. This is my only wish. And he had. Naruto had faced impossible odds, endured unthinkable pain, and fulfilled her selfish request. And how had she repaid him? By treating him as a tool, by overlooking his worth, by never even considering his feelings. Sakura choked on a sob, her guilt suffocating. He was right, she muttered. Naruto. You were right. The pain she felt now, the crushing regret, it was worse than when Sasuke had abandoned the village. Because this time, it wasn't someone leaving her. It was someone she had driven away. Rising shakily to her feet, Sakura wiped her tears, though they continued to fall. Her thoughts shifted to Ino, and a pang of jealousy struck her heart. That pig, she hissed through gritted teeth. But the venom in her words was soon replaced by another wave of sorrow. No, she whispered, shaking her head. This isn't about her. This is about me. I did this. And with that, she turned and walked away, her heart heavier than ever before. Naruto's storm. Elsewhere, Naruto walked aimlessly, his fists clenched and his breathing uneven. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, low and calm. Calm down, Naruto. You're letting her get to you. Why shouldn't I be angry? Naruto growled aloud, earning a few curious glances from passers-by before they quickly looked away. He ducked into a quieter alley to continue his internal conversation. She had no right to say that stuff, Kurama. After everything. After all the times she used me, ignored me. She still thinks she can just waltz back into my life and decide who I should be with? Kurama sighed. You're not wrong. But letting your anger control you won't help. You're not that kind of person, Naruto. Naruto leaned against a wall, his head hanging low. I don't even know what kind of person I am anymore. I've spent my whole life being used, he muttered. By the village, by my so-called friends. Even by her. And now she has the nerve to act like this? His fist slammed into the wall, leaving a small crack in the stone. His breathing slowed as he tried to regain control. Kurama's calming presence helped ease the storm within him, and he reminded himself of what lay ahead. The Cage Summit is tomorrow, he said aloud, trying to ground himself. I need to focus on that. Everything changes after tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pushed off the wall and headed back to where he had left Ino. Ino's fierce loyalty. Ino stood near the bench, holding 2 ice cream cones in her hands. She glanced around, her expression growing impatient. Naruto-kun. Where did you wander off to? She muttered. When she finally spotted him approaching, her annoyance faded into concern. His shoulders were tense, and his usual light-hearted expression was replaced by a brooding scowl. Where did you go? I told you not to move, Naruto-kun, she scolded, holding out one of the cones to him. You're not a very obedient boyfriend, are you? Naruto managed a small smile and took the ice cream. Sorry, Ino. She frowned, studying him closely. What happened? You're upset. It's nothing, Naruto said, his tone dismissive. Ino raised an eyebrow. Don't give me that. You know I won't let it go until you tell me. Naruto sighed, knowing she wouldn't back down. Fine. Sakura found me and decided to give me a lecture about who I should and shouldn't be with. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. What? She said I should be with Hinata instead of you, Naruto continued, his tone laced with bitterness. She even called you shallow. Ino's jaw dropped. That forehead girl said what? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I told her off, don't worry about it. But Ino was already fuming. Her cheeks flushed red with anger, and she gripped the ice cream cone in her hand so tightly that it cracked. That idiot. Who does she think she is, telling you who to date? And calling me shallow? I'll show her shallow. Ino, calm down, Naruto said, though he couldn't help but smirk at her fiery reaction. No, Naruto-kun, she snapped, stomping her foot. This is not okay. You're mine. And if that forehead thinks she can swoop in and take you away from me, she's got another thing coming. She spotted a sturdy branch on the ground, picked it up, and hurled it at a nearby tree with such force that it embedded itself into the trunk. Naruto stared, wide-eyed. Ino. Remind me not to make you mad, he said, half joking. She huffed, crossing her arms. Let her try something. I'll protect you, Naruto-kun, no matter what. Her anger softened as she looked at him, and she stepped closer, resting her hands on his shoulders. But seriously, don't let her words get to you. You don't belong to anyone but yourself. And as for me. She leaned in, brushing her lips against his in a soft kiss. I'm not going anywhere. Naruto smiled, a genuine warmth returning to his expression. Thanks, Ino. I don't care about anyone else anyway. Not even me? She teased, pouting playfully. Naruto chuckled. You're the only one I care about, Ino. Her pout turned into a radiant smile, and she took his hand. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's go home. You need to rest before the summit tomorrow. As they walked hand in hand toward their apartment, Naruto felt a strange sense of calm. Despite everything, he knew that with Ino by his side, he could face whatever challenges lay ahead. The night was thick with an unsettling stillness as tension simmered across the world. Shadows moved quietly, carrying the weight of secrets, plans, and unspoken fears. The calm before the storm was deceptive, masking the turmoil that awaited the dawn. Tsunade's concern. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade paced back and forth, her footsteps echoing in the empty room. The dim light of a single lantern cast long shadows on the walls, mirroring the heaviness in her heart. Tomorrow, she murmured, gazing out the window at the quiet village below. Tomorrow may change the course of history forever. She paused, her hand resting on the edge of her desk, her knuckles white from the pressure. I just hope. I hope no one blames Naruto for what might happen. Her voice trembled, the vulnerability in her tone starkly contrasting her usual composed demeanor. Kakashi, standing quietly near the door, nodded. His one visible eye reflected a rare sadness. Naruto's endured more than anyone else, he said softly. He's carried the weight of this village, this world, on his shoulders since he was a child. If things go wrong tomorrow. He trailed off, unwilling to voice the thought. Tsunade turned to face him, her expression grim. We can't predict how the other Kage will react. Some still see him as a danger, something to control or eliminate if necessary. Kakashi's voice grew firm. He's not a threat. He's a hero. But if they force his hand. Tsunade closed her eyes, the weight of her position pressing down on her. If they force his hand, we'll lose him. Not just as a shinobi, but as the person we've come to rely on. And I don't know what kind of man Naruto will become if that happens. Sasuke's resolve. Far away, in the dimly lit ruins of the Uchiha compound, Sasuke sat silently on the cold stone floor. His sword lay across his lap, its polished blade gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Tomorrow, he muttered, his voice cold and resolute. His dark eyes reflected the hatred and determination burning within him. This time will be different, he said, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. I'll reclaim my honor, no matter what it takes. Gaara's reflection. In the land of wind, Gaara stood by the window of his office, gazing out at the endless expanse of desert under the starlit sky. The cool night breeze stirred his crimson hair, but his mind was far from the tranquility of the scene before him. Tomorrow marks a turning point, he said aloud, his voice quiet but firm. Temari, seated nearby, glanced up from her paperwork. You're worried about Naruto, aren't you? Gaara nodded. He's done so much for this world, for all of us. Yet there are those who refuse to see him for who he truly is. If things go wrong tomorrow. Temari frowned. Naruto's strong. He'll handle it. I hope so, Gaara said, his gaze distant. But strength alone might not be enough. The world has a way of turning against those who try to change it. And if they push him too far. He trailed off, his thoughts heavy. I just hope they see him for the hero he is, not as a threat to be eliminated. Malric's ambition. In a hidden lair shrouded in darkness, a man with a wicked smile sat at a stone table, his fingers drumming rhythmically. Malric, a shadowy figure whose name struck fear in the hearts of those who knew it, leaned back in his chair and chuckled. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice low and malevolent. "Tomorrow, the world will tremble before us. We will be the future destroyers, we will destroy the world." Concrete. Once Naruto is cast aside, blamed for the coming chaos, he will have nowhere to turn, Malric continued, his tone brimming with confidence. He will see the truth, that this world has never trusted him. And when that trust is shattered, when those he loves betray him, we will be there to welcome him. A cruel smile spread across his face. It may take time, but once he's ours, nothing will stand in our way. The Headless Rider. In a quiet countryside home, nestled far from the chaos brewing in the larger world, a family of 5 slept peacefully. The soft hum of crickets filled the air, mingling with the occasional rustle of leaves. But in the darkness outside, a shadow moved. The figure was tall and imposing, clad in black armor that seemed to meld with the night. In its hands was a massive sword, its blade glinting ominously in the faint moonlight. The eldest son stirred, his senses pricking at the disturbance. Sitting up in bed, he called out, "Who's there?" Silence. Shaking his head, he chuckled nervously. "Just my imagination," he muttered, lying back down. But the moment he closed his eyes, the shadow stepped into the room. The boy's laughter died in his throat as he turned, his eyes widening in terror. Before he could scream, the sword swung in a wide arc, severing his head cleanly. The figure moved with calculated precision, leaving no sound but the soft thud of bodies hitting the floor. One by one, it slaughtered the entire family, their screams stifled before they could even begin. With the carnage complete, the Headless Rider gathered the severed heads, placing them in a burlap sack slung over its shoulder. It approached a massive, ancient tree in the middle of the forest. The bark of the tree was twisted, its gnarled roots resembling clawed hands reaching for the sky. The rider knelt, placing the heads at the base of the tree. A faint glow emanated from the ground, and the heads were absorbed into the tree's trunk. The rider stood, its task complete, and vanished into the night. Tomorrow would bring chaos, betrayal, and the unveiling of secrets that could shatter the fragile peace the world had fought so hard to achieve. But for now, the night held its breath, waiting for the dawn of a new era. The morning sun bathed the Hidden Leaf village in a golden hue, but the air carried a palpable tension. Today was no ordinary day. For Naruto Uzumaki, this marked the beginning of a pivotal moment, not just for himself, but for the entire shinobi world. Farewell at the village gate. Naruto adjusted the collar of his jacket as he approached the village gates. His expression was stoic, but his mind raced with thoughts about the events ahead. The Cage Summit was a rare occurrence, one fraught with tension and unpredictability. For Naruto, it was both an honor and a burden. As he neared the gate, a familiar voice called out, "Naruto-kun." He turned to see Ino running toward him, her blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. She wore a bright smile, but her eyes betrayed a mix of pride and worry. Before Naruto could say a word, she threw her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. "Ino," he began, his cheeks reddening as he noticed several pairs of eyes watching the scene unfold. Ino pulled back slightly, her hands moving to smooth out his unruly hair. "You have to look your best, Naruto-kun," she said, her tone teasing but affectionate. Naruto scratched the back of his head, his embarrassment growing. "You don't have to fuss so much. It's just a meeting." Ino cupped his face, leaning in to press a soft kiss on his lips. Naruto froze, his eyes darting nervously to the others waiting nearby. "Take care of yourself," she said firmly, her voice dropping to a whisper. "And don't even think about looking at other women." Naruto sighed, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. "I'm not going to look at anyone, okay? It's just one day." Behind them, Tsunade crossed her arms, tapping her foot impatiently. "Ino, are you done? We're on a tight schedule." Shikamaru, standing next to her, let out an exasperated sigh. "Seriously, this is such a drag." Ever the observer, was scribbling notes in his sketchpad, his expression one of mild amusement. Meanwhile, Sakura stood a few steps away, her hands clenched into fists. Her face was a mix of sadness and envy, her mind replaying Naruto's harsh words from the night before, "I hate you." Naruto tried to step away from Ino, but she held on firmly. "I mean it, Naruto-kun. Be careful," she said, her voice softer now, almost trembling. "I will," he replied, his tone more serious. Ino hugged him one last time before stepping back. She reached into her pouch and handed him a single white peony, her favorite flower. "For luck," she said, her smile wavering. Naruto took the flower, surprised by the gesture. He gave her a small, genuine smile before tucking it safely into his jacket. "Thanks, Ino." As he turned to leave, Ino clutched the flower's twin in her hand, pressing it against her chest. "Naruto-kun," she whispered, watching him walk away. She stayed there until he was out of sight, the weight of the day's significance pressing heavily on her. The journey to the summit. The group moved in silence as they traveled toward the summit's location. Naruto walked slightly ahead, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He hadn't spoken much since they left the village, his usual energy replaced by a somber demeanor. Kakashi, noticing the change, broke the silence. "Naruto, you've been quiet. Something on your mind?" Naruto shook his head. "I'm fine. Just thinking about what's ahead." Sai, ever curious, tilted his head. "You don't seem fine. You're unusually tense. Is it because of Ino?" Naruto shot him a glare. "Mind your own business." Sai smirked, jotting something down in his notebook. "Interesting. I expected you to end up with Sakura or maybe Hinata. Ino is unexpected." Sakura's head snapped toward Sai, her face turning red with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "What's that supposed to mean?" she snapped. Sai, oblivious to the tension he was causing, looked up from his notebook. "Well, you're unattractive. And Hinata, while kind, doesn't have Ino's confidence. Ino seems to have won this competition." The vein in Sakura's forehead throbbed dangerously. "You idiot. This isn't a competition," she shouted, lunging at him. Sai stepped back, dodging her easily. "It's not my fault you lost. Maybe if you smiled more, you jerk." As Sakura chased Sai down the path, Kakashi chuckled under his breath. Some things never change. Naruto, however, didn't even crack a smile. His mind was elsewhere, replaying the events of the previous night. Sakura's tears, her desperate confession, and his own bitter words lingered in his thoughts. "I hate you," he had said, and he meant it. After years of being overlooked, after years of seeing her pine for Sasuke, only to turn to him when it suited her, he couldn't suppress his anger. Now, as he watched her chase Sai, he felt a pang of regret, not for his words, but for the situation. Things could never go back to the way they were. Sai's curiosity. Eventually, Sakura gave up her pursuit, retreating to walk beside Kakashi. Sai returned to his spot near Naruto, still jotting notes in his notebook. "Naruto," Sai began, his tone curious, "why Ino? I mean, she's not who anyone expected." Naruto sighed, his patience wearing thin. "Why does it matter? It's my life." Sai tapped his chin thoughtfully. "True, but people were betting on Sakura or Hinata. It's surprising that someone like Ino." Naruto cut him off, his voice sharp. "Enough." Sai blinked, unperturbed. "Interesting," he said, writing something down. Kakashi, sensing Naruto's frustration, decided to intervene. "All right, that's enough, Sai. Focus on the mission." Sai nodded, but his curiosity remained. Sakura's quiet grief. Walking a few steps behind the group, Sakura's heart ached. She had spent the night replaying Naruto's words, each one cutting deeper than the last. "I hate you." She had never seen that kind of anger in his eyes before. For years, she had taken his feelings for granted, assuming he would always be there, waiting for her. But now, watching him with Ino, she realized how much she had lost. Her fingers tightened into fists. She wanted to scream, to cry, to do anything to ease the pain in her chest. But she couldn't. She had no right. "This is my punishment," she thought bitterly. "I deserve this." As they continued their journey, she kept her head down, unable to face Naruto or the others. The group pressed on, the weight of the day ahead heavy on their shoulders. Unbeknownst to them, the world was on the brink of change, and each of them would play a role in shaping its future. But for now, they walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, unaware of the storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The morning sun cast its rays over the towering mountains, illuminating the treacherous paths that led to the legendary cage summit. The hall, carved directly into the stone of the mountain, stood as a testament to the craftsmanship and power of the shinobi world. Massive stone pillars supported the grand vaulted ceiling, with natural light filtering in through carefully placed openings, creating an ethereal ambience within. Shadows played across the smooth stone floor, adding a solemn atmosphere to the gathering. The five cage, accompanied by their trusted advisors and guards, began to arrive. From the land of lightning came the imposing Raikage, Daru at his side, both exuding an aura of readiness for any threat. The land of Earth's Sachikage, Kurotsuchi, made her entrance next, her sharp gaze sweeping the room. The land of water was represented by the elegant Mizukage, Mei Terumi, flanked by her ever-reliable aide, Ao. The land of winds Kazekage, Gaara, arrived in his typical calm demeanor, his siblings Temari and Kankuro accompanying him. Finally, the land of fire's representative, Hokage Tsunade, entered alongside her guards, Kakashi Hitake, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara, and sigh. Naruto Uzumaki trailed silently behind them, his expression unreadable. His usual enthusiasm and warmth were replaced by a cold detachment that unnerved those around him. Sasuke, ever observant, noted Naruto's demeanor and the tension in his posture. Something was boiling under the surface, and Sasuke intended to find out what. The circular table in the grand chamber held an air of authority, its every surface etched with intricate carvings of the 5 great nations' emblems. The cage, resplendent in their unique garbs and auras of leadership, sat in solemn silence, their trusted aides standing close by, ready to intervene if necessary. The stone walls of the chamber echoed faint whispers of the tense conversations that had unfolded in the halls earlier. Now, however, the room was silent, heavy with anticipation, as all eyes turned to the Mizukage. Mai Terumi, always composed, shifted slightly in her seat, her gaze sharp as a kunai. She folded her hands atop the table, her voice soft but firm, cutting through the stillness like a blade. "The situation is dire," she began, her tone carrying the weight of the many lives lost. "There have been reports, grim ones, of a headless knight wreaking havoc across our lands. Entire families slaughtered, their heads taken as trophies. The sheer brutality of these attacks is unlike anything we've ever faced. This threat, it's unprecedented." Her words hung in the air, a chilling reality sinking into the hearts of those present. The Raikage was the first to react, his muscular frame tensing as his fist came crashing down on the stone table with a resounding boom. The force of his anger made several attendants flinch. "And we know who is responsible." His voice was a roar, his fury directed at a single figure in the room. The Raikage's piercing gaze locked onto Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stood at the edge of the room, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. The light streaming through the chamber's openings cast shadows over his face, making it impossible to decipher his thoughts. Tsunade immediately leaned forward in her seat, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the table. Her voice was calm, but her underlying frustration was evident. "Raikage, I hope you aren't implying what I think you are." The Raikage scoffed, leaning back in his chair, but his gaze never wavered from Naruto. "Of course, I am. Who else could it be? He's the reason for this mess. His blood, his recklessness, his..." Enough. The single word came from Gaara, the Kazekage's soft voice cutting through the Raikage's tirade like the desert wind stripping flesh from bone. He didn't raise his voice, but the authority in it demanded attention. "Raikage," Gaara continued, his eyes steady and calm, "this is not the time to assign blame without evidence. We all know what Naruto has done for this world, how many times he has sacrificed himself for the sake of others. Let us not forget his role in saving not only our nations but the shinobi world as a whole." The Raikage's lips curled into a sneer. "Sacrifices? Don't preach to me about sacrifices, Kazekage. We've all made them. But none of us have left the world teetering on the edge of chaos as he has. His bloodline, it's cursed. His recklessness, it's opened doors that should have remained shut. How many lives must be lost before we acknowledge the truth?" Shikamaru, who had been standing silently beside Tsunade, finally stepped forward, his hands tucked into his pockets. His posture was deceptively relaxed, but his sharp eyes locked onto the Raikage with precision. "With all due respect, Raikage," Shikamaru said, his voice measured, "blaming Naruto isn't just unfair, it's counterproductive. You talk about sacrifices? No one here has sacrificed as much as he has. And let's not forget, it's his actions that ensured any of us are alive to sit at this table today." The Raikage's eyes flared, but before he could respond, another voice joined the fray. "That's enough," said Kurotsuchi, the Tsuchikage. Her tone was firm, her patience clearly wearing thin. She leaned forward, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. "We need solutions, not excuses. This isn't the time to indulge in sentimentality or start a witch hunt." Tsunade's patience, however, was nearing its limit. Her golden eyes blazed as she slammed her hand on the table with enough force to send cracked spider webbing through the stone. The sound was deafening, silencing the room. "Enough," she roared, her voice echoing through the chamber. "I will not sit here and listen to any more baseless accusations against Naruto." She stood, her commanding presence filling the room. "You dare to call him reckless? You dare to blame him for this? Have you forgotten what he's done for you, for your villages, for your people? If not for Naruto, none of you would be here to point fingers." The Raikage's fists clenched, but he didn't interrupt. Even he wasn't foolish enough to challenge Tsunade when she was like this. Tsunade's gaze swept over the room, daring anyone to contradict her. "Naruto is not a danger to us. He is one of us. He has earned his place here, more than any of you. And if you think for one second that I'll stand by while you turn him into a scapegoat, then you don't know me at all." The tension in the room was suffocating, the air thick with unspoken words. Sasuke, standing against the wall, watched everything with a calculating gaze. His eyes flickered briefly to Naruto, who remained silent, his expression unchanged. From the corner of the room, Sakura shifted uncomfortably. She glanced at Naruto, her chest tightening at his stoic demeanor. She knew him well enough to see through his mask of indifference. This wasn't apathy, it was something much darker. The Mizukage, ever the diplomat, raised her hands in a gesture of peace. Let's not forget why we're here. This summit is meant to address the threat we're facing, not to tear each other apart. Fighting amongst ourselves will solve nothing. Tsunade sat down slowly, her glare fixed on the wreckage. He met her gaze but said nothing, his anger simmering beneath the surface. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, the wreckage spoke again, his voice low and dangerous. Sentimentality will get us killed, Hokage. You do well to remember that. And you do well to remember, Tsunade shot back, her voice like steel, that Naruto Uzumaki is the reason you have a village to protect. The room fell silent once more, the weight of her words settling over everyone. In the corner, Naruto remained unmoving, his eyes fixed on the ground. Sasuke's gaze lingered on him, his mind racing. Why aren't you defending yourself, Naruto? He thought. What are you waiting for? Unseen by all, a shadow moved in the farthest corner of the chamber. A sinister smile curled on unseen lips. The tension in the room was the perfect prelude to chaos. The room was a tempest of voices, accusations flying, defenses crumbling, the tension coiling like a snake ready to strike. Each cage, with their retinues of trusted shinobi, hurled their arguments across the room, none willing to back down. Yet amid the cacophony, Naruto Uzumaki stood silent. His arms were crossed, his head slightly bowed, his golden hair casting a faint shadow over his impassive face. The light filtering through the stone apertures above shifted as clouds moved across the sky, casting fleeting shadows across his form. He was a figure of unshaken resolve in the chaos, a mountain in the middle of a storm. But behind his stillness, a storm brewed, a hurricane of suppressed anger, disappointment, and a depthless well of power. Sasuke stood nearby, his crimson Sharingan flickering faintly as he observed Naruto. He could feel it, the slow-building tension within his old friend. His sharp gaze darted to the cage, their obliviousness to the growing storm like lambs oblivious to the wolf among them. The wreckage, slammed his fist on the table again, the sound reverberating through the room. Enough silence, he bellowed, his voice like thunder. Say something, Uzumaki. Defend yourself or admit your guilt. The room stilled momentarily as all eyes turned to Naruto. But he did not move. Typical, the wreckage snarled, his patience wearing thin. Not even a word. Is this the so-called savior of the shinobi world? The one we're supposed to trust with our lives? Coward. A faint sound broke the air, barely a whisper, but enough to draw the attention of every shinobi in the chamber. Naruto had spoken. Are you done? The words were soft, devoid of volume but heavy with weight. It was as if the entire room held its breath, the stillness punctuated by the sharp edge of his tone. Naruto finally raised his head, his piercing blue eyes scanning the room like a predator sizing up its prey. He stepped forward, each stride deliberate and powerful. The cage, so used to commanding respect and fear, found themselves involuntarily leaning back in their chairs. You sit here, Naruto began, his voice calm but carrying a chilling undertone, arguing like children, bickering over whose fault it is, pointing fingers at me. As if that will solve anything. His gaze landed on the wreckage, unflinching. You call yourselves Kage, leaders of the shinobi world. But what do I see? Cowards. Relics of a broken system too afraid to face the truth. The wreckage's fist clenched, his body trembling with rage. Watch your tongue, boy. Naruto's eyes sharpened, cutting him off before he could finish. Or what? You'll strike me down? Go ahead. Try. The challenge hung in the air like a thunderclap, silencing the wreckage instantly. Naruto took another step forward, his gaze sweeping across the room, lingering on each cage. His voice grew colder, sharper, each word cutting deeper. You think I care about your opinions? You think your approval means anything to me? Let me make something clear, I don't. Not anymore. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over the room before continuing. You're all the same. Dust under my feet. Relics clinging to a system that's done nothing but perpetuate suffering and war. You talk about peace, but you know nothing about it. You point fingers, hoping to place the blame on someone else, because deep down, you're too scared to look in the mirror and face your own failures. The Mizukage, Mei, interjected softly, her tone meant to calm the rising tension. Naruto, we're here to discuss solutions, not to. No, Naruto interrupted, his voice cutting through hers like a blade. You're here to justify your own incompetence. Don't act like you're different from the rest of them. Mei's lips tightened, but she said nothing. Naruto turned his attention to the wreckage again, his gaze unrelenting. You want to blame me for the Headless Knight? Fine. Let's say it's my fault. What will that change? Will it bring back the lives lost? Will it stop the next massacre? No. All it does is feed your ego and give you a convenient scapegoat. The wreckage growled low in his throat, but he did not speak. Naruto's voice grew colder, his tone devoid of emotion but filled with power. You talk about justice, about responsibility, but what do you know of sacrifice? I've given everything for this world, more than any of you could ever understand. And yet, here you are, pointing fingers, as if that will somehow absolve you of your own failures. Tsunade shifted uncomfortably, her golden eyes filled with unspoken concern. But she knew better than to interrupt. This was Naruto's moment. Naruto stepped closer to the center of the room, his presence overwhelming. The light above seemed to dim, casting shadows that danced ominously across the chamber. Let me make something clear to all of you. I'm not your pawn. I'm not your scapegoat. And I'm sure as hell not your savior anymore. His gaze swept across the cage, his eyes burning with an intensity that made even the Tsuchikage flinch. You want peace? Then earn it. But don't think for a second that you can control me, dictate my actions, or decide my fate. I'm done playing by your rules. I'm done saving a world that doesn't deserve it. The silence that followed was deafening. No one dared to speak, no one dared to move. Even the wreckage, who had always been the loudest in the room, was frozen in place. Naruto turned his back on the table, walking toward the exit. His footsteps echoed through the chamber, each one a reminder of the power and defiance he carried. He paused at the doorway, his voice carrying over his shoulder. This summit is a joke. You're all a joke. And if you think you can stop me, try. But don't say I didn't warn you about the consequences. With that, he pushed the doors open and walked out, leaving the room in stunned silence. In the shadows, far away, hidden in the depths of darkness, Mallorik watched through his enchanted mirror. A slow, sinister smile spread across his face as he witnessed the chaos unfolding. Perfect, he murmured, his voice dripping with malice. The seeds of doubt have been planted. Now, let the games begin. His subordinates gathered around him, awaiting his command. Mallorik turned to them, his grin widening. It's time. Begin the operation. Let's see how far their precious savior will fall. As he spoke, the distant sound of screams echoed through the mountains, signaling the beginning of the Headless Knight's next massacre. The game was in motion, and the shinobi world would never be the same. As Naruto disappeared into the shadows beyond the great stone doors, an uneasy silence lingered in the room. Tension crackled like static in the air, the cage lost in their thoughts, some still seething from Naruto's scathing words. Kakashi, who had been silent throughout the meeting, finally broke the stillness. So, he said, his tone light yet cutting, did you enjoy the show? Or did you finally see the consequences of pushing someone too far? Before anyone could respond, a deafening crash echoed through the chamber. The massive stone doors, reinforced by layers of chakra and carved to withstand even the most powerful jutsu, shattered into countless fragments. Dust and debris filled the air, and a chilling wind swept through the room. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he activated his Sharingan. They're here, he muttered, his voice cold and steady. From the smoke and dust, figures emerged, dark silhouettes adorned in black armor, their eyes glowing an unnatural red. The invaders moved with deadly precision, cutting down the guards outside without hesitation. The cries of dying shinobi echoed ominously, growing louder as the attackers stormed the chamber. The first wave of attackers charged into the room, their blades and jutsu slashing through the air. The cage barely had time to react before the onslaught began. The cage stand together. The wreckage, was the first to move. With a roar, his body became enveloped in crackling lightning as he activated his lightning release chakra mode. His speed was unmatched as he lunged at the nearest attacker, his fist colliding with the intruder's chest. The sheer force of the impact sent the enemy flying, shattering a stone pillar upon impact. These cowards think they can take us down? He bellowed. Let them try. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, stepped forward, her hands weaving through a series of seals. Lava release, melting apparition technique. She called out, spewing a torrent of molten lava that consumed several attackers in its searing path. The invaders shrieked as the lava consumed them, their forms disintegrating into ash. The Tsuchikage, Kurotsuchi, floated into the air, her dust release technique forming a glowing cube of energy between her hands. With a quick motion, she launched it at a cluster of invaders, disintegrating them instantly. Don't hold back, she shouted. They mean to kill us all. Gaara, the Kazekage, stood calm and composed at the center of the fray. His sand surged forward like a living entity, forming shields to protect his fellow cage and crushing the attackers with merciless precision. "Focus on defense," he commanded. "We need to hold the line." The cage fought with unparalleled skill and determination, their individual abilities creating a deadly synergy. Yet the invaders kept coming, their numbers seemingly endless. Malric's arrival. Amid the chaos, a cold, sinister laugh echoed through the chamber. The temperature dropped, the very air becoming heavy with malevolent energy. From the shadows emerged Malric, his presence radiating an overwhelming darkness. His crimson eyes glowed with malice as he strode confidently into the room, his cloak billowing behind him. "Ah," he drawled, his voice smooth yet chilling. "The great cage, scrambling like ants beneath my heel. How delightful!" The Rikage snarled, his body sparking with electricity as he charged at Malric. "You dare mock us?" he roared, his fist aimed directly at Malric's chest. But before his attack could connect, Malric raised a single hand, an ominous black chorus whirling around it. "Dark bind," he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. Chains of pure darkness erupted from the ground, wrapping around the Rikage's limbs and halting his advance. The Rikage struggled against the bonds, his lightning crackling furiously, but the chains held firm, their grip tightening with every passing second. "You rely too much on brute strength," Malric said mockingly. "How pitiful." The Mizukage and Tsuchikage launched simultaneous attacks, Mei's boiling mist and Kurotsuchi's dust release converging on Malric. But with a wave of his hand, Malric summoned a massive barrier of shadow, absorbing their combined assault effortlessly. "Is that the best you can do?" he sneered. "No wonder the shinobi world is in ruins. Your so-called strength is laughable." Gaara's sand surged toward Malric, forming a massive hand aimed at crushing him. But Malric merely smirked, his eyes glowing brighter. Shadow rend. A wave of dark energy erupted from his body, slicing through Gaara's sand like a hot knife through butter. The Kazekage staggered back, his sand recoiling as if in pain. "Your tricks won't work on me," Malric said coldly. The Rikage's last stand. The Rikage, still bound by the dark chains, let out a furious roar. His lightning flared brighter, his muscles straining as he pushed his chakra to its limits. With a final surge of power, he shattered the chains, his body a blur as he charged at Malric once more. This time, he was faster, his movements unpredictable. He landed a devastating punch against Malric's barrier, cracking it with sheer force. "You'll regret underestimating me." The Rikage bellowed, his fists hammering the barrier relentlessly. For a moment, it seemed as though Malric was on the defensive. The barrier flickered, the cracks spreading. The other cage seized the opportunity, launching coordinated attacks to support the Rikage. But Malric's smirk never wavered. "You think this is enough to defeat me?" he asked, his voice dripping with disdain. With a sudden burst of power, the barrier exploded outward, sending the Rikage and the other cage flying. Malric raised his hand, a sphere of pulsating darkness forming in his palm. "Dark Nova," he intoned. The sphere expanded rapidly, engulfing the Rikage before he could react. When the darkness faded, the Rikage lay on the ground, his armor shattered, his body motionless. The remaining cage stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and horror. Malric lowered his hand, his smirk widening. "One down," he said casually. "Who's next?" The chamber fell silent, the invaders momentarily pausing their assault. The cage exchanged grim looks, their determination hardening. Despite the overwhelming odds, they would not go down without a fight. But deep down, they knew, they were facing a power unlike anything they had ever encountered. And the battle was far from over. The Rikage's body lay motionless amidst the rubble, his once mighty presence reduced to silence. His fall struck a chilling chord through the room, the cage and their guards frozen in disbelief. "Rikage-sama," Samui cried out, her voice trembling as she darted toward her fallen leader. Her eyes widened at his unmoving form, and for the first time, fear flickered in her usually calm expression. Malric's sinister grin widened as he took a deliberate step forward, his shadowed figure exuding menace. "Who's next?" he said mockingly, his voice resonating with malevolently. Sasuke stepped forward, his Sharingan blazing like crimson fire. He extended his hand, crackling with lightning as the Chidori came to life. "I am," he said coldly, his voice devoid of hesitation. The tension in the air was suffocating as Sasuke activated his Susanoo, the skeletal figure forming around him with a menacing glow. With a single leap, he charged at Malric, his Chidori aimed at the dark figure's heart. But Malric was prepared. With a flick of his wrist, a dark barrier materialized, absorbing the Chidori with ease. The sound of electricity colliding with shadow reverberated through the chamber as Malric sneered. Impressive. But futile. Sasuke grated his teeth and pushed harder, his lightning surging, but the barrier held strong. Before he could press further, Sai, Sakura, Kakashi, Tsunade, Mei, and Gaara joined the fray, their combined attacks raining down on Malric like a storm. Lightning, fire, sand, and boiling mist converged, their power threatening to overwhelm the dark figure. But Malric merely chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a surge of dark energy erupted from him, scattering the attacks and sending the cage and their allies flying. "You think your pathetic teamwork will be enough to stop me?" Malric taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. The Headless Knight's entrance. As the cage regrouped, the temperature in the room plummeted, an unnatural chill seeping into their bones. The sound of heavy, metallic footsteps echoed ominously, each step resonating like a death knell. From the shadows emerged the Headless Knight, his massive, armored form towering over everyone. His sword, an enormous, jagged blade, radiated an aura of pure malevolence. Without a word, he raised his weapon high and slammed it into the ground. The impact was catastrophic. The entire chamber quaked as the floor cracked and splintered, debris raining down from above. A shockwave of dark energy rippled outward, throwing everyone off balance. "We're under attack," one of the cage's guards shouted, but his warning was cut short as the Headless Knight appeared behind him, moving with inhuman speed. With a single swing of his blade, the guard's head was severed cleanly from his body. Blood sprayed across the floor as the guard's lifeless form crumpled. Samui froze in horror as the Headless Knight turned his eyeless gaze toward her. The sight of her comrade's decapitated head clutched in the knight's hand sent a shiver down her spine. "Samui, get back!" Tsunade barked, but her voice betrayed her own unease. The Headless Knight tossed the severed head aside like a discarded toy and charged toward the group, his sword carving through the air with terrifying force. Chaos unleashed. Gaara's sand surged forward, forming a protective wall to block the knight's assault. "I won't let you take another step," the Kazekage said, his voice steady. But the knight's blade cleaved through the sand with ease, the force of his swing dispersing Gaara's defense like dry leaves in the wind. Mei Terumi unleashed a torrent of acidic mist, the air hissing as it corroded everything in its path. "Let's see you handle this," she shouted. The knight responded by raising his sword, which began to glow with dark energy. With a single swing, he unleashed a wave of destruction that tore through Mei's attack, forcing her to retreat. On the other side of the room, Malric's forces surged forward, their sheer numbers overwhelming the guards. The invaders were relentless, their blades finding flesh as screams filled the air. Malric himself stood at the center of the chaos, his dark aura pulsating. He cast his gaze upon Samui, a predatory smirk curling his lips. "You," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "You'll be coming with me." Samui's fists clenched as she backed away, but before she could act, Malric's soldiers surrounded her. One of them grabbed her arm, yanking her forward. "You bastards," she spat, struggling against their grip. Sasuke's counterattack. Amid the chaos, Sasuke's Susanoo blazed with renewed power. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun furiously as he summoned a colossal lightning bolt from the heavens, aiming it directly at Malric. The room was illuminated by a blinding flash as the lightning struck, the resulting explosion shaking the entire structure. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a moment, silence reigned. But as the dust cleared, Malric emerged unscathed, a barrier of dark energy shimmering around him. "You'll have to do better than that," he said mockingly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Then I will." He focused his energy, the Susanoo solidifying into its armored form. With a deafening roar, he launched himself at Malric, their clash sending shockwaves through the chamber. The two engaged in a ferocious battle, Sasuke's lightning-enhanced strikes colliding with Malric's dark energy. The sheer force of their attacks carved through the room, leaving destruction in their wake. The knight's reign of terror. Meanwhile, the Headless Knight continued his assault. He moved with unnatural speed and precision, cutting down guards and shinobi alike. His blade seemed unstoppable, each swing leaving a trail of destruction. At one point, the knight cornered Mei Terumi and Kurotsuchi. He grabbed Mei by the throat, lifting her off the ground with ease. She struggled against his grip, her hands glowing with molten chakra as she attempted to burn him. "Let her go," Gaara shouted, his sand forming a massive hand that clamped down on the knight. For a moment, it seemed as though Gaara had the upper hand. But the knight's strength proved too great. With a burst of energy, he shattered the sand and hurled Mei aside like a rag doll. Gaara gritted his teeth and unleashed his desert coffin technique, his sand enveloping the knight completely. He clenched his fist, intending to crush the knight, but the knight emerged unscathed, his armor glowing with dark energy. He struck Gaara with a devastating blow, sending the Kazekage sprawling. The tides turned. As the battle raged on, Tsunade, bloodied and exhausted, leaned against a crumbling pillar. Sweat dripped down her face as she surveyed the devastation. "Where is Naruto?" she muttered under her breath, her voice trembling with frustration and desperation. In the distance, Naruto watched from a high vantage point, his arms crossed as he observed the carnage below. His expression was unreadable, but a faint, involuntary smile tugged at his lips. He didn't know why, but the sight of the chaos stirred something deep within him. Without a word, he turned away and disappeared into the shadows. Sasuke's Chidori hissed and crackled as the lightning surged around his body, the furious energy illuminating the shattered remains of the summit chamber. His Sharingan flared with deadly intent, each Tomoe spinning as he focused on his adversary. Across from him, Malric stood unfazed, his dark aura shimmering like a veil of shadowy fire. "You're persistent," Malric said, his voice calm but laced with mockery. "But persistence without power is meaningless, Uchiha." Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "I've faced gods and monsters. You're nothing but another obstacle." Malric smirked. "Then prove it." The two lunged at each other, the air splitting with the force of their clash. Sasuke's Chidori struck Malric's barrier, the impact sending shockwaves through the room. Sparks flew as the crackling electricity pushed against the swirling darkness. Sasuke pressed harder, his teeth clenched, the skeletal form of his Susanoo forming around him for added strength. "Amaterasu!" Sasuke roared, the black flames erupting and engulfing Malric's shield. The dark energy hissed and sizzled as the flames consumed it, but Malric stepped out unscathed, his movements unnaturally fluid. "You're wasting your energy," Malric said, raising his hand. With a snap of his fingers, the ground beneath Sasuke erupted in dark spikes. Sasuke leapt back, barely avoiding the jagged projectiles. His Susanoo flared to full strength, the armored colossus standing tall as it swung its sword down on Malric with incredible force. The blade crashed into the ground, splitting the floor, but Malric moved faster than the eye could see, appearing behind Sasuke. "You rely too much on your Sharingan," Malric said, his voice a cold whisper. He extended his hand, dark tendrils shooting out and wrapping around Sasuke's Susanoo. The shadowy chains tightened, constricting the chakra construct. Sasuke snarled, his Mangekyo spinning even faster. "Enten, Kagetsuchi!" he shouted, the black flames bursting forth to sever the tendrils. Malric staggered slightly, his barrier flickering for the first time. "Impressive," he admitted, his smirk returning. "But you still lack the resolve to finish this." Sasuke didn't reply. Instead, he raised both hands, channeling his chakra into a devastating attack. Lightning coalesced above him, forming a massive dragon that roared with raw energy. "Kirin!" The room erupted in light as the dragon descended, its thunderous roar shaking the very foundations of the summit. Malric's eyes narrowed, and he raised both hands, summoning an enormous black dome that enveloped him. The lightning dragon struck with a deafening explosion, obliterating everything in its path. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a moment, silence reigned. Malric's retreat. When the dust settled, Malric stood amidst the destruction, his barrier cracked but intact. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, but his smirk remained. "You are strong, Uchiha," Malric admitted, his tone grudging. "Stronger than I expected. But this fight is far from over." Sasuke was on one knee, his breathing ragged. The strain of his techniques was beginning to show. "Running away already?" he taunted, his voice hoarse. Malric chuckled darkly. "Call it a strategic retreat. You'll see soon enough why this was necessary." With a flick of his wrist, shadowy tendrils shot out and grabbed Samui, who had been standing frozen nearby. "You're coming with me," he said, dragging her toward him. Samui struggled against the dark restraints, her eyes wide with fear. "Let me go," she shouted, but Malric ignored her. "You bastard," Sasuke roared, forcing himself to his feet. He summoned his Susanoo's blade once more and charged, but Malric waved his hand, sending a shockwave that knocked Sasuke back. "Enough, Uchiha. You're in no condition to continue." Malric turned to the remaining shinobi, his voice booming. "Listen well, all of you. This is only the beginning. Your so-called peace is built on lies and stolen power. I will destroy this corrupt world and rebuild it from the ashes. Your era is over." Sasuke gritted his teeth. "You'll regret this." Malric sneered. "Perhaps. But for now, enjoy the despair." He raised his hand, and a portal of swirling darkness appeared behind him. The headless knight emerged, holding the severed head of one of Mei's guards. Blood dripped from the gruesome trophy as the knight mounted his spectral horse, his presence radiating malice. "Let's go," Malric commanded, stepping into the portal with Samui in tow. The headless knight turned to the remaining shinobi one last time before disappearing into the portal, his laughter echoing ominously. Aftermath. The room was left in ruins, the cage and their allies battered and broken. Blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of death and despair. Tsunade leaned against a broken column, sweat and blood dripping from her face. "Where is Naruto?" she muttered, her voice trembling. At that moment, Shikamaru stood, his face pale but resolute. "We have to leave," he said, His voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "This fight is over. We need to regroup." "But where is Naruto?" Tsunade repeated, her voice louder now, almost desperate. From the shadows, Naruto appeared. His orange jacket was gone, replaced by a dark cloak that seemed to blend into the night. His expression was calm, but there was a dangerous edge to his eyes. He said nothing as he stepped into the light, his presence silencing the room. Everyone turned to him, their eyes filled with unspoken questions and lingering fear. Shikamaru took a step forward, his voice quiet but firm. "Naruto. You saw everything, didn't you? You just stood there." Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile, a gesture that sent chills through those watching. Without a word, he turned and began to walk away, his movements slow and deliberate. "Say something," Tsunade shouted, her voice breaking. But Naruto didn't respond. His smile widened slightly, and for a fleeting moment, his eyes gleamed with an unsettling satisfaction. As he disappeared into the shadows, Shikamaru exhaled heavily. "He's slipping further into the darkness," he murmured. "I warned all of you. This isn't about blaming him anymore. It's about fixing what we've broken." The shinobi began to follow Naruto, their movements hesitant and unsure. Gaara remained behind for a moment, his gaze fixed on the spot where Naruto had stood. "Naruto," he thought, his expression grim. "What have we done to you?" And with that, the remnants of the Cage Summit began their retreat, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that their strongest ally had become a distant shadow.